Chapter 293. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon arrived as scheduled. The vast platform where the life and death arena was located was completely silent. Tangbai hasn't come yet? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars in the sky. His gaze landed outside the vast platform, but he didn't find any trace of Tangbai. It's already noon, and Tangbai hasn't come yet. He probably doesn't dare to come. I guessed right. Tangbai is scared. Duan Lingtian just killed Xiao Ying of Fekta Peak yesterday. Xiao Ying's strength is not weaker than Tangbai's, so it's normal that he doesn't dare to come. Yesterday, he was still showing off in front of the Duan Lingtian, saying that the Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare to come. Now, he's the one who doesn't dare to come. It's like slapping your own face. How embarrassing. A commotion broke out around the life and death ring. There are also female disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed around the life and death arena, and only now did he notice that there were many female outer court disciples amongst the surrounding crowd, and all of them were disciples of Alcade Peak. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. Looks like the people from the other peaks have come to Migres Peak to watch the show. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After waiting for a while, Tangbai still didn't appear. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and didn't wait any longer. He directly jumped off the life and death arena and left. He was not surprised that Tangbai did not come. After all, once one stepped onto the life and death arena, it meant that one would not rest until one was dead. Tangbai didn't have any deep enmity with him. Tangbai had agreed to fight him in the arena of life and death yesterday because he was confident in himself. He felt that he could snatch the non-existent muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll from his hands. Now that the matter of him killing the Fekta Peak 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, had spread out, Tangbai refrained from taking action for fear of breaking the vases and didn't dare come, and this was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian's emotions did not fluctuate much. From the beginning, he did not take Tangbai seriously. Moreover, Duan Lingtian also knew that after the incident today, Tangbai was bound to have a notorious reputation that spread far and wide, and he would be despised by all the 7-star sword sect disciples. A person who agreed to a battle of life and death, but didn't dare to show up was undoubtedly a coward. Such a person wouldn't have great achievements in the martial way. When Duan Lingtian left, he could hear the discussions behind him. Undoubtedly, they were denouncing Tangbai. In the spacious canyon, the scorching sun shone down, making everything in the canyon seem to be covered in a layer of gold. Elder Zhao Lin, you didn't tell me that he could even kill a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. A young man of about 25 years old with delicate features, had an extremely ugly expression. His body trembled slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man before him and said in a deep voice. He knew that after today, he would no longer have any reputation in the 7-star sword sect. He was destined to become the object of disdain by everyone. This made him feel both sullen and resentful. All of this was because of the middle-aged man before him. If it wasn't for this middle-aged man, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Tangbai, do you think that I, Zhao Lin, intentionally wanted to harm you? Zhao Lin's face sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes that were suffused with traces of killing intent. Even he was caught off guard by what had happened yesterday. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to kill a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Such strength caused one's heart to tremble. He suddenly realized that it wasn't so easy for him to obtain the miraculous cultivation method in Duan Lingtian's possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Sorry, Elder Zhao Lin, I was too agitated earlier. Tangbai took a deep breath and hurriedly changed his words when he saw Zhao Lin enraged and even aroused killing intent towards him. Only now did he realize that the person standing before him was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, an existence at the void prying stage. Killing him was even easier than cutting grass. He didn't dare bear grudges against Zhao Lin. His heart filled with hatred turned towards another direction. Duan Lingtian. After Tangbai left, Zhao Lin's eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring sheen, and his voice was low and oppressive. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you, a mere young man a little over 20, would actually possess such formidable strength. Looks like my guess was right. The value of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll that Duan Ling Tian cultivated isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The desire in Zhao Lin's heart was even more difficult to restrain. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to possess such strength at such an age was all because he cultivated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Since no outer court disciple is able to do anything to you, then I can only make a move myself. I don't believe that I won't be able to find an opportunity to kill you. So long as I destroy the evidence, who would know that I killed you? Zhao Lin muttered to himself, and his eyes emitted extreme greed and dense killing intent. After Duan Ling Tian left the life and death arena of Migres Peak, he didn't return to the stalactite cave, but instead went to Fecta Peak once again. He found Hu Li. Hu Li, what plans do you have in the future? Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Li and asked in a low voice. The current Hu Li wasn't dispirited like before, he was in high spirits, and wasn't the slightest bit discouraged because of his crippled leg. I'm a cripple now. Even if the 7-star sword sect won't expel me for now, but when I'm 30, I'm bound to be unable to become an inner court disciple and will similarly be expelled. So, I've decided to return home. You're going back like this. Although he knew that Hu Li's choice was rational, but when he saw Hu Li's crippled leg now, Duan Ling Tian still couldn't help but sigh. He could imagine that after Hu Li became a 7-star sword sect disciple, his family would surely be extremely happy, and would think that Hu Li would soar into the sky. But now, Hu Li had instead returned with a crippled body, and would surely have to endure extremely great pressure. Don't worry. Hu Li laughed heartily when he perceived Duan Ling Tian's worry. Isn't it only a leg? Unless it's a martial artist with the same cultivation as me, or a freak like you, otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat me. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and when he saw Hu Li being so cheerful, he felt at ease. I'll send you back? Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before speaking out. No need. I've already written a letter to return home some time ago, and my family ought to have arrived in a few days. Duan Ling Tian. Cultivate properly. In another 3 months, it'll be the 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition. At that time, you'll take first place and allow me to brag at home. As Hu Li finished speaking, he laughed heartily, and didn't seem like a person that had lost a leg in the slightest. Although he knew that half of what Hu Li said was a joke, Duan Ling Tian still nodded with a serious expression. Don't worry, I'll surely take first place in the outer court martial competition. No one is able to stop my footsteps. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a sheen of firmness. This was his promise to Hu Li. What are you being so serious for? Don't worry, so long as the 7-star sword sect doesn't change the rules of the outer court martial competition, then the outer court disciples that participate in the outer court martial competition would at most be at the 6th level of the origin core stage. You even killed Xueqi. Could it be that you're afraid of other 6th level origin core stage disciples? Hu Li was extremely confident towards Duan Ling Tian. So, you're sure to take first place in the outer court martial competition. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then accompanied Hu Li for a while, and before he left, he withdrew a medicinal pill bottle and passed it to Hu Li. Hu Li, take this. What medicinal pill is this? Hu Li received the medicinal pill bottle with a curious expression. This isn't a medicinal pill. It's a drop of wine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he slowly spoke. A drop of wine? Hu Li was first stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian, then he scolded with a smile. You're really stingy. How do you want me to drink a drop of wine? Hu Li pulled out the cork of the medicinal pill bottle as he spoke. Along with the dense fragrance of wine drifting out, Hu Li's body shook, and he hadn't finished speaking when he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an astonished expression. Duan Ling Tian, what wine is this? Earlier when he smelled the wine fragrance, Hu Li felt the origin energy in his body roil, and it almost allowed him to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage and break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Although he didn't break through, Hu Li had a feeling that if he consumed this drop of wine within the medicinal pill bottle, he would absolutely be able to instantly break through. Monkey King wine. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he spoke. Monkey King wine? Hu Li was stunned. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that Hu Li hadn't heard of the Monkey King wine, and he instantly explained. Then have you heard of the monkey wine? Of course I've heard of it, that's a good thing. Could it be that this Monkey King wine is related to the monkey wine? Hu Li's eyes shone, and he was slightly excited. The monkey wine was an existence of legend, and he'd only seen records of it in some ancient books. Didn't you say I was stingy earlier? I'll let you drink to your heart's content with this jug of wine. Duan Lingtian withdrew a jug of wine and passed it to Hu Li. This wine fragrance, Hu Li's gaze shone. Although the wine fragrance of this jug of wine was far inferior to the Monkey King wine, it was still able to cause the origin energy in his body to become restless. This is the monkey wine. Duan Lingtian smiled. Drink it and try it. This is the monkey wine? Hu Li stared, yet he didn't directly drink the monkey wine, and instead looked at the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. Although he hadn't heard of the Monkey King wine, he was extremely sure that this drop of Monkey King wine was absolutely much more precious than this jug of monkey wine. Duan Lingtian guessed Hu Li's thoughts when he saw Hu Li's reaction, and he lightly smiled. Hu Li, you can directly drink the monkey wine to cultivate. If nothing unexpected happens, it ought to be able to assist you to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. As for the Monkey King wine, properly store it away. Duan Lingtian, don't keep me in suspense. What exactly is the use of this Monkey King wine? Hu Li rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian as he asked anxiously. The Monkey King wine has a medicinal effect similar to the Void Advancement Pill, yet is stronger than the Void Advancement Pill. The Monkey King wine doesn't have the side effects of the Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath when he saw Hu Li was anxious, and he directly spoke. Once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, one would have no fate with the Void Initiation stage in one's lifetime, and one would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. Consuming the Monkey King wine, however, wouldn't have this side effect. What? Chapter 294. Although Power of Hu hadn't seen a Void Advancement Pill, he'd heard of it. Void Advancement Pill, a Grade 5 medicinal pill. A precious medicinal pill capable of allowing a half-step Void stage martial artist to directly step into the Void Prying stage. Its value was extraordinary. Now, the drop of Monkey King wine in his hand actually possessed the medicinal effect of a Void Advancement Pill, and it didn't have the side effects of a Void Advancement Pill? Didn't that mean that this drop of Monkey King wine was even more precious than a Void Advancement Pill? Power of Hu's breathing became hurried, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and passed the medicinal pill bottle that contained the drop of Monkey King wine back to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this Monkey King wine is too precious, I can't accept it. I'm satisfied to be able to drink this Monkey King wine in my lifetime. As he finished speaking, Power of Hu laughed slyly, and he had a simple and honest expression as he looked at the wine jug in his other hand. You really don't want it? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as he received the medicinal pill bottle. I don't want it. Power of Hu shook his head, then raised his hand to place the mouth of the wine jug against his mouth and drank the Monkey King wine. After only drinking a mouthful, Power of Hu's eyes couldn't help but stare. Then he put down the wine jug and closed his eyes. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Power of Hu was cultivating to dissolve the medicinal effect of the Monkey King wine. When Power of Hu opened his eyes once more, a strand of bright light flashed within his eyes. You broke through just like that? Duan Lingtian stared blankly at Power of Hu, and relying on his acute spiritual force, he noticed the minute changes that occurred on Power of Hu's body. I was originally only one step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Now that I've drunk the Monkey King wine, I've directly broken through in one go. Power of Hu smiled, then looked at the jug of Monkey King wine in his hand as if he'd obtained a precious treasure, and he stared without blinking, as if he was deeply afraid the Monkey King wine would vanish into thin air from his hand. You really don't want this drop of Monkey King wine? With it, relying on your natural talent, so long as you step into the half-step Void stage in the future, you'll be able to break through to the Void Prying stage in one go. Duan Lingtian shook the bottle of Monkey King wine in his hand, and the smile on his face deepened. When Power of Hu heard this, he reluctantly looked at the pill bottle. In the end, he shook his head and said, You should keep it for yourself. I think you don't have much Monkey King wine left. In the future you will come in handy. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Power of Hu was still thinking about him when faced with such a great temptation. His heart warmed slightly. Power of Hu was indeed worthy of being a friend, whom he regarded as a friend of life and death. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Keep it. Although I don't have much Monkey King wine, it's enough. Ignoring Power of Hu's objection, Duan Lingtian stuffed the pill bottle into Power of Hu's hand, then turned around and left. I'm leaving, I have some things to do. When you're leaving, I won't be sending you off. I'll tell Huchuan your home address and have her pass it on to me. I'll visit you when I'm free. At the same time that Duan Lingtian left, he raised his hand and waved, which could be considered as bidding farewell to Power of Hu. Although he was slightly disappointed in his heart, he understood that all good things must come to an end. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Looking at Duan Lingtian's leaving figure, Power of Hu took a deep breath and was slightly excited. Glancing at the Monkey King wine and monkey wine in his hand, his heart was slightly heavy. Duan Lingtian's gift was too heavy. When he saw Duan Lingtian's figure completely disappear before his eyes, Power of Hu's eyes squinted and shone with traces of bright light as he muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. Even if one of my legs is crippled, I won't remain silent. The next time we meet, I'll surely make you look at me in a different light. At this moment, Power of Hu's martial Dao will was firm like a sharp sword, as if it could destroy everything. And it was precisely because of this determination of his that when Duan Lingtian saw him again after many years, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. After leaving the gorge that Power of Hu was at, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes, when faced with parting, Duan Lingtian still felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. I'll go look for those 2 little fellows that cause me to worry. After Duan Lingtian left Fekta Peak, he didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead directly walked down Dubhe Peak. After walking out of the sect, he once again headed towards the primeval forest that fierce beasts and demon beasts roamed freely. After Duan Lingtian entered the primeval forest, his speed increased. Practically all the fierce beasts he encountered on the way were blasted apart by a single punch of his, even to the extent that he didn't use his martial skills or quake energy. Finally, along with him ceaselessly going deeper, the fierce beasts he encountered became stronger, and there were even many 6th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beasts. Practically all these fierce beasts had their throats slit by a single strike of his sword. With the strength Duan Lingtian currently grasped, once he executed the sword-drawing arts, the speed of his sword was so swift that even 6th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beasts were unable to react in time. It's time to try out the quake energy. Duan Lingtian's gaze spun, and his figure flashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Continuing to go deeper. Roar. A deafening roar entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, shaking Duan Lingtian's eardrums to the point it hurt, as if thunder pierced his ears. Bang! An enormous fierce beast came from afar, as if transforming into a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, it descended before Duan Lingtian. As the fierce beast dashed, the ground shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. In the sky, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes even appeared. 7th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beast. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart, and he seriously sized up the fierce beast before him. This was an enormous tiger. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black and shiny fur. Specks of sunlight passed through the envelopment of the forest and dotted its body, causing its fur to flicker with a dazzling sheen. Relying on the erudite memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian recognized this tiger-type fierce beast with a single glance. Black Tiger. 7th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beast. This black tiger was most adept in speed and strength, and its defensive strength was slightly weak. Of course, saying its defensive strength was weak was only compared to other 7th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beasts. Roar, the black tiger's dark gray eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and it opened its bloody mouth to emit a threatening low roar, as if warning Duan Lingtian to leave its territory. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, and his eyes sized up the black tiger before him with interest. When the black tiger saw Duan Lingtian smiling, it thought that Duan Lingtian was provoking it, and it roared furiously before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. Then it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The black tiger's fangs flickered with a sharp and icy cold sheen. If one was bitten, one would die without a doubt. So fast. The black tiger's speed relied on the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to spur on, and it was far from something Duan Lingtian's current speed could compare to. At the instant the black tiger pounced over, Duan Lingtian didn't dodge, and instead leaped on the spot, perfectly dodging the black tiger's bloody mouth and dodging its sharp fangs. Bang! The black tiger pounced empty air, and a trace of rage appeared within its dark gray eyes. Roar! The black tiger roared in a low voice, then it turned its head and once again bit towards Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian attacked. The strength of 81 ancient mammoths exploded out completely, not holding back in the slightest. Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and the dragon's finishing touch gave rise to a wave of piercing howls as it pointed onto the black tiger's head. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger violently jumped, and the frequency became faster and faster. Pooh! Under the assistance of the quake energy, Duan Lingtian's finger seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that easily penetrated between the black tiger's brows, and fresh blood splattered out as it continued to point onto the black tiger's skull. Roar! The black tiger emitted a miserable low roar, and its enormous body abruptly shook as it wanted to resist. But unfortunately, its resistance was too late. Along with Duan Lingtian's finger descending and pointing onto the black tiger's skull, the terrifying quake energy instantly shattered the black tiger's skull, and it continued to spread throughout the bones of the black tiger's entire body. Crackle, crackle, crack. The ear-piercing sound of bones fracturing gradually suppressed the black tiger's low roar that was gradually becoming dispirited. Bang! Not long after, the black tiger's enormous body crashed onto the ground, and it completely lost all signs of life. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up as he looked at the black tiger's fallen corpse, and he was slightly excited. I never imagined that the quake energy had improved so much. Duan Lingtian's finger earlier had relied on all his strength, the strength of 81 ancient mammoths, whereas the black tiger instead possessed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Compared to it, Duan Lingtian was lacking the strength of an entire 19 ancient mammoths. If it was the quake energy of the past, it would be impossible for it to have any effect on the black tiger. But now, it had instead easily killed the black tiger. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had greatly increased. In the past, the effect of the quake energy could only be manifested on an opponent with a strength of less than 10 ancient mammoths. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy of the past was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Now, based on the current situation, even though there was a difference of 19 ancient mammoths between Duan Lingtian and the black tiger, the quake energy still displayed its effect. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had already expanded to the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. As for the specifics, it still required Duan Lingtian to test it himself. After Duan Lingtian collected the black tiger's beast core, he continued going deeper. Subsequently, he successively encountered 3 7th-level origin core stage fierce beasts, and completely tested out the scope of effect of the quake energy he possessed now. The scope of effect of the quake energy now was within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, when Duan Lingtian used the quake energy to kill the black tiger earlier, it just happened to be the limit of the scope of effect of the quake energy now. With my current strength, relying on the quake energy, I'm practically invincible below the 7th level of the origin core stage. If a 7th level origin core stage martial artist doesn't use a spirit weapon, or if their spirit weapon is inferior to my spirit weapon, then they aren't a match for me. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered in his heart as he pondered. Of course, he knew as well that the situation at the back was fine in other places, but if it was in the 7-star sword sect, it was practically impossible. Practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples at the 7th level of the origin core stage and above possessed a grade 7 spirit sword. In terms of spirit weapons, he didn't have any advantage. The current him facing a 7th level origin core stage disciple of the 7-star sword sect was the same as when he faced the Fecta Peak's Xueqi with a cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Unless he was able to make his opponent abandon his sword. Chapter 295. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still very satisfied with his current strength. Even if it was in the outer realm, His accomplishments at such an age could be considered to be not bad. Of course, it could only be considered to be not bad. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, there were many powerhouses in the foreign lands. Some forces had even been passed down for 10,000 years. The descendants of those forces were extremely powerful. Some of the geniuses among geniuses had even broken through to the nascent soul stage when they were at Duan Lingtian's current age. Of course, the reason these people's cultivation base rose so quickly was because they had the best cultivation resources. Although they did not have the medicinal pills with 90% purity that Duan Lingtian refined to assist their cultivation, they had various spirit fruits collected by the forces they belonged to. Those spirit fruits were treasures of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. They were extremely rare. It could be said that the strength of those geniuses was piled up with treasures of heaven and earth that ordinary people could not imagine. My current innate talent can be considered to be at the top even in the entire Cloud continent. As long as I'm strong enough in the future, I'll be able to leave the Darkhan dynasty and head to the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that the reincarnation Emperor Wu left for his third reincarnation. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly excited. The reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives rebirth technique and had to go through 3 reincarnations before he could cultivate it to perfection. Therefore, the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind many treasures in his first reincarnation for his second reincarnation. In his second reincarnation, the reincarnation Emperor Wu relied on the treasures he left behind in his first reincarnation to cultivate to the peak of the Emperor Wu in the shortest amount of time possible. In his second reincarnation, when the reincarnation Emperor Wu planned to cultivate the 3 lives rebirth technique for his third reincarnation, he also left behind many treasures. Those treasures covered a myriad of things. There were countless precious materials and spirit fruits. There were even many royal-grade medicinal pills and royal-grade spirit weapons that ordinary people could not imagine. There were also powerful inscriptions that could be said to be heaven-defying. Apart from these, there were many other things. There were countless of them. The reincarnation Emperor Wu stored all the treasures in a spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the space within that spatial ring was even larger than his courtyard house in the inner city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. Every time he read this memory of Samsara Emperor Wu, he couldn't help but feel excited. Because these things would belong to him in the future. Emperor Wu of Samsara probably never thought that everything he had prepared for his third life would end up in my hands. Gradually, Duan Lingtian suppressed the restlessness in his heart. To him, the things left behind by Samsara Emperor Wu were too frightening. Those things were practically top-notch items in Cloud Continent. For example, royal-grade medicinal pills, royal-grade spirit artifacts. During the 2 eras of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lives, only he could refine these things. Even now, Cloud Continent might not have royal-grade alchemists and royal-grade weapons craftsmen. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the 2 eras of Samsara Emperor Wu's life, not to mention royal-grade alchemists and weapons craftsmen, there weren't even quasi-royal-grade alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Under Samsara Emperor Wu, the strongest alchemists and weapons craftsmen were only grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen. I, Duan Lingtian, will surely stand at the peak of Samsara Emperor Wu's past. No, I'll surpass the former Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became firm. In the depths of his heart, he had made a resolution that no one and nothing could shake. What am I thinking of? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian withdrew his thoughts that had drifted to God knows where. I wonder where those 2 little fellows are now. Even if I rely on my grade 7 spirit sword and quake energy, I'll at most be able to hunt 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts. If I go deeper, there'll surely be nascent soul stage fierce beasts. With my current strength, it's difficult to deal with nascent soul stage fierce beasts. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. After going deeper slightly, he stopped and started to search the surroundings to see if he was able to notice the traces left behind by the 2 little pythons. As for going deeper, Duan Lingtian temporarily gave up on the thought of going deeper. Although he could rely on the bone corrosion inscription to kill nascent soul stage fierce beasts, a single bone corrosion inscription was worth a few million silver. He couldn't use the bone corrosion inscription all the way. Although he had quite a bit of wealth in his possession, It couldn't withstand such consumption. Moreover, he only had a lot of cash within his spatial ring, but the materials to inscribe the bone corrosion inscription weren't many. At most, it was only enough to inscribe 50 or 60 bone corrosion inscriptions. Two little fellows that cause trouble. When I find the two of you, I'll surely teach the two of you a good lesson. With a helpless mood, Duan Ling Tian continued to go deeper and started to search the primeval forest. All along the way, he encountered many 9th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beasts. The strength of these 9th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beasts was comparable to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. However, Chu Yong relied on his own strength of 81 ancient mammoths and the amplification of his Grade 7 spirit sword to execute an attack, and it instead attained the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Relying on quake energy, even a 9th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beast would find it difficult to block a sword strike of his. Of course, once he encountered some 9th-level Origin Core Stage fierce beasts that were adept in speed and concealment, Duan Ling Tian would be in an extremely sorry state. Needless to say, the primeval forest was really extremely large. Duan Ling Tian circled around the outer area of the primeval forest and spent 10 days and 10 nights. During these 10 nights, he slept in the open in the primeval forest. After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian had practically turned the outer area of the primeval forest upside down, but in the end, he still didn't find even a trace of a trace left behind by the two little pythons. Forget it. I'll wait for those two little fellows to return by themselves. They ought to have entered the inner area of the primeval forest. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly helplessly, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest, intending to return to the 7-star sword sect. On the way out of the primeval forest, he could occasionally see some people hunting fierce beasts, and looking at the attire of these people, they were all 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Before long, Duan Ling Tian returned to the 7-star sword sect and arrived at the entrance. After walking through the entrance, Duan Ling Tian ascended the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Whoosh! A wave of piercingly cold wind sounded out ahead, causing Duan Ling Tian, who was walking in the middle of the mountain path, to frown, and when he raised his head, he saw a figure that was swift like lightning flashing down from the mountain. Although this person's speed was extremely swift, Duan Ling Tian still saw his appearance. This was a young man with slightly warped and hideous features, and a pair of triangular eyes that caused Duan Ling Tian to have a feeling of déjà vu. Duan Ling Tian saw the symbol on the young man's attire. Just like him, the young man was also an outer court disciple. But when this outer court disciple dashed, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him. 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Noticing that the young man seemed to have an urgent matter, Duan Ling Tian moved to the side. But even then, when the young man flashed past Duan Ling Tian's side, the strong wind that was stirred up still caused Duan Ling Tian's outer court disciple attire to flutter. Duan Ling Tian frowned and continued walking up the mountain. Then he passed through the chain bridge to return to Migres Peak. As soon as he stepped onto the high platform of Migres Peak, Duan Ling Tian noticed a burning gaze descending onto him. Duan Ling Tian looked over. It was a Migres Peak disciple with an ordinary appearance. This Migres Peak disciple hurriedly lowered his head when he saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze sweeping over. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian was able to determine. This Migres Peak disciple's cultivation was at most at the 3rd level of the Origin Core Stage. When he was about to return to the peak of Migres Peak, he noticed that the Migres Peak disciple had actually silently followed him from behind. Humph! Duan Ling Tian's acute spiritual force noticed the Migres Peak disciple following him at the first possible moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. So long as it wasn't in existence at the void prying stage following him, he could rely on his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking methods to easily notice the other party. Duan Ling Tian intentionally walked into a remote path, then went around to the back of a forest. As expected, that Migres Peak disciple followed him. Where's he? In next to no time, that Migres Peak disciple noticed that after his target took a turn here, he actually vanished into thin air. Instantly, his face revealed a trace of bewilderment. Are you looking for me? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was concealed nearby, walked out from the nearby forest, and when he saw the Migres Peak disciple with a panicked expression, his tone was terrifyingly calm. No. At the same time that this Migres Peak disciple was panicked, he hurriedly denied it. What a joke! Although the young man before him was younger than him, his strength wasn't something that he could compare to. Even an existence at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage died at the hands of this young man, let alone him, a mere 3rd level Origin Core stage martial artist. So, before this young man, he didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. Because he knew that even if he wanted to flee, he wouldn't be able to. No. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the Migres Peak disciple, and a dense killing intent extended out from his body, as if transforming into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped the Migres Peak disciple before him. Instantly, the Migres Peak disciple's face went ghastly pale, and he felt as if he was in an azurous field. The icy coldness that penetrated straight into his heart caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling, and he hurriedly circulated his origin energy to resist. Only then did he slightly warm up. Who asked you to follow me? Duan Lingtian looked at this Migres Peak disciple and asked once more, and his tone had an additional sense of coldness. I didn't follow you. The Migres Peak disciple gritted his teeth and forcefully endured it, then spoke with a trembling voice. Pig-headed. When he saw this Migres Peak disciple had no intention of letting go, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a string of afterimages. Bang! Chapter 296. After kicking the Migres Peak disciple flying, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to follow up. When the Migres Peak disciple wanted to crawl up, Duan Lingtian raised his leg and fiercely descended onto the Migres Peak disciple's chest, stomping him back down. Bang! The Migres Peak disciple's body once again fell onto the ground, and he was shaken to the point his face went ghastly pale, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and terror. Who sent you here? Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm, but his gaze that became even more icy cold undoubtedly told this Migres Peak disciple that he already didn't have much patience. No one really sent me here. Really? The Migres Peak disciple's gaze squinted, and he hesitated for a moment, seeming to have some misgivings as he spoke with a panicked expression. Very good. When he saw the Migres Peak disciple still being stubborn at a time like this, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand, and it flickered with an icy cold light. No. Don't. The Migres Peak disciple's pupils constricted and his face went pale when he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw his sword. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you still don't speak, then I'll kill you with a single strike. You ought to know that even though the 7-Star Sword sect has a prohibition that fellow disciples aren't allowed to kill each other under the life and death arena, but so long as no one sees me kill you, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian weighed the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, then lightly extended his other hand to stroke the blade of the blade, as if he was gently stroking his lover. Duan Lingtian's words that didn't contain the slightest emotion entered into the ears of the Migres Peak disciple, causing his face to go pale, and traces of terror were mixed within his eyes. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true. If he really died here, then with the remoteness of this place, even if someone discovered his corpse, it would probably be a matter of many days later. At that time, no matter how deep the 7-Star Sword sect's resources and reserves were, and no matter how formidable the strength of the sect higher-ups was, it would be impossible to find out who killed him. Therefore, even if he were to be killed by Duan Lingtian here today, it would be a meaningless death. 5 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the panicked eyes of the Migres Peak disciple, and a wisp of a bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. The sword in his hand cooperated with the Migres Peak disciple to form a sword flower that was dazzling and gorgeous. 3 more breaths of time. After 2 breaths, Duan Lingtian's voice turned even colder. The sword in his hand was raised slightly, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. I'll talk. I'll talk. Finally, this Migres Peak disciple was unable to endure the pressure Duan Lingtian brought to his mind, and he spoke with a terrified expression. His tone was incomparably flustered, as he was deeply afraid that if he was too late, Duan Lingtian's sword would mercilessly descend. Speak. Duan Lingtian looked at the Migres Peak disciple and said coldly, If I discover that you're lying, then don't blame my sword for being merciless. I don't dare. I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare lie. The Migres Peak disciple was frightened to the point he spoke without thinking, and after he caught his breath, He continued. It was Elder Zhao Lin who asked me to monitor your whereabouts. So long as I see you appear, I have to report to him at the first possible moment. Besides that, he also said that if I'm able to find out where you cultivate, then he'll bestow me an additional 10,000 gold. Zhao Lin? Duan Lingtian's face sank. He never imagined that it was that Zhao Lin's doing again. That Zhao Lin, for the sake of a non-existent cultivation technique that he made up, sent people to deal with him one after another, but in the end, they all went for wool and came home shorn. Now, Zhao Lin actually still hadn't given up. Duan Lingtian, I've already said what you want to know, let me go. The Migres Peak disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, who had an indeterminate expression and was slightly panicked, as he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. Duan Lingtian raised his leg and swept the Migres Peak disciple with a cold and indifferent gaze. You better not tell what happened today to that Zhao Lin. Otherwise, I surely won't. The Migres Peak disciple vowed solemnly. Fuck off. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he spoke with a cold and indifferent tone. Yes, yes. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded, then crawled up and fled in a sorry state, and before long, he'd vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he saw the Migres Peak disciple leave, Duan Lingtian shuttled back and forth on the mountain path before finally ascending the peak and returning to the stalactite cave. As he sat cross-legged on the stone platform, Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent. That Zhao Lin actually still hasn't given up on the thought of seizing my cultivation technique. Now that I've revealed a strength that's able to annihilate a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, even a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple ought to not dare help him. Looks like he's prepared to investigate my whereabouts, then make a move himself. Duan Lingtian guessed Zhao Lin's intentions. At the same time, he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, there was that Migres Peak disciple today, otherwise, he wouldn't even know that Zhao Lin was still watching him. He could imagine that under the circumstances where he wasn't on guard at all, if he was secretly followed by Zhao Lin, then once he entered a place without people, it would surely be difficult for him to escape death. He believed that when faced with the temptation of the non-existent cultivation technique, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, Zhao Lin would undoubtedly ruthlessly kill him. But unfortunately, Xueqi isn't by my side. The strongest ability in my possession, the Blaze Inscription, is also unable to deal with him. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. Looks like I have to be careful when walking within the 7-star sword sect in the future. Otherwise, once that Zhao Lin finds an opportunity, I'll surely die. With a heavy heart, Duan Lingtian withdrew an origin strengthening pill and consumed it. Then he closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. WYRM Python Form. Duan Lingtian knew deeply. Only when his own strength was sufficiently strong would he be the true king. If he was a void-prying stage martial artist now, why would he need to be afraid of Zhao Lin? Cultivate. Cultivate. The hot blood within Duan Lingtian's body completely boiled, and the origin energy within his body started to violently roil as well. His cultivation was increasing at an extremely swift speed. If he continued cultivating at this speed, he believed that his cultivation would be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage before long. Migres Peak. Within the gorge that was filled with light. What? He's appeared? Zhao Lin asked indifferently as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple that hastily entered. Yes, Elder Zhao Lin, he returned from Dubhe Peak. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded. What? You didn't follow him? If you're able to find out where he cultivates, I'll bestow you 10,000 gold. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at the Migres Peak disciple, seeming to be tempting him. 10,000 gold? The Migres Peak disciple couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard Zhao Lin. It's because of your 10,000 gold that you almost caused me to lose my life. Luckily that Duan Lingtian didn't pursue the matter, otherwise, I would have been killed by you. However, this Migres Peak disciple had a calm expression on the surface, and laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao Lin, I want your 10,000 gold as well. But, I'm utterly unable to keep up with him. Zhao Lin nodded and didn't find it strange. As far as he was concerned, even he had once been left behind when following Duan Lingtian, let alone this third-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Are you sure he returned to Migres Peak? Zhao Lin asked to confirm further. I'm sure. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded and said with certainty. Continue watching him for me. If he leaves Migres Peak at any time, report to me right away. This is what you deserve. Zhao Lin nodded, then with a raise of his hand, he passed a 1,000 gold bill to the Migres Peak disciple. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lin. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly expressed his thanks, and didn't dare mention a single word about Duanling Tian stopping him. Because he knew that once he mentioned it, not only would he offend Duanling Tian, he wouldn't even be able to obtain this gold bill. Do things properly for me in the future. I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Lin nodded and waved his hand. You can go. Yes. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly left, then secretly wiped off his cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. There were 2 great clans in Black Bamboo City, and they kept each other in check, controlling a third of the businesses in Black Bamboo City. As for the other 2/3 of the businesses, it was instead controlled in the hands of the 7-Star Sword sect. The Shi clan was one of the 2 great clans in Black Bamboo City. Outside the Shi clan estate, a figure that was like the wind flashed over swiftly, desiring to charge into the Shi clan estate. Who is it? The faces of the 2 guards at the Shi clan estate's entrance went grim, and they hurriedly stopped the figure. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs sounded out as the 2 guards were kicked flying, and they collided with the entrance. Right when they stood up in panic and intended to call for help, they inadvertently clearly saw the face of the young man that stood at the entrance with a cold expression, and the panic and rage on their faces vanished without a trace, and replacing it was respect. Eldest young master. The 2 guards bowed and called out respectfully. Both of you are rather competent, even daring to obstruct this young master. The young man's features were warped and savage, and his pair of triangular eyes emitted traces of a gloomy aura. If Duanling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize him with a glance. This young man was precisely the young man that dashed like the wind he encountered on the mountain path of Dubhe Peak when he returned to the 7-Star Sword sect from the primeval forest. Eldest young master, spare us, we didn't know it was you. The 2 guards hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in panic, and their faces were filled with perturbation, as if this young man was a scourge. All right, I can't be bothered to fuss about it with both of you today. Let me ask both of you, has the young miss returned? After I returned to the 7-Star Sword sect, I didn't see her, and the gorge she usually cultivates in has been empty for a long time. Even the limestone tablet outside the gorge has been shattered by someone. As he finished speaking, the young man frowned and was faintly slightly worried. Unexpectedly, the 2 guards had bitter smiles on their faces when they heard the young man. Did something happen to the young miss? Speak. The young man's face went grim, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Eldest young master, the young miss. Her dantian was crippled by someone. One of the guards laughed bitterly. What? Chapter 297. Duanling Tian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for, and only when the medicinal effect of the origin strengthening pill was completely absorbed by him did he slowly open his eyes and sober up. Whew! Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Duanling Tian glanced at the cold stalactite cave, then shook his head and walked out in large strides. I wonder how those 2 little fellows are now. As he stood on the tilted tree and enjoyed the baptism of morning dew, Duanling Tian's gaze pierced through the boundless clouds and mist to look towards the primeval forest. In his heart, he was always slightly worried about the 2 little pythons. I'll go take a look at Little Fei and Kerr. Little Fei ought to have broken through as well. After returning to his senses, the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. Then he relied on his acute spiritual force to sense the peak for a while, and after confirming that there was no one there, he leaped up and walked down Migres Peak. In next to no time, he arrived at the vast platform where the trade hall was located. He'd only just arrived near the trade hall when he noticed a few gazes descending onto him, seeming to be intentionally staring at him. Humph! The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. If he wasn't wrong, these people ought to have been ordered by the outer court elder, Zhao Lin, to monitor him. But he didn't mind. These people weren't of any threat to him. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto a spot not too far away. Presently, a young man stood there, and the young man was looking at him with a complicated gaze. Lu Yu? Duan Lingtian recognized this young man with a glance. It was precisely the outer court disciple that stopped him near the trade hall that day, and intended to help Zhao Lin seize the non-existent cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, in his possession. This Lu Yu was a 5th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. He still remembered. At that time, when facing Lu Yu who blocked his path, he bluntly said that he wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Yu. In the end, Lu Yu chose to shrink back. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lu Yu, then turned around and walked towards the chain bridge, then walked away with large strides. From the beginning to the end, he did not have the slightest intention of paying attention to Lu Yu. Lu Yu stood on the spot as he watched the Duan Lingtian gradually disappear into the distance. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, causing him to be unable to move for a long time. Fortunately, I didn't accept his invitation to the life and death arena that day. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. Over the past few days, Lu Yu had dreamt of the scene when Duan Lingtian invited him to the life and death arena many times in the middle of the night. Every time, he would be frightened awake. Then, he broke out in a cold sweat. Only when he recalled his choice that day did he realize how wise he had been. Duan Lingtian was even able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, let alone a 5th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple like him. He could imagine that if he and Duan Lingtian had stepped onto the life and death arena that day, he would have died without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was too scary. The few Migres Peak disciples that stared at Duan Lingtian's departure gathered together. That Duan Lingtian has ascended the chain bridge. Who's following him? One of the Migres Peak disciples said in a low voice. For a moment, besides one of the Migres Peak disciples who was able to maintain their composure, the remaining few all lowered their heads. Duan Lingtian was an existence that was able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. They didn't dare risk following him. I'll go. In next to no time, the Migres Peak disciple with a composed expression spoke out and volunteered himself. Duan Lingtian had only just walked past the chain bridge when he noticed that there was an extra tail behind him. It's him again. His acute spiritual force allowed Duan Lingtian to notice the person at the first possible moment. It was precisely that Migres Peak disciple that followed him the last time and was dragged out by him. Duan Lingtian's eyes became cold and fierce. This Migres Peak disciple was actually still working for Zhao Lin? Moreover, he even dared follow him? Duan Lingtian quickly arrived at Dubhe Peak, then circled around Dubhe Peak and quickly entered a remote area. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to conceal himself at the side, and prepare to repeat the same trick to lure the Migres Peak disciple out. Duan Lingtian, I know you've noticed me. The Migres Peak disciple took a few steps forward and said in a low voice. I followed you over for no other reason. I only wanted to remind you that Elder Zhao Lin found a few other people and asked us to cooperate in tracking down your tracks. The other few people have gone to notify Elder Zhao Lin now. Before long, Elder Zhao Lin will arrive at Dubhe Peak. Take care of yourself. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised as he walked out, then looked at the Migres Peak disciple. Why are you helping me? The Migres Peak disciple was slightly embarrassed. You could have killed me yesterday, but you didn't. I owe you a life. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at this Migres Peak disciple. What's your name? Huang Ji. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly replied, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 10,000 gold note appeared in his hand. Huang Ji, I presume you're only helping that Zhao Lin for the sake of money. Now, I'll give you 10,000 gold. In the future, if that Zhao Lin wants to follow me, then take him to properly make a circle around the 7-star sword sect and give him a trace of hope, then make him gain nothing. As he spoke up to hear, a trace of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Huang Ji joyfully received the 10,000 gold and hurriedly agreed. Since he survived Duan Lingtian's attack, resentment towards Zhao Lin had arisen in his heart. Now that he had the chance to mess with Zhao Lin and even obtain so much gold, he naturally wouldn't miss it. I hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian was now like giving Huang Ji a piece of candy to eat, then giving Huang Ji a slap, and the threat in his words was completely obvious. Don't worry, I'll surely do this well and won't disappoint you. Huang Ji vowed solemnly. Go on. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand. After Huang Ji left, he left as well, and he quickly arrived at the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak and arrived at Alcade Peak. When he arrived at Elder Bai's residence once more, Duan Ling Tian saw a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance. He'd seen this young woman twice. The first time was before the outer court disciple test. He saw the young woman following behind Elder Bai. The second time was at Alcade Peak. At that time, she followed behind Elder Bai as well, and seemed to be Elder Bai's disciple, called Xueqi. She could be considered to be Li Fei's senior sister. Senior sister Xueqi. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the young woman. The young woman was Little Fei's senior sister, so she was naturally his senior sister as well. Duan Ling Tian. Xueqi saw Duan Ling Tian and a smile appeared on her face. You're here to look for junior sister, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. I'll go call her out. Xueqi turned around and left. After a short while, when she returned once more, there was an additional young woman with a peerlessly beautiful appearance that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful. The young woman had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing one to be unable to refrain from indulging in flights of fancy with a single glance, and have a desire to pounce on her and ravage her. Scoundrel! When the young woman saw Duan Ling Tian, her watery autumn eyes lit up as she pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and a stretch of softness entered into his embrace. He lightly smiled as he embraced the young woman that pounced over. Little Fei, we haven't seen each other for almost 3 months. Li Fei lightly nodded, then buried her head in Duan Ling Tian's strong chest, unwilling to raise it up for a long time. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's jade back, and traces of a warm smile appeared on his face. When Xueqi saw this scene, she glanced enviously at Li Ro before turning around and leaving. She knew, at this moment, only belonged to this pair of lovers. She felt happy for her junior sister. In this lifetime of a woman, to be able to find a man like Duan Ling Tian. Her life was not in vain. For a moment, the entire spacious canyon was only left with Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei quietly embracing each other. Little Fei, Elder Bai isn't here, right? Duan Ling Tian's mouth pressed against Li Fei's earlobe as he gently exhaled. Li Fei's delicate body trembled, as if she had realized something, and lightly shook her head. Master has something to do, so she went out. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, his lower abdomen heated up. While panting heavily, he reached out his hand to carry Li Fei by the waist, and directly rushed into the wooden house that Li Fei lived in. The young man and woman who hadn't touched each other for a long time took each other to their heart's content. After the ruckus stopped, Duan Ling Tian embraced Li Fei, who leaned on his shoulder with a satisfied expression. Little Fei, when I came last time, Elder Bai said that you were at the juncture of breaking through. You seem to have broken through? Li Fei's face was filled with happiness, and her angelic face was completely rosy as she lightly nodded. Yes, I broke through. Have you seen Kerr recently? Duan Ling Tian recalled that delicate and pitiful girl who had always stayed by his side, and his voice was gentle like water. Little sister Kerr went on a long journey with the Peak Master a few days ago. She came to look for me, and I went to Migres Peak with her, but no Migres Peak disciple knew where you lived. So, she left with disappointment in her heart. Li Fei extended her jade hand, her jade fingers placed on Duan Ling Tian's chest, and lightly rotated. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Kerr had the protection of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak by her side, so he wasn't worried about Kerr's safety. Li Fei looked curiously at Duan Ling Tian. Scoundrel, where exactly do you live? Kerr and I asked a few tens of Migres Peak disciples, but there's actually not a single person that knows where you usually live. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Not to mention Migres Peak disciples, even the Peak Master of Migres Peak, or even the 7-star sword sect leader. It's impossible for them to know where I live. Slight curiosity appeared on Li Fei's beautiful face when she heard Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't conceal anything from Li Fei, and he spoke of the matter of discovering the stalactite cave that day. So, the 10,000-year stalactite milk you gave me and little sister Kerr to drink came from that place. Scoundrel, your luck is too good, right? You were even able to find a place like that. If the 7-Star Sword sect higher-ups were to know of this, wouldn't they be angered to death by you? Li Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and as she finished speaking, a wisp of a smile appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Yeah, my luck isn't bad. Chapter 298. Scoundrel, what are you thinking about? So engrossed? Li Fei noticed Duan Lingtian's unnatural expression and asked with a bewildered expression, and her tone had concern mixed within. Nothing. I suddenly thought of something. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and didn't tell Li Fei about the matter of the 2 little pythons going missing. He didn't want Li Fei to be worried with him. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei chatted, and unknowingly, they started talking about the outer court martial competition 3 months from now. Scoundrel, I heard the outer court martial competition changed the rules. Li Fei suddenly said to Duan Lingtian. Changed the rules? Changed what rules? Duan Lingtian was stunned, then asked. I heard Master say that the reason the rules were changed this time was because of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Although she knew her man's ability was great, but when she heard her man was even able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, she still couldn't avoid being shocked in her heart. If Duan Lingtian used an offensive inscription, she wouldn't find it strange. But the problem was, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't use an offensive inscription, and completely relied on his true strength to kill his opponent. Because of me? Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely puzzled. What did the changing of the rules of the 7-Star Sword sect's outer court martial competition have to do with him? Yeah. Li Fei nodded, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's bewildered expression, she didn't continue keeping him in suspense and said directly, I heard Master say that since the matter of you killing the Fecta Peak 6th-level Origin Core Stage Inner Court disciple, Xueqi, spread out, besides the Peak Masters of our Alcade Peak and your Dubhe Peak, the Peak Masters of the other 4 Great Outer Court Sword Peaks specially started a 6-peak conference 1 month ago. The content of the meeting is aimed at the Outer Court Martial Competition 3 months from now. In the past, the Outer Court Martial Competition required Outer Court disciples that had entered the 7-Star Sword sect for less than 3 years to participate. But this time, the Peak Masters of the 6 Outer Court Peaks had decided to remove this restriction. This time, so long as one is an Outer Court disciple of the 6 Great Outer Court Sword Peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect, anyone can participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition. Li Fei finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had never thought that killing Xueqi would cause such a chain reaction. Is it necessary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that he had such great face to be able to make the Peak Masters of the 6 Great Sword Peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect specially hold such a meeting for him. Of course, Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why the Peak Masters of the 6 Great Sword Peaks did this. It was none other than feeling that if the rules weren't changed, then there would be no suspense in the Outer Court Martial Competition this time. He, Duan Lingtian, would surely become the first in the Outer Court Martial Competition. They're afraid you'll get the first, so they intentionally made things difficult for you. Li Fei grunted in a low voice and had an unhappy expression. All right, there's nothing to be unhappy about. They did this because they don't wish for the first place to be revealed before the Outer Court Martial Competition has even begun. If it's really like this, then it would surely strike a blow to the confidence of the group of Outer Court disciples. Duan Lingtian smiled, as he was completely able to understand the intentions of the Peak Masters of the 6 Great Outer Court Sword Peaks. You can still smile. If it's really like this, then there would surely be some 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples participating in the Outer Court Martial Competition. During the Outer Court Martial Competition, one can't rely on external forces other than spirit weapons. In other words, your inscriptions can't be used. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to be slightly concerned. In that way, you won't be able to get the first. Li Fei was extremely unhappy in her heart towards the first that should have belonged to Duan Lingtian being taken away just like this. In her heart, her man, Li Fei, would always be the most outstanding. Can't use inscriptions? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Inscriptions couldn't be compared to spirit weapons after all, and the existence of inscriptions did indeed affect the fairness of the outer court martial competition to a certain extent. What, little Fei, you have so little confidence in your man? Duan Lingtian's hand dishonestly placed on the little girl's delicate body that didn't have the slightest bit of excess fat, and his hand moved up and down. The little girl's delicate body trembled and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried when he saw this. Then he flipped over once again and galloped to his heart's content. After being lovey-dovey for an entire day, Duan Lingtian finally left. The land of warmth, the tomb of heroes. The ancients didn't deceive me. When Duan Lingtian left Arcade Peak, he sighed with emotion in his heart. Although he was lovey-dovey with Li Fei for an entire day, but as far as he was concerned, it seemed like only an instant had passed. Shaking his head and sobering up slightly, Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge and returned to the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Presently, the sun had already set in the west, and when Duan Lingtian arrived at the stone platform at the end of the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, he noticed that many Migres Peak disciples had stepped onto the chain bridge and were heading towards Migres Peak. Humph! A cold snort sounded out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian turned around to look. Only now did he notice that the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, was on the stone platform as well, and was staring at him with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Huang Ji stood nearby and was making faces at him. Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart. Looks like Huang Ji really brought Zhao Lin along and circled around the 7-star sword sect for an entire day. When he saw Zhao Lin's exasperated appearance, he suddenly felt that the 10,000 gold he spent was worth it. Elder Zhao Lin, long time no see. Duan Lingtian stood within the endless stream of people, and when he looked at Zhao Lin, he lightly smiled as he greeted Zhao Lin, as if he was greeting an old friend. Zhao Lin paid no attention to Duan Lingtian, and his expression was as unsightly could be. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, the reason he didn't gain anything today was because Duan Lingtian was too cunning, and caused him to be unable to find any traces. He didn't suspect Huang Ji who led the way for him. Duan Lingtian shrugged when he saw Zhao Lin had no intention of paying attention to him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provocative smile. After glancing deeply at Zhao Lin, he stepped onto the chain bridge and headed towards Migres Peak. Now that there were so many people here, he wasn't worried that Zhao Lin would make a move against him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhao Lin was following him from behind. He didn't mind. Relying on his anti-tracking methods, if he wanted to shake off Zhao Lin's pursuit, it would be extremely easy. After Duan Lingtian returned to Migres Peak, he circled the trade hall a few times before successfully shaking off Zhao Lin, then swaggered back to the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. Within the trade hall, after noticing that Duan Lingtian's tracks had vanished, Zhao Lin, who'd searched for half an hour without any results, had an extremely gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian, I'll find a chance sooner or later. Just you wait. But the current Zhao Lin didn't know. He'd waited for an entire 3 months. Alioth Peak. On the chain bridge, a young man with a gloomy expression walked in large strides onto the high platform of Alioth Peak. This young man's appearance was extremely unique. His features were warped and hideous, and his pair of triangular eyes seemed to constantly flicker with a gloomy sheen. His entire body stood there like a venomous snake that chose its prey to devour. However, when a group of Alioth Peak disciples passed by the young man, they all respectfully greeted him. Senior Brother Shi Hao. Senior Brother Shi Hao. Senior Brother Shi Hao. At the same time that these Alioth Peak disciples greeted him, their faces more or less revealed expressions of respect and fear. They knew clearly in their hearts. Throwing away his unsightly appearance, this young man was in existence with an extremely formidable strength. He was also a celebrity of their Alioth Peak. Moreover, he was the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court, Shi Hao. Senior Brother Shi Hao's expression seems to be slightly unsightly. Isn't his expression always like this? I don't see any difference. Take a closer look. Also look at his eyes. Don't you see anger in them? I don't know who provoked him. It really is Two Alioth Peak disciples stood at the side and looked from afar at Xueqi, who walked into Alioth Peak as they whispered in discussion. Xueqi. Outside Alioth Peak's trade hall, a figure moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived nearby the chain bridge and stood before Xueqi. This was a robust middle-aged man with a stocky build, and a pair of eyes that were brimming with expression. Elder Zhongbing. In front of this sturdy middle-aged man, Xueqi lowered his proud head. Xueqi, I have something to tell you. The Outer Court martial competition 3 months from now isn't restricted to Outer Court disciples that have entered the 7-star sword sect within 3 years to participate. So long as you're an Outer Court disciple, you can participate. You can participate as well. Zhongbing, Alioth Peak's Outer Court elder, smiled as he looked at Xueqi. This time, our Alioth Peak will be relying on you. As far as he was concerned, with Xueqi's strength, if nothing unexpected happened, taking first place in the Outer Court martial competition 3 months from now wouldn't have any suspense. What's going on? Xueqi was slightly absent-minded earlier, but now when he heard Zhongbing, he became spirited. The rules of the Outer Court martial competition have always been restricted. Why did it suddenly change this time? It was difficult for him to understand. This will have to start from a Migres Peak Outer Court disciple. As Zhongbing spoke up to hear, a trace of jealousy flashed within his eyes. Nearly 3 months ago, a dark horse appeared amongst the new batch of Outer Court disciples that our 7-star sword sect recruited. That was a young man around the age of 20, and he went to Migres Peak later on. Not long after he arrived at Migres Peak, he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples on the Migres Peak's life and death arena. The 2 Outer Court disciples were both Migres Peak disciples. They joined forces to deal with that young man on the life and death arena, but in the end were killed by that young man in a single move. This young man's natural talent is simply shocking. Migres Peak's luck is really good, to actually be able to recruit such a monstrous Outer Court disciple. Xueqi, what's wrong with you? Why's your expression so unsightly? Zhongbing spoke for a long time, and in the end, he noticed that Xueqi's expression had suddenly sunk, and his originally warped and savage features were now completely twisted together. It looked extremely terrifying. Elder Zhongbing, you said that young man entered the 7-star sword sect nearly 3 months ago? Chapter 299. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhongbing noticed that Xueqi's expression was slightly off, and asked curiously. Around the age of 20, killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage disciples. How's his cultivation? Xueqi took a deep breath and asked once more. Seems to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Zhongbing sighed. Not only did he kill 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, even a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Fekta Peak was killed by him. What? Xueqi's pupils constricted and he had an astonished expression. Elder Zhongbing, didn't you say he was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage? He's at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, but he did indeed kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. You ought to have heard of that 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. It's the Fekta Peak's Xueqi. Zhongbing spoke slowly. Even if he mentioned this matter now, his heart still couldn't help but surge. He might even feel as if he was dreaming. Xueqi? Xueqi had naturally heard of Xueqi, and knew that Xueqi could be considered to be one of the best amongst the Fekta Peak Outer Court disciples. Moreover, supposedly, Xueqi was already about to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Sooner or later, Xueqi would become an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Could it be that Xueqi didn't use a spirit sword? And that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple did? Xueqi asked in a low voice. It was extremely difficult for him to imagine that if it wasn't so, how could a 5th-level Origin Core Stage disciple possibly kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? No. Xueqi used a grade 7 spirit sword and attacked with his full strength. As for that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, he used a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Supposedly, the disparity in strength between them was extremely great in that battle, a difference of over 10 ancient mammoths. But at the critical moment, that fifth-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple instead shattered Xiao Ying's bones with a single finger. I wonder what martial skill he used. As he spoke up to hear, Zhong Bing, an existence at the void prying stage, couldn't help but shudder. As far as he was concerned, that Migres Peak's fifth-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple was too strange. Could he have used an offensive inscription to kill Xiao Ying? Shihao frowned and was slightly in disbelief. A mere martial skill was so heaven-defying the heavens? Even if it was an earth-grade martial skill, it might not be so heaven-defying, right? Moreover, unless it was a void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended force, otherwise, it was utterly impossible to cultivate an earth-rank martial skill. As for the legendary heaven-rank martial skill, the requirements were even harsher. Thus, the martial skills that an Origin Core Stage martial artist could cultivate were at most high-grade profound rank martial skills. But among the high-grade profound CLA/SS martial skills, was there such a strange and terrifying martial skill? He was very suspicious. Absolutely not. Zhong Bing shook his head. After that, a few Fecta Peak Outer Court elders inspected Xiao Ying's corpse and confirmed that Xiao Ying's injuries were absolutely not caused by offensive inscriptions. Xiao Ying's bones were completely shattered by origin energy. It's hard to imagine what kind of martial skill that is. Around the age of 20, and can even kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Shihao's triangular eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. His heart trembled. It should be him. What? Shihao, do you know him? Zhong Bing felt the killing intent emitted from Shihao's body, and had a bewildered expression. Elder Zhong Bing, amongst the outer court disciples that entered the 7-Star Sword sect 3 months ago, besides him, are there any other existences around the age of 20 that have stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage or above? Shihao wanted to confirm it a step further. Never heard of it. Moreover, this is practically impossible. Our 7-Star Sword sect can already be considered lucky to be able to receive such a genius martial artist. A genius martial artist like this isn't a cabbage that's sold in the market. Zhong Bing shook his head, and felt that Shihao was indulging in wild fantasies. Elder Zhong Bing, what's the name of this Migres Peak Outer Court disciple? Shihao looked at Zhong Bing and asked. Duanling Tian, said Zhong Bing. When he heard this name for the first time, he deeply remembered it in his heart. Only because this was the name of a monstrous martial artist. Thank you, Elder Zhong Bing. Shihao nodded to Zhong Bing, then turned around and left, once again stepping onto the chain bridge and heading towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Why do I feel that something is slightly strange when Shihao returned from training this time? Zhong Bing frowned as he looked at Shihao's disappearing figure. It's him. It's surely him. On the chain bridge, Shihao walked like the wind, and his triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Duanling Tian. You actually dared cripple my sister's Dantian. I won't let you off. You're dead for sure. Under Shihao's extreme rage, his warped and savage face was completely tangled together, causing some of the Alioth Peak disciples that passed by on the chain bridge to feel coldness arise from the depths of their hearts with just a glance, and they had a feeling of shuddering. Senior brother Shihao. When they greeted Shihao now, their voices were terrified to the point of trembling. Shihao didn't stop when he arrived at Dubhe Peak, and stepped onto the chain bridge that headed towards Migres Peak. He wanted to go to Migres Peak and drag out the person that crippled his sister's Dantian. He wanted to take revenge. Take revenge for the sister he doted on the most. Duanling Tian didn't know that not long after he returned from Alcade Peak, the entire Migres Peak was in an uproar. Alioth Peak's outer court disciple, Shihao, the #1 disciple in the 7-Star Sword sect's outer court, threatened to enter the life and death arena to battle Duanling Tian to the death. Duanling Tian naturally didn't know of all this. However, on Migres Peak, Duanling Tian hadn't been seen for many days, and even more people thought that Duanling Tian was afraid of Shihao, so he didn't dare show himself. Actually, it's normal for Duanling Tian to be afraid. Senior brother Shihao is the #1 disciple in our 7-Star Sword sect's outer court, and practically no outer court disciples are able to go against him. You're right. If I was Duanling Tian, I wouldn't show myself as well. Although Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, Xueqi, but senior brother Xuehao is in existence at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. The 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage is a watershed, and the difference between the two is the strength of an entire 20 ancient mammoths. Once it's amplified by a spirit sword, the difference is even greater. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian can still continue hiding and not participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition 3 months from now? The rewards of the Outer Court Martial Competition are extremely generous. Supposedly, there's even an extremely precious spirit fruit this time, and it's the reward for the first place in the Outer Court Martial Competition. How do you know? I know an inner court senior brother. He has some relationship with an inner court elder, and it was he who told me. Along with Xuehao's arrival and the Outer Court Martial Competition approaching, the entire Migres Peak was completely bustling with noise and excitement. However, even though Xuehao had waited at Migres Peak for many days, he didn't wait for Duan Ling Tian to show himself all along, and he could only temporarily leave in the end. But before he left, he still left behind some ruthless words. Duan Ling Tian, I, Xuehao, Yan's older brother, vow to fight to the death with you. Within the 7-star sword sect, there's either you or me, and there's either me or you. When Duan Ling Tian received these words, it was already 3 months later. On the peak of Migres Peak, on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, a figure that was swift like the wind seemed to have transformed into an agile spirit serpent as it flashed out from the cave passageway behind the crooked tree, and firmly stood on the crooked tree. The crooked tree didn't even sway in the slightest. It's been 3 months. Duan Ling Tian's gaze passed through the clouds and mist, and looked towards the direction of the primeval forest. After a long time he sighed. Those 2 little fellows actually still haven't returned. After returning from Alcade Peak the other time, Duan Ling Tian had always stayed in the stalactite cave to cultivate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months later. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed, borrowing the strength of the crooked tree to leap onto the peak of Migres Peak. The Outer Court Martial Competition ought to be starting soon, right? Duan Ling Tian descended from the peak, and quickly arrived at the vast platform where the trade hall was located. As far as he was concerned, it ought to be easiest to inquire about the exact rules of the Outer Court Martial Competition in the trade hall that was filled with people. However, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he noticed numerous strange gazes that originated from the crowd of Migres Peak disciples uniformly descend onto him. Is there something on my face? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right when his heart was filled with bewilderment, a figure walked towards him from the distance. Duan Ling Tian. He-chan. Duan Ling Tian recognized this Migres Peak disciple. It was precisely Hu Li's friend, He-chan. Duan Ling Tian, you've finally appeared. I thought you were hiding and didn't intend to participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition this time. He-chan sized Duan Ling Tian up from top to bottom for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Hiding? Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled when he heard He-chan. What does He-chan mean by this? What's he hiding from? Noticing Duan Ling Tian's stunned expression, He-chan asked in bewilderment. Could it be that you didn't reveal yourself for the sake of hiding from that Xuehao for 3 months? Xuehao. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Who's that? I don't know him at all. He-chan was speechless. Are you sure you don't know him? Wait. If you don't know him, then why would he spread the word that he wants to invite you to battle on the life and death arena? Invite me to battle on the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian's frown grew deeper. His heart slightly sank. Could it be that it's the doing of that outer court elder, Zhao Lin? Yeah, he came 3 months ago and even stayed at our Migres Peak for a period of time. Then left without waiting for you. After that, he came successively a few times, but didn't wait for you. All of us thought that you didn't reveal yourself for the sake of hiding from him. Hachuan nodded and said slowly. Wait. You said earlier. He's come? He's not a member of our Migres Peak? Duan Ling Tian discerned some clues from He-chan's words. Could it be that he's an inner court disciple that Zhao Lin found? Duan Ling Tian, you've really not heard of him? He's Xuehao. He-chan's gaze became slightly strange. He felt that Duan Ling Tian had entered the 7-star sword sect for almost half a year at any rate. Yet he actually hadn't even heard of their 7-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple, Xueqi. Chapter 300. Is he very famous? Duan Ling Tian saw He Chun making a fuss about nothing, and his face was filled with bewilderment and bewilderment. Xueqi. Wait. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. But I'm unable to recall it for a moment. Of course he's famous. He Chun discerned that Duan Ling Tian really hadn't heard of Xueqi, and he couldn't help but explain. Xueqi is the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the outer court of our 7-star sword sect. There's practically no one amongst the outer court disciples that's a match for him. #1 disciple in the outer court. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. He finally remembered. He remembered that Shi Yan, who had her dantian crippled by him, had once made a fuss before him, saying she had a brother who was the #1 disciple in the outer court. Moreover, her brother was an existence that was about to become an inner court disciple, a quasi-inner court disciple. Later on, Elder Bai had reminded him to be careful of Shi Yan's brother, Xueqi. So it turned out that the person He Chun spoke of that wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle him was precisely that Xueqi. Shi Yan's brother. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression that ceaselessly changed, He Chun thought that Duan Ling Tian was afraid, and he hurriedly reminded. Duan Ling Tian, if you don't have any other urgent matters, continue hiding. It probably won't be long before that Xueqi finds out about the news of you appearing here. At that time, he'll surely come look for you at the first possible moment. Then let him come look for me. Duan Ling Tian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Then he looked at He Chun and lightly smiled as he asked. He Chun, Huli ought to have returned home, right? Yes. He Chun had a bitter smile on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian's indifferent expression, and he only thought that Duan Ling Tian was a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He asked me to tell you that he'll let you see a completely new him in the future. Besides that, the Hu clan he's from is in Clarity City. Duan Ling Tian nodded and remembered it in his heart. He felt happy for Hu Li that Hu Li was able to be so cheerful. At least, Hu Li didn't sink into the shadows of the past. Duan Ling Tian, I think you should hide for a while. When Huchuan thought of Xueqi, he felt his scalp go numb. In his opinion, Xueqi was too powerful, far beyond what the current Duan Ling Tian could contend against. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. There are some things that you have to face. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and shook his head with a smile. Huchuan fell silent. That's right, Huchuan. When will the outer court martial competition begin? Also, what do I need to do if I want to participate? Huchuan happened to be there as well, so Duan Ling Tian asked. The reason he left the stalactite cave this time was precisely for the sake of the outer court martial competition this time. Not only did he want to participate in the outer court martial competition, he also wanted to obtain first place. This was his promise to Power of Hu. A man's promise. The first round of the outer court martial competition is 3 days from now. So long as you're a Migres Peak disciple, you can participate in the first round of the outer court martial competition, and you don't have to do anything. At that time, the people that want to participate can all gather at the Migres platform and receive a number plate to carry out the elimination battles to decide on the strongest 10 people. He Chun said to Duan Ling Tian. But, the outer court martial competition this time is different from the previous years, and there aren't any restrictions like the past. This time, there will be many 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples participating. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He'd already found out about this from Li Fei earlier, so he was mentally prepared. 7th level Origin Core Stage? So what? Since he'd promised Power of Hu to seize first place in the outer court martial competition, then he would surely accomplish it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was incomparably firm. Huchuan, I'll be returning first. See you 3 days from now. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Huchuan, then turned around and left, vanishing before the eyes of all the Migres Peak disciples. Coming and going without a trace. Elusive. Not long after, a figure that dashed like the wind arrived at Migres Peak, and under the guidance of some Migres Peak disciples, the figure found Huchuan. You know Duan Ling Tian? The young man with a warped and hideous appearance stared fixedly at Huchuan with a pair of triangular eyes. Huchuan never imagined that this Xueqi would actually be able to find his place of cultivation, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he nodded. "Take me to see him." Xueqi's eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen, and his voice was cold like ice. "I don't know where his place of cultivation is." Huchuan shook his head. Xueqi's face sank, and his pair of triangular eyes stared at Huchuan, and in the end, he noticed that Huchuan seemed to not be lying. "Then why did he look for you?" "I only met him by chance, and after he asked me some things about the outer court martial competition, he returned." Huchuan didn't conceal it. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to conceal this, as all the Migres Peak disciples would know 3 days from now. In this way, he'll be participating in the outer court martial competition this time? Xueqi's pair of triangular eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a gloomy sneer, as if Duan Lingtian had already become his. "Yes." Huchuan nodded. This was something he was able to confirm. He was able to discern that the reason Duan Lingtian appeared near the trade hall today was precisely for the sake of inquiring about the matters of the outer court martial competition. "That's good." Xueqi's pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold light, then he raised his hand to directly slap Huchuan flying, and only when he saw Huchuan crash onto the ground did he snort coldly, then turn around and leave. Puh! Huchuan was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. This Xueqi was really as overbearing as the rumors said. 3 days later, the 7-star sword sect's first round of the outer court martial competition had begun. The strongest 10 outer court disciples from the 6 great sword peaks of the outer court would be decided on today, and they would participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. The second round of the outer court martial competition was the true outer court martial competition. People that displayed outstanding performance in the second round of the outer court martial competition would be able to obtain generous rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. This was also the reason why all the outer court disciples flocked to the outer court martial competition like a flock of ducks. Whoosh! At the peak of Migres Peak, a figure dashed like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it flashed down to arrive nearby the trade hall. "Where's the Migres platform?" The person that came down from the peak was precisely Duan Lingtian. "Follow them." Duan Lingtian, who didn't know where the location of the first round of the outer court martial competition was, merged into the stream of people on the mountain path of Migres Peak. Instantly, some of the nearby Migres Peak disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. "It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you actually still dare to appear. Could it be that you're not afraid of senior brother Xueqi?" "Yeah, Duan Lingtian, if senior brother Xueqi knew that you'd appeared, he would surely not let you off." Waves of similar words sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled towards this, and paid no attention to it. Then his figure flashed out like the wind, following the stream of people to flash down the mountain. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian passed by the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Continuing down. Finally, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Migres platform. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he looked at the Migres platform that occupied an area that far surpassed the platform the life and death arena was on. This Migres platform is rather large. The Migres platform was extremely large, and there stood 10 spacious stone platforms. Every single one of these stone platforms wasn't smaller than the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian guessed that these stone platforms ought to be the combat rings used to carry out the elimination battles in the first round of the outer court martial competition. Before long, many outer court disciples had gathered on the Migres platform. These outer court disciples were all in high spirits, rubbing their fists and palms together, and all of them wanted to become the last 10 people to advance today. Only in this way would they have the chance to obtain the rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian stood there, and naturally attracted many gazes. Presently, Duan Lingtian could absolutely be considered to be a celebrity on Migres Peak. However, amongst the people that looked at Duan Lingtian now, there were some people that had gloating mixed within their eyes. This Duan Lingtian actually dares participate in the outer court martial competition. Even if he successfully advances, he'll surely encounter senior brother Xueqi in the end. With senior brother Xueqi's hatred towards him, even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. If I was him, I would surely not participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Yeah, what he should do now is hide and cultivate. Come out when he breaks through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, it ought to not take too much time. At that time, senior brother Xueqi might not be able to do anything to him. I really wonder what's going on in his head. Duan Ling Tian could vaguely hear the whispers of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, but he didn't pay attention to it. Hide. If he did that, then he wouldn't be Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw He Chun had arrived as well, but he noticed that there was an injury on the corner of He Chun's mouth, and he frowned. He Chun, who injured you? It was Xueqi. It's nothing serious, only a superficial injury. He Chun shook his head and smiled, with an indifferent expression. Xueqi. Duan Ling Tian frowned, and felt it was slightly strange. Why did he injure you? You have a grudge with him as well? He Chun shook his head. No. It was 3 days ago when I was talking to you near the trade hall, and was seen by some people. They told Xueqi. Xueqi found my place of cultivation, and asked me about you. I told him about you participating in the outer court martial competition. I'm sorry. As he finished speaking, He Chun had an apologetic expression. It's only a small matter, even if you didn't say it, he would still know today. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently, and didn't mind. How is it? Do you have the confidence to advance today? Don't joke around. I utterly didn't plan to enter the arena today, and only came to cheer for you. But, with your strength, wanting to advance is extremely easy. What He Chun said was filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. It's senior brother He Dong. Right at this moment, a surprised voice caused many Migres Peak disciples to look over. Duan Ling Tian looked over as well. A young man around the age of 25 walked over with large strides from the side of the mountain path. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples greeted him enthusiastically. Senior brother He Dong. Senior brother He Dong. Senior brother He Dong. Chapter 301. 7th level of the origin core stage? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian discerned that this He Dong was a martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. The nearby He Chun noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze descending onto He Dong, and hurriedly said, Duan Ling Tian, this is senior brother He Dong, and he's one of the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples of our Migres Peak. Our Migres Peak has 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, and his strength is the strongest. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Being able to stand out amongst the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, this He Dong's strength was surely extraordinary. He's inferior to Xueqi? Duan Ling Tian asked. Since Xueqi was publicly acknowledged as the #1 disciple in the outer court, he presumably surpassed this He Dong. Senior brother He Dong's strength is slightly inferior to Xueqi. But, he's never admitted that Xueqi is the #1 disciple in the outer court. Supposedly, he's participating in the outer court martial competition this time precisely because he wants to defeat Xueqi and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. He Chun slowly said. Defeat Xueqi and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a trace of an indistinct smile. Does this He Dong really think that besides Xueqi, he's the strongest amongst the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples? Before long, more and more Migres Peak disciples gathered together on the Migres platform. Meanwhile, 10 outer court elders had arrived as well. Amongst the 10 outer court elders, Duan Ling Tian only recognized 2 of them. Lu Qiu, Zhao Lin. Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin came side by side, and there ought to be some friendship between the 2 of them. Duan Ling Tian. Before long, Lu Qiu noticed Duan Ling Tian from the crowd, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his face as he walked over in large strides. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Qiu being so cordial, and instantly lightly smiled as he greeted him. Duan Ling Tian, I've really misjudged you. Lu Qiu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. At that time, It was he who led Duan Lingtian to Migres Peak. Although he felt that this young man who was about 20 years old was different from the other new disciples, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would be so abnormal. Only arrived at Migres Peak for a few days, and he'd already killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. 2 months later, he killed another 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. His name spread throughout the entire 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court. Of course, even in the Inner Court, many people knew that a monstrous disciple, Duan Lingtian, had appeared in the Outer Court. Work hard and get a good ranking in this Outer Sect martial competition. After Lu Qiu smiled at Duan Lingtian, he went to greet the other Outer Sect elders. If the rules of the Outer Sect martial competition had not changed, he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain first place in the Outer Sect martial competition. But this time, because Duan Lingtian had revealed his ability, the Peak Masters of the 6 Peaks had changed the rules of the Outer Sect martial competition at the last minute, and didn't set up any restrictions. After the rules were changed, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples of the 6 Great Sword Peaks could participate in the Outer Sect martial competition this time. This caused the competition to be even more intense. Even though Duan Lingtian had once killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist 3 months ago. But the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was a watershed, and he didn't think that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Humph. Zhao Lin followed after Lu Qiu walked away, and his icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, waiting to swallow him up. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and a light smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, causing Zhao Lin's expression to become even more unsightly. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he instead noticed that He Dong, who was resting with his eyes closed in the distance, had unknowingly arrived by his side. Duan Lingtian looked at He Dong and nodded indifferently. "I heard you killed the Fecta Peak 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Xueqi, 3 months ago. Your natural talent isn't bad." He Dong nodded to Duan Lingtian, and his expression was stiff and reserved. "Your natural talent isn't bad as well. It ought to not be long before you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage, right?" Duan Lingtian's gaze was incomparably deep, and when it descended onto He Dong, it seemed as if it could see through everything. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the minute changes on He Dong's body. Although He Dong's expression didn't change, but his eyes couldn't help but constrict now. He noticed that before this outer court disciple that was a little over 20, he seemed as if he completely had no secrets. This outer court disciple's gaze seemed as if it could see through everything. "Looks like I've still underestimated you." He Dong took a deep breath, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his stiff face as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. He Dong. He Dong." This was a self-introduction. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't have any ill feelings towards He Dong, and now that He Dong was polite, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. "Your reputation is well deserved." He Dong smiled to Duan Lingtian, and at the same time he turned and left, he added, "If you need help with a matter of sure how, feel free to ask." "Thank you." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This He Dong was slightly interesting. The nearby He Chun was dumbstruck. "Duan Lingtian, senior brother He Dong actually took the initiative to greet you earlier. Moreover, he has the intention of helping you." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even if He Dong was willing to help him, he wouldn't ask for it. He would deal with his own matters. Moreover, according to what He Chun said, He Dong's strength seemed to be inferior to Sure Hao. If He Dong was injured because of him, then he would really owe He Dong a great favor. After Lu Qiu and He Dong successively greeted Duan Lingtian, for a time, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention of many people. Along with the first round of the outer court martial competition beginning, the gazes of these people left Duan Lingtian. In the first round of the outer court martial competition, everyone received a number plate and took turns to battle. Duan Lingtian received number plate number 189. It belonged to the 7th combat ring. Every combat ring would give birth to an arena master that would advance in the end and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. It was unknown if it was the intention of the group of Migres Peak Outer Court elders, but the 5 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, including Hidong, were respectively divided into the 1st Combat Ring to the 5th Combat Ring. The Outer Court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all had bitter smiles on their faces. After the Outer Court martial competition began, the 5 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples stood there from the 1st Combat Ring to the 1st Combat Ring, as if they were invincible gods of war. The Outer Court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all directly admitted defeat, as no one had the courage to ascend the combat ring. Because they knew that even if they ascended the combat ring, they would only be looking for a beating. They could only wait for the final arena master to be born from the other 5 combat rings before proceeding with the challenge. Once they succeeded in their challenge, they would be able to replace the arena master and become the new arena master. They would obtain the qualifications to participate in the 2nd round of the Outer Court martial competition tomorrow. So they weren't discouraged. The 7th combat ring. It was also the combat ring that Duan Ling Tian led. Number 181 and 182 ascended the combat ring and carried out the elimination battles. Both of them were 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the Outer Court disciples on the 1st to 5th combat rings, 6th combat ring, 8th combat ring, 9th combat ring, and 10th combat ring were practically all existences at the 5th or 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, and not a single Outer Court disciple below the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage could be seen. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It was practically impossible for Outer Court disciples below the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage to obtain the final 10 positions. So, even though there were many Outer Court disciples on the Migres platform, most of them had come to watch the show. There were only close to 300 Outer Court disciples that had truly participated in the 1st round of the Outer Court martial competition. These 300 people were all Outer Court disciples at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage or above. Duan Ling Tian's gaze returned to the 7th combat ring. Meanwhile, the result of the battle between the 2 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples was out. One of them relied on a Grade 7 Spirit Sword to firmly defeat the other Outer Court disciple that only had a Grade 8 Spirit Sword. What a pity! His strength wasn't inferior to his opponent, but because his Spirit Sword was inferior to his opponent, he lost. He Chun sighed, and was slightly regretful for the latter. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. A Spirit Sword is also a part of strength. In next to no time, a few more elimination battles played out successively on the 7th combat ring. 10 combat rings, every combat ring had a Migres Peak Outer Court Elder standing at the side. The duty of these Outer Court Elders was to prevent Outer Court disciples from being injured during the elimination battles. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes. Number 189. The Outer Court Elder that stood at the side of the 7th combat ring suddenly spoke out. "It's my turn." Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Then his figure flashed out to ascend the 7th combat ring. Duan Ling Tian. The Outer Court Elder's gaze abruptly shone when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Presently, the Outer Court disciple that stood on the 7th combat ring was a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, and when he saw Duan Ling Tian, his originally composed expression instantly became slightly flustered. Duan Ling Tian had once killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple 3 months ago. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the arena, he instantly drew the gazes of many people. The Outer Court disciples that originally surrounded the other combat rings to watch the show now all gushed towards the 7th combat ring. "It's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has entered the arena." 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian killed the 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Xueqi, on the Fecta Peak's Life and Death arena, and I wasn't able to witness it with my own 2 eyes. Today, I'm finally able to witness his elegant demeanor. Supposedly, that time 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian relied on a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage to kill Xueqi. I've always been extremely curious. How did he do it? You don't have to be curious now. You'll be able to see it right away. Streams of people flowed in the surroundings of the 7th combat ring, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Ling Tian. "Elder, how about we temporarily stop fighting here? We want to see Duan Ling Tian make a move as well." After the 2 Outer Court disciples on the 6th combat ring discussed it, they spoke to the Outer Court Elder that stood at the side of the combat ring. "All right. I just happened to want to witness this Duan Lingtian's ability. The outer court elder nodded and didn't have any objections. Chapter 302. The gazes of the 5 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that stood on the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring, including He Dong, descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. They were extremely interested in Duan Lingtian as well. A young man that was a little over 20 had killed a 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple on Fekta Peak's Life and Death Arena 3 months ago. They'd heard of it. Supposedly, this young man didn't utilize an inscription at that time, and completely relied on his strength to kill the outer court disciple. It was simply inconceivable. At least, they asked themselves if they were at this age. They were absolutely unable to accomplish this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Qiu stood at the side of the 3rd combat ring, and his gaze descended onto the 7th combat ring, staring fixedly at the figure that didn't move like a mountain. He saw the hope of Migres Peak on this young man. He saw the hope of the 7-star sword sect. At the side of the 4th combat ring, Zhao Lin's face sank, and he grunted in a low voice, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age was because Duan Lingtian cultivated that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. If Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate that cultivation method, he might not have such accomplishments. So, no matter what, he had to obtain that cultivation method. At all costs. By hook or by crook. On the 7th combat ring, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. This was a grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's opponent, a 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. When faced with Duan Lingtian, who had a carefree expression, he felt slightly weak in his heart, and his hand that held the grade 7 spirit sword became slightly moist. That was cold sweat. Although Duan Lingtian was only a young man that was a little over 20, Duan Lingtian brought extremely great pressure to him, pressing him down to the point he was slightly unable to catch his breath. This was an existence that had once killed a 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. Moreover, the strength of that 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple wasn't inferior to him. You won't kill me, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight difficulty. Of course not. There is no enmity between us, so why would I want to kill you? Besides, isn't there an elder watching from the side? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a reply. Do I look like a cruel person who kills people at the drop of a hat? Hee. The young man smiled awkwardly. Under the impatient and murderous gazes around him, he finally moved. Whoosh! The young man's figure moved. His footsteps were extremely light, and he left behind a string of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Above him, 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Whoosh! The sword flashed out as if it had transformed into a bolt of lightning. It appeared in a flash and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. In the sky, 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot with a calm expression. When the young man arrived before him, Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple attire was blown by the strong wind caused by the young man's figure flashing, and it fluttered in the wind. Duan Lingtian, why aren't you drawing your sword? The surrounding crowd of spectators were bewildered when they saw the sword strike in the young man's hand that had transformed into a bolt of lightning and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a sword light that was swift to the extreme instantly moved to intercept the young man's sword strike that had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, only 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist and relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute this sword skill. At this instant, all the surrounding spectators held their breaths. The strength of Duan Lingtian's sword strike was inferior to his opponent's strength by the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Could he win? If it was before, No one would think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to win. But 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had once used this strength to kill a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. Finally, clang! The Grade 7 Spirit Sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand collided with the young man's Grade 7 Spirit Sword that had transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended down. The two terrifying forces collided together, causing the air to shake. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a slight smile. When the young man's sword descended, he felt that Duan Ling Tian's strength seemed to be far inferior to his strength, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of wild joy. I'm going to defeat Duan Ling Tian. He was excited in his heart. But in next to no time, the smile on his face completely froze. Because he noticed that a terrifying trembling force suddenly gushed out from Duan Ling Tian's Grade 7 Spirit Sword. The frequency of this force's trembling became faster and faster. Let go! An explosive shout sounded out by his ears, and it caused the young man who was hesitating about whether he should let go and the web between his thumb and index finger split open didn't dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go. After Duan Ling Tian warned the young man, the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in his hand shook and flicked the young man's Grade 7 Spirit Sword away, and it fell to the ground with a clang. If the young man didn't let go, the young man's bones would absolutely be shattered by his quake energy. Whoosh! The origin energy on the Grade 7 Spirit Sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand that was trembling with a terrifying frequency that was difficult to detect was restrained, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's throat. The outcome had already been decided. The young man stood on the spot. The web between his thumb and index finger of the hand that held the sword had split open and was dripping with fresh blood, but he seemed to not have the slightest reaction. Cold sweat ceaselessly emerged from his forehead. Although he'd lost, he didn't feel the slightest sense of loss, and was instead slightly glad that he'd escaped with his life. Number 189. Duan Ling Tian. Victory. Becomes the arena master of the 7th combat ring. The outer court elder at the side of the 7th combat ring was the first to react, and he restrained the shock on his face as he announced. Whoosh! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Unbelievable! It's simply too bizarre. Duan Ling Tian's sword strike that was swung out with the strength of 90 ancient mammoths actually suppressed an attack executed with the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. It's truly unbelievable. 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian defeated a strong opponent as the weak, and killed Xueqi on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Now he's defeated a strong opponent as the weak once again, and defeated our Migres Peak 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Too terrifying. Even the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation seemed to be far from being so heaven-defying when they were at Duan Ling Tian's age. Of course. Looks like a peerless monster has really appeared in our 7-star sword sect this time. All the outer court disciples had shocked expressions. Their gazes were extremely complicated. But there was even more joy. Duan Ling Tian was their Migres Peak's outer court disciple. In the future, even if Duan Ling Tian became an inner court disciple and went to the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he'd still come from their Migres Peak, and was the pride of their Migres Peak. What a bizarre ability. Dong stood on the first combat ring, and a trace of shock appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who'd put away his sword and stood there proudly. The other 4 7th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciples looked at each other as well. Did all of you perceive any inkling of that sword strike of his? A 7th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple couldn't help but ask. Including Dong, the 4 of them shook their heads. Actually, it wasn't only them. Even the 10 Migres Peak outer court elders present were unable to see through what was so special about Duan Ling Tian's sword strike. What a terrifying ability. Zhao Lin's burning gaze seemed as if it was able to penetrate Duan Ling Tian's body, and his feelings surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Even I'm unable to see through the ability this Duan Ling Tian executed. However, I can be sure that it ought to be a technique from the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I must obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. At this moment, Zhao Lin seemed as if he'd been possessed. Duan Ling Tian felt Zhao Lin's gaze, and his body slightly leaned, and his eyes just happened to meet Zhao Lin's gaze. He saw the madness and greed in Zhao Lin's eyes. This Zhao Lin. He really chatters endlessly. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, as he naturally guessed Zhao Lin's current thoughts. Zhao Lin probably attributed all the miracles that happened to him to the non-existent cultivation method, the muscle meridian rebirth scroll, that Duanling Tian fabricated. I wonder what expression Zhao Lin would have if he knew that the muscle meridian rebirth scroll utterly doesn't exist in this world. Duanling Tian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Hiss! Amongst the surrounding crowd of outer court disciples, an outer court disciple was dumbstruck for a long time, and in the end, he couldn't help but gasp. He was precisely Tang Bai. The Tang Bai that was entrusted by Zhao Lin to go look for trouble with Duanling Tian, and accepted Duanling Tian's invitation to the life and death arena, yet didn't dare be on the spot. At that time, Tang Bai had heard of the news of Duanling Tian killing the Fecta Peak 6th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, Xueqi, so he didn't dare be on the spot and carry out a battle on the life and death arena with Duanling Tian. Now that he thought about it, Tang Bai suddenly felt how wise he was. Even though he'd suffered many disdainful looks because of this during these 3 months, and he was extremely aggrieved in his heart. But now, the aggrieved feeling in his heart had vanished like smoke into thin air. Compared to his own life, everything else wasn't worth mentioning. The first round of the outer court martial competition continued. For a time, the 7th combat ring that Duanling Tian was at was like the 1st to 5th combat rings, becoming a forbidden area that other people didn't dare set foot in. There wasn't another outer court disciple that was allocated to the 7th combat ring that dared ascend the 7th combat ring to battle Duanling Tian. They admitted defeat one after another, waiting for the birth of the final arena master of the remaining 4 combat rings. At that time, so long as they had the strength, they would similarly be able to obtain the opportunity to advance. Duanling Tian stood on the 7th combat ring and looked around in boredom, occasionally looking at the elimination battles on the 6th combat ring, occasionally looking at the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring. Time silently flowed by. In only a single morning's time, the 10 Migres Peak disciples with the strongest strengths that obtained advancement were born. Of the 10 Migres Peak disciples, 5 were at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage, and 4 were at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Chapter 303. The 10 of you head to Mizar Peak at dawn tomorrow. The outer court martial competition this time will be held at Mizar Peak's Mizar Balcony. At that time, it will be personally presided over by the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. The curtains to the first round of the outer court martial competition had fallen, and the Migres Peak outer court elder, Lu Qiu, looked at Duanling Tian's group of 10 as he slowly spoke. Duanling Tian's group of 10 nodded, indicating that they understood. In next to no time, the 10 Migres Peak outer court elders led by Lu Qiu left successively. Congratulations, senior brother He Dong. Congratulations, senior brother Wang Zhu. Subsequently, the group of outer court disciples started congratulating the outer court disciples that had advanced. Especially the 5 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples led by He Dong. They were even surrounded by the group of outer court disciples. All the outer court disciples were incomparably enthusiastic, and all wanted to form a good relationship with He Dong's group of 5. After all, the 5 of them were practically nailed to the inner court disciples in the future. Duanling Tian, congratulations. He Chun arrived before Duanling Tian as well, and thanked Duanling Tian. Although he knew since long ago that with Duanling Tian's strength, he would surely be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition. But when it really came to this moment, he still felt happy for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled to He Chun. Then the two of them walked side by side, following the group of Migres Peak disciples to leave the Migres platform. Duanling Tian bid his farewells to He Chun, then left. After leaving, Duanling Tian's brows knit, then merged into the surging stream of people, moving back and forth, and only after half an hour did he conceal himself into a remote mountain path. Now, no matter who it is, it's impossible for them to follow me. Duanling Tian's actions earlier weren't superfluous, and it was precisely because he was worried about being followed. Of course, it was mainly to guard against Zhao Lin. Today, Zhao Lin's display caused Duanling Tian to feel pressure. He believed that as long as Zhao Lin didn't achieve his goal, Zhao Lin wouldn't let him off. So, he had to guard against Zhao now. If he really allowed Zhao Lin to find the slightest chance, then he would surely die and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with coldness. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased up his furious and agitated feelings. Then he headed towards the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. But now, on a mountain path on Migres Peak, a figure flashed out, and Zhao Lin appeared. His expression was as ugly as it could be. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to shake me off. Looks like it wasn't a coincidence or luck that he was able to shake me off. In that case, he can discover me. At that instant, apart from the coldness in Zhao Lin's eyes, there was also a hint of greed. How shocking! Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such means. Or perhaps, the reason why you were able to discover me was because of that miraculous muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing technique. Now, Zhao Lin had attributed all the unimaginable things that had happened to Duan Lingtian to the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. His desire for the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll grew stronger and stronger. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely obtain your muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. Zhao Lin thought in his heart, seeming to have thought of something. Then he left Migres Peak and stepped onto the chain bridge. After arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he continued towards the distance and finally arrived at Alioth Peak. Within a spacious gorge on Alioth Peak. Elder Zhao Lin. The young man with a warped and hideous appearance and a pair of triangular eyes frowned slightly when he saw the middle-aged man that walked in. He recognized the person before him. It was the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. Xueqi. Zhao Lin saw Xueqi and nodded indifferently. Although Xueqi was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, he was only a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, and was no different than an ant in the eyes of Zhao Lin, an elder of the 7-star sword sect. Elder Zhao Lin, I wonder why you're looking for me? Xueqi went straight to the point and asked, as he didn't think that this Migres Peak outer court elder had only come to visit him. Although he and this Migres Peak elder knew each other, they'd never conversed in the past, not even a single word. Xueqi, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I've come to look for you today only for the sake of Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin went straight to the point as well, and his eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. Xueqi frowned, his originally hideous and warped features were twisted together, and his pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold sheen. He saw the fierce light in Zhao Lin's eyes. He only thought that this was Zhao Lin targeting him, and his face instantly sank. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry. If it's related to the matter of Duan Lingtian, then there's nothing to discuss between the two of us. Zhao Lin was the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder. Duan Lingtian was a Migres Peak disciple. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lin had surely come this time for the sake of making him dispel the thought of dealing with Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Xueqi, and his eyes emitted dense coldness. Whoosh! Zhao Lin raised his hand, and his sleeve swelled up as he abruptly swept out. Instantly, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and Xueqi was swept flying by Zhao Lin's sleeve like an arrow that left the bowstring. Bang! Xueqi fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he ceaselessly spat out blood from his mouth, but his triangular eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Lin, and contained frightening coldness mixed within. Zhao Lin, you dare touch me? Touch you! Zhao Lin sneered, his figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived before Xueqi, and the origin energy in his hand roiled and condensed. Do you believe that once this hand of mine descends, you'll die for sure? He'd already held back when he swung out his sleeve earlier. If he exerted his full strength, then Xueqi would have died for sure. Within this gorge, even if he killed Xueqi, no one would know that it was done by him, and there was utterly no need to worry about the 7-star sword sect blaming him. Xueqi's face sank, and the coldness in his triangular eyes grew even colder. So what? Even if I die, I won't let that Duan Lingtian off. He crippled my sister's Dantian, so I must make him die. No one is able to stop me. Xueqi's words caused Zhao Lin's face to freeze. Do you think I'm asking you to let Duan Lingtian off? Could it be that you aren't? Xueqi sneered, and his triangular eyes were cold as before. Humph! Zhao Lin grunted coldly and scolded. Idiot! I wish for nothing more than to make that Duan Lingtian die. But you actually think I'm asking you to let him off? Truly laughable. The enraged expression on Xueqi's face completely froze, and he looked at Zhao Lin with suspicion. Elder Zhao Lin, is what you said true? Do you think I have to lie to you? Zhao Lin raised his hand, and a grade 7 gold injury pill flew out to descend into Xueqi's hand. Consume it. Xueqi took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, causing his injuries to recover, and he stood up with a slightly apologetic expression. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry. It was Xueqi who misunderstood you. But, I wonder why Elder Zhao Lin has come here this time? I naturally came here to give you a chance to kill Duan Tian. Zhao Lin's gaze went cold as he slowly spoke. When he saw Xueqi's bewildered expression, Zhao Lin continued. Xueqi, you wouldn't be thinking that if you encounter Duan Tian tomorrow, you'll be able to kill him, right? The outer court martial competition has always strictly prohibited outer court disciples from killing each other. If you really dare to directly kill that Duan Tian, then I'm afraid the trouble you'll face won't be small. Humph. Xueqi's face sank, and traces of coldness appeared in his eyes. So what? For the sake of my sister, Xueyan, I'll surely burn that Duan Tian's bones and scatter his ashes, no matter the cost. The rules of the 7-Star Sword sect are unable to stop me. Then what if you're able to kill Duan Tian and don't have to violate the rules of the 7-Star Sword sect? Zhao Lin said indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Xueqi frowned and had a puzzled expression. If I have a way to make tomorrow's outer court martial competition become a life-and-death competition, what do you think? Wouldn't you feel like a fish in water? The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile that concealed a scheme. Really? Xueqi's eyes shone. If it was really possible, then even if he killed Duan Tian, he wouldn't violate the rules of the 7-Star Sword sect. After all, it was said that it would be a life-and-death competition, and even if someone died, it would be understandable. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Zhao Lin had a face full of confidence. Xueqi took a deep breath, then looked at Zhao Lin with a burning gaze. Elder Zhao Lin, you specially came to look for me and tell me this matter. You ought to not have come just to tell me this good news, right? Zhao Lin nodded. Of course. My request is extremely simple. After you kill Duan Tian, I want his spatial ring. Just this. Xueqi was stunned. This request was indeed extremely simple. Although he'd realized that Duan Tian's spatial ring ought to have something Zhao Lin needed, he didn't care. He only wanted to take revenge for his younger sister. Just this. Zhao Lin nodded once more. How about it? Elder Zhao Lin, I promise you. So long as you're able to make tomorrow's outer court martial competition become a life-and-death competition. Xueqi agreed. As far as he was concerned, this was a good thing that came knocking on his door. All right. Zhao Lin smiled and left in satisfaction. As far as he was concerned, so long as he obtained Duan Tian's spatial ring, he would surely be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. From Duan Tian's current accomplishments, he was able to realize that the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll wasn't simple. He was almost certain that Duan Tian would surely carry a cultivation method like this with him. After all, the more profound the cultivation method, the more complicated it was. It was extremely difficult to remember. Usually one would carry it with them. At the side of the cliff at the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Tian was half lying on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, leaning on the strong branch of the crooked tree. Two little fellows that cause others to worry about. As he drank the monkey wine and gazed towards the direction of the primeval forest, Duan Tian thought of the two little pythons once more. I wonder if Ke has returned. When he thought of Ke, a smile appeared on Duan Tian's face. That delicate and pitiful young girl he met on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago was now able to take charge of herself. At the same time that he felt gratified, he also felt pity and love in his heart. That was his woman. Chapter 304. At dawn the next day, Duan Tian bathed in the morning dew and left the peak of Migres Peak. Mizar Peak. It was the first time that Duan Tian had gone there, so he didn't know where Mizar Peak was. However, after arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he was able to see the surging stream of people all heading towards one direction. He knew clearly in his heart that these people were surely heading towards Mizar Peak to open the balcony. So, he followed the stream of people. On the way, he could hear various discussions. I never imagined that the outer court martial competition this time actually changed the rules, and didn't restrict that only outer court disciples that entered the 7-star sword sect within 3 years are able to participate. Yeah, I originally thought that since I'm at the 5th level of the origin core stage, I ought to be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition. But now that the rules have been changed, those that advance in the first round of the outer court martial competition are either at the 6th level of the origin core stage or at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Now that the rules have been changed, the first in the outer court martial competition this time will surely be Alioth Peak senior brother Xueqi without a doubt. That might not be the case. Don't forget, Migres Peak senior brother He Dong, Alcade Peak senior sisters Waqing, and Merak Peak senior brother Hu Xuefeng have strengths that aren't much inferior to senior brother Xueqi. I heard that Merak Peak senior brother Hu Xuefeng was bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification by his master, the Peak Master of Merak Peak, some time ago. What? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Are you sure? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Duan Ling Tian walked on the chain bridge that led to Mizar Peak, and he was slightly moved when he heard the discussions of the few 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that walked past him. The higher the grade of a spirit weapon, the greater the difficulty of refining it. That day in the Crimson Sky Kingdom Swallow Mountain County's county city, he and the Chu family's second elder had bet their lives on weapons refinement. The grade 8 spirit weapon refined by the Chu family's second elder was able to provide a 19% amplification, and it was already extremely rare. It could be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 8 spirit weapons. On the other hand, a grade 7 spirit artifact that could provide an amplification of 29% was even rarer than the former. Even if it's me, once my cultivation steps into the 7th level of the origin core stage and becomes a grade 7 weapons craftsman, I'll at most be able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 31% amplification. Whereas if I try my best, I can refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 22% now. So, Duan Ling Tian deeply knew how difficult it was to obtain a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. I never imagined that in this tiny Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there's still a weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Soon after, their discussion entered Duan Ling Tian's ears again. Supposedly, that grade 7 spirit sword was something the Peak Master of Merak Peak went to the Dark Cloud Empire and specially invited a weapons refinement master to refine for senior brother Hu Xuefeng. Even if it's in the Dark Cloud Empire, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification is surely not a nobody. I heard long ago that the Peak Master of Merak Peak doted on senior brother Hu Xuefeng, but I never imagined that it was to such an extent. With such a grade 7 spirit sword to rely on, senior brother Hu Xuefeng's strength has surely increased greatly. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification was refined by a weapons refinement master of the Dark Cloud Empire. Dark Cloud Empire. If it was said that the Crimson Sky Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Dark Cloud Empire. Duan Ling Tian knew a little about this. But even then, it still caused Duan Ling Tian to feel surprised. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 29% amplification was rare even in the foreign lands. He could be sure. That weapons refinement master surely had his own unique points. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian followed the stream of people to arrive at Mizar Peak, and finally arrived at his destination, the open balcony. The open balcony of Mizar Peak was similar to the Migres platform of Migres Peak. It was an extremely vast platform, and there were 10 spacious combat rings on it. When he was on the Migres platform yesterday, there were only Migres Peak disciples, and although there were many people, it didn't seem to be crowded. But today on this open balcony, the stream of people surged, causing one to be unable to move an inch. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a voice entered into his ears, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from turning around. It was an extremely unfamiliar seven-star sword sect outer court disciple that greeted him. You are. Duan Ling Tian didn't recognize this outer court disciple. Duan Ling Tian, I'm a Migres Peak disciple as well. Yesterday on the Migres platform, your sword strike that seemed as if it had the help of the gods was too formidable. This Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression when he saw Duan Ling Tian actually replied to him. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Then he replied with a smile. Duan Ling Tian? He's Duan Ling Tian? The Migres Peak's little freak. Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian quickly noticed that along with this Migres Peak disciple greeting him, for a time, the surrounding crowd of seven-star sword sect outer court disciples avoided him, and they surrounded him and sized him up from top to bottom. So young. He's at most a little over 20. It's him that killed the Fecta Peak 6th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, Xueqi. All the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke with words that were filled with interest towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he didn't like this feeling. Scoundrel! Suddenly, a moving voice that was like an aureole sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Just by hearing the voice and not seeing the person, Duan Ling Tian already knew who it was. Duan Ling Tian's slightly stiff face bloomed with a light smile, and he walked out of the crowd in large strides. Perhaps it was because the surrounding people knew of Duan Ling Tian's identity and were slightly fearful. But now, everywhere Duan Ling Tian passed, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the Mizar platform, and his eyes were filled with tender love as he looked at Li Fei, who stood there with a joyful expression. Little Fei. Duan Ling Tian, junior sister said she saw you when she arrived, and I thought she was seeing things. The beautiful young woman beside Li Fei smiled mischievously. Senior sister. What are you talking about? Li Fei instantly blushed when she heard this. Senior sister. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young woman and lightly smiled as he greeted her, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. Earlier, he only knew that this senior sister of little Fei's was called Xueqi. But on the way here earlier, he'd heard many outer court disciples mention Xueqi, and their words placed Xueqi at a height that was only inferior to the number one disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, in the seven-star sword sect's outer court. She was ranked on par with the Migres Peaks Hidong and the Merak Peaks Hu Xuefeng. At that time, he realized that this senior sister's Xueqi wasn't simple. Xueqi looked at Duan Ling Tian and replied with a smile. The young man before her was her junior sister's man, and she didn't take Duan Ling Tian to be an outsider. It's senior sister's Xueqi. In next to no time, many seven-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform recognized Xueqi and exclaimed in surprise. That junior sister by senior sister's Xueqi's side is so beautiful. Too beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. A smile that can overturn a city. A second smile that can overturn a kingdom. Nothing more than this. The gazes of the numerous seven-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly descended onto Li Fei, who was by Xueqi's side. To them, Li Fei was truly too beautiful. Although there were many female disciples in the seven-star sword sect, but there was practically no one that possessed a peerless appearance like Li Fei. In terms of cultivation, women were innately weaker than men, so outstanding women in the martial Tao were extremely rare. Moreover, a woman that was able to be outstanding in both appearance and martial Tao was even less than 1 in 10,000. So when they saw such a beautiful woman in the seven-star sword sect, the crowd of seven-star sword sect outer court disciples slightly lost their composure. Although everyone loved beauty, but now that so many burning gazes descended onto Li Fei, it still caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly displeased. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand and domineeringly held onto Li Fei's jade hand, then pulled Li Fei to his side. It was as if he was declaring the ownership of Li Fei. Scoundrel. Being pulled by Duan Ling Tian like this in public caused Li Fei's beautiful face to go slightly red, and her pink and tender cheeks seemed like they would break with a flick of a finger. This caused the crowd of seven-star sword sect outer court disciples on the balcony to be dumbstruck. However, the strand of faintly discernible happiness within Li Fei's pair of beautiful eyes that were like water was obvious. Instantly, the crowd of seven-star sword sect outer court disciples reacted to what had happened, and numerous gazes that were filled with killing intent descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and they wished for nothing more than to kill Duanling Tian and replace him. Our 7-star sword sect finally had a drop-dead gorgeous junior sister appear with great difficulty, but I never imagined that someone would beat us to it. This Duanling Tian is simply a winner in life. Not to mention his natural talent in the martial Dao is shocking. He's actually able to obtain the favor of this junior sister. Speaking of which, I'm afraid only a man like Duanling Tian is worthy of this junior sister. You're right. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples didn't conceal their discussion in the slightest, and it caused the blush on Li Fei's face to deepen slightly. Little Fei, is Kuer back? Duanling Tian ignored the surrounding gazes of envy and jealousy, and he looked at Li Fei as he asked with slight anticipation. Li Fei shook her head. I asked Master yesterday, and Master said that the Peak Master and Little Sister Kerr haven't returned. Looks like Little Sister Kerr won't be able to make it in time for the outer court martial competition this time. Duanling Tian lightly nodded. In next to no time, Duanling Tian, who only had eyes for Li Fei, seemed to have noticed something, and his expression froze slightly. Little Fei, you broke through? A light smile hung on Li Fei's angelic face. I just broke through a few days ago. Duanling Tian, you have to work hard. Junior sister has already caught up to you now. Xueqi looked at Duanling Tian in a timely manner as she teased him. A few days ago, when she found out that Li Fei had broken through once again, Xueqi was extremely shocked. After all, this junior sister of hers had only broken through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage 3 months ago. It had only been 3 months, and her junior sister had actually broken through once again. Chapter 305. Duanling Tian smiled when he heard Xueqi, seeming to not mind in the slightest that Li Fei had caught up to him in terms of cultivation. Senior sister, even though I've broken through, I'm still unable to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. Li Fei faintly sighed, seeming to be slightly regretful and disappointed. Xueqi shook her head and smiled. Junior sister, the outer court martial competition this time is rather special. No one had expected that the peak masters of the 6 peaks would change the rules at the last minute. If the rules weren't changed, then with your current cultivation, you would surely be able to advance and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. As she spoke up to hear, Xueqi glanced deeply at Duanling Tian, as if she was saying to Duanling Tian, all of this is your fault. If it wasn't for you, the outer court martial competition wouldn't have changed the rules at the last minute. Duanling Tian laughed embarrassedly. This was something that even he had never expected beforehand. Scoundrel, you and senior sister have to work hard. It's best if you take first place. Li Fei quickly recovered and cheered for Duanling Tian and Xueqi, her beautiful face slightly flushed, causing others to have the impulse to be unable to refrain from wanting to kiss her. Duanling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. He'd come to participate in the outer court martial competition this time precisely for the sake of taking first place. Junior sister. Xueqi instead shook her head and smiled. How could it be so easy? So long as you're an outer court disciple, you can participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Amongst them, I don't have any confidence in that Alioth Peak's Shi Hao. Shi Hao. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly frowned. Why does this name feel slightly familiar? Duanling Tian shrugged when he saw Xueqi looking over with a strange expression, then said to Li Fei, this Shi Hao is the older brother of the number 1 disciple in the outer court that Shi Yan spoke of. Shi Yan's older brother? Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face couldn't help but sink when she thought of Shi Yan, as she didn't have the slightest good impression of that woman with a warped appearance and a warped mentality. I heard Shi Hao went to Migres Peak to look for you? Xueqi looked at Duanling Tian and asked. Senior sister, you're really well informed. Duanling Tian was a little surprised that Xueqi knew about this. After all, even he only found out about this matter recently. Moreover, besides the Migres Peak disciples, there seemed to not be many people that knew about this matter. After all, he was a Migres Peak disciple no matter what. In the eyes of the Migres Peak disciples, he didn't dare make an appearance because he was afraid of Shi Hao. As the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. On this matter, the Migres Peak disciples had all reached a tacit understanding, and they didn't publicize it wantonly. Scoundrel, did Shi Hao look for you? Are you okay? Upon hearing that Xueqi had gone to look for Duanling Tian, Li Fei's face was filled with anxiety. Her pair of clear eyes focused as she sized up the Duanling Tian from head to toe, as if she wanted to carefully observe whether the Duanling Tian was injured or not. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled towards his concern for Li Fei. "Little Fei, you're still worried that I'll suffer a loss under Xueqi?" Li Fei returned to her senses when facing Duanling Tian's confidence. Only now did she recall that her man had many things to rely on. Not to mention the 2 nascent soul-stage little pythons. Even the pile of inscriptions in her man's possession was sufficient to allow him to stand in an invincible position in the competition with Xueqi. Li Fei nodded with a smile, and the worry on her face vanished without a trace. The changes in expression on Li Fei's face entered into Xueqing's eyes, causing Xueqing to be stunned. This junior sister of hers is actually so confident towards her little lover? She wouldn't be thinking that this little lover of hers is able to deal with Xueqi, right? Although Xueqing knew that Duanling Tian's strength was extraordinary, and 3 months ago, he'd even killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple on the Life and Death arena on Fekta Peak. But even then, it didn't mean that Duanling Tian was able to deal with a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. As a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Xueqing knew deeply. The 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was far from something a 6th-level Origin Core Stage disciple could compare to. Between the two, there was a dividing line. It could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. It's the Migres Peak's senior brother He Dong. In next to no time, numerous gazes moved away from Duanling Tian's group of 3 to descend onto a young man that slowly walked down from Mizar Peak. This young man was precisely He Dong. He Dong noticed Duanling Tian and nodded with a smile to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian returned a smile. "He Dong is rather courteous to you." Xueqing was slightly surprised when she saw this scene. With a quick thought, she came to an understanding. Although Duanling Tian might be inferior to a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple like her and He Dong. But how old were they, and how old was Duanling Tian? When they were Duanling Tian's age, they seemed to have not even stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage. They could imagine that with Duanling Tian's natural talent, when he arrived at their age in the future, his strength would absolutely exceed their imaginations. Duanling Tian's natural talent was sufficient to obtain their respect. In next to no time, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists of the 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court's 6 great sword peaks arrived one by one. The arrival of these people caused the balcony to be completely bustling with noise and excitement. Senior brother Hu Xuefeng has arrived as well. It was unknown who said this. Instantly, numerous gazes converged onto a proud and aloof figure that walked over from afar on Mizar Peak. This was a handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes, around the age of 25. As soon as he appeared, he seemed to have seized the limelight of all the 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists present and became the absolute center of attention. Senior brother Xuefeng. Some Arcade Peak female disciples even lost their composure and cried out sharply. "He's Hu Xuefeng?" Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto Hu Xuefeng. Although he didn't know Hu Xuefeng before today, and had never even heard of Hu Xuefeng. But all along the way to Mizar Peak today, he heard many people discussing Hu Xuefeng, and he knew that Hu Xuefeng was the personal disciple of the Peak Master of one of the 6 great sword peaks of the 7-star Sword Sect, the Merak Peak. For the sake of this personal disciple, the Merak Peak's Peak Master even asked a weapons craftsman of the Black Cloud Empire to refine a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29% for him. The love the Merak Peak's Peak Master had for this personal disciple was obvious. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Li Fei's voice that was moving like an aureole sounded out by his ear. Duanling Tian turned around, and only now did he notice that when Xueqing looked at Hu Xuefeng, her gaze contained coldness mixed within. Duanling Tian was surprised. Although he couldn't be considered to be familiar with Xueqing, but from Xueqing's actions and words, he was able to discern that she was a kind-hearted girl that wasn't scheming. But now, Xueqing seemed to be filled with enmity towards Hu Xuefeng. This caused bewilderment to arise in his heart. Could it be that there's some conflict between Xueqing and Hu Xuefeng? This Hu Xuefeng is a complete lecher. Xueqing's delicate and pretty face was covered in a layer of ice, and her cold aura was oppressive. Duanling Tian and Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, and they subconsciously glanced at each other, and both of them noticed a trace of strangeness in each other's eyes. "Senior sister, you and him." Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi and was slightly hesitant to speak. Xueqi noticed the strangeness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, then glanced at Li Fei and noticed that Li Fei was the same as Duan Lingtian. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, "Don't misunderstand, there's nothing between me and him. The reason I said he's a lecher is because he'd once seduced many female disciples of our Alcade Peak. In the end, those female disciples were all heartlessly abandoned by him, and some even committed suicide for him." As she finished speaking, Xueqing's face was filled with rage. A person like this can still be so welcomed by the female disciples of Alcade Peak? Duan Lingtian had a bewildered expression when he saw the group of Alcade Peak female disciples warmly greeting Hu Xuefeng. Just by looking at his outer appearance, Hu Xuefeng was extraordinarily handsome and had a graceful bearing. He was completely unable to discern that he was that sort of person. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but recall the words "know a person for a long time without understanding his heart." That's because he concealed it deeply enough. Moreover, every single time, so long as something happens to a female disciple related to him, he would always disassociate himself from the matter at the first possible moment. His methods are extremely brilliant. Xueqing grunted coldly as she spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian was able to sense that at this instant, the temperature of the air around Xueqing seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. There's actually such a shameless person. Li Fei had an enraged expression when she heard Xueqing, and she glared angrily at Hu Xuefeng, who was walking towards Mizar platform with large strides. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hu Xuefeng as well. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, because he noticed that Hu Xuefeng's gaze had descended onto Li Fei, who was by his side. Within the depths of that pair of clear eyes, a strand of a lustful flowing light flashed before vanishing. Although Hu Xuefeng's concealment was very brilliant, Duan Lingtian was still able to see it clearly. Instantly, he was almost certain that this Hu Xuefeng was exactly as Xueqing had said. He was a sanctimonious hypocrite. After Hu Xuefeng saw Li Fei, his eyes lit up as he slowly walked towards them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Xueqing's expression turned cold. Li Fei's shapely eyebrows slightly creased. "Xueqing, long time no see." After Hu Xuefeng walked over, he greeted Xueqing enthusiastically. "Hu Xuefeng, I'm not familiar with you. Scram back to where you came from." When facing Hu Xuefeng, Xueqing's face was shrouded in a layer of frost. The cold air was oppressive, as if it could freeze the air. "Xueqing, is there some misunderstanding between us?" A warm and brilliant smile hung on Hu Xuefeng's face from beginning to end. He looked both handsome and cheerful. He was absolutely a perfect and elegant young master. If it wasn't for Xueqing's prior reminder, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei might have been deceived by Hu Xuefeng's refined and courteous appearance. Hu Xuefeng's acting was too good. There was no flaw to speak of. "Hu Xuefeng, I'm not familiar with you and there's no misunderstanding. I just don't find you pleasing to the eye and don't want to see you. Scram." After saying that, a trace of anger surfaced on Xueqing's face. However, Hu Xuefeng seemed as if he didn't hear Xueqing's words at all. His face revealed a gentle smile as he looked at Li Fei by the side and asked with a smile, "How should I address this junior sister?" Duan Lingtian could see that when Hu Xuefeng discovered that his hand was holding Li Fei's hand, the corner of his eyes swept towards him, which was obviously mixed with a somewhat gloomy and threatening luster. Choosing to devour people. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 306. When faced with Hu Xuefeng's courteous greeting, Li Fei instead paid no attention to it, as if she utterly didn't hear it. The smile on Hu Xuefeng's face was slightly stiff, but he still maintained it. His gaze moved on to Duan Lingtian, and traces of frightening coldness were mixed within the depths of his eyes. "Junior brother, how do I address you?" "Little Fei, let's go over." Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand as he walked with large strides towards the balcony, and from the beginning until the end, he utterly didn't look Hu Xuefeng in the eye. "Yes." When he saw Li Fei meekly nodding her head, she leaned on Duan Lingtian's robust shoulder like a little bird and walked into the balcony. The smile on Hu Shuifeng's face completely froze. When Xueqi saw Hu Shuifeng's slightly grim expression, the ice on her face seemed to have instantly melted, and she said with a smile, "Hu Shuifeng, this junior brother is my junior sister's man. He's called Duanling Tian." After she finished speaking, Xueqi followed Duanling Tian and Li Fei. Duanling Tian? These three words were like a thunderclap that sounded out by Hu Shuifeng's ears. He's Duanling Tian? Hu Shuifeng's gaze focused to descend onto Duanling Tian's back, and it flickered with a dense sheen. An outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-star sword sect for half a year actually dares to disregard me? Does he really think that he can run wild without fear just because he killed a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple? After Duanling Tian's group of 3 walked into the Mizar platform, the outer court elders of Mizar Peak finally appeared. These outer court elders clustered around a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes as they walked over in large strides. This middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was also the only person amongst everyone present that didn't wear the uniform of the 7-star sword sect. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes had a firm expression, a dignified expression was revealed between his brows, and his eyes flickered with bright lights as if they could see through everything. Peak Master. The crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform opened up a path in unison, and they respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Mizar Peak's Peak Master. When the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes appeared, Duanling Tian had already guessed his identity. As it turned out, he was right. Senior sister. He's the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Zhang Fan? Li Fei asked Xueqi. Yes. Xueqi nodded. Senior brother Xuehao is here too. A low cry broke the short silence of the Mizar platform. Everyone looked over. Outside the Mizar platform, 2 figures were walking side by side. It was a young man with a twisted and ferocious face and a pair of triangular eyes. A middle-aged man with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The one beside senior brother Xuehao seems to be the Migres Peak's outer court elder. Zhao Lin? That's right. It's Elder Zhao Lin. Many people recognized the person beside Xuehao. Zhao Lin? Seeing Zhao Lin here, Duanling Tian could not help but frown. In his opinion, this Zhao Lin was definitely up to no good by mixing with Xuehao. He's Xuehao? He's simply as if he was carved out from the same mold as Shi Yan. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Peak Master. After Xuehao and Zhao Lin arrived, they both bowed to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan lightly smiled as he nodded to Zhao Lin. Elder Zhao Lin, I never imagined that you would be so interested in the second round of the outer court martial competition, to actually come personally. Peak Master, the outer court martial competition this time is different from the past. I naturally have to come and broaden my horizons. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile, and he seemed to be implying something. Looks like you already know. Zhang Fan glanced deeply at Zhao Lin, then looked at Xuehao who was beside Zhao Lin and nodded indifferently. Xuehao, I hope you're able to accomplish something today, and don't disgrace your reputation as the #1 disciple in the outer court. Don't worry, Peak Master. My goal today is #1. Xuehao nodded, and his triangular eyes flickered with a sheen of confidence. Very good. Zhang Fan nodded. Then his figure flashed out to leap onto the combat ring at the center. Then he looked around at the surroundings before slowly speaking. There's a change in the rules of the outer court martial competition this time. I presume everyone already knows. Today, there's something I want to tell the 60 outer court disciples that are participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition in advance. Zhang Fan's voice wasn't loud, yet it contained dense origin energy, and it clearly entered into the ears of everyone present like a thunderclap reverberating in their ears. For a moment, the gazes of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present descended onto Zhang Fan, as they all wanted to know what Zhang Fan was going to say next. Could it be that there's another new rule? Duanling Tian's brows raised as bewilderment arose in his heart. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Fan spoke once more. Today, the second round of the outer court martial competition will abandon the past traditions. For the sake of allowing all the outer court disciples that are participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition to be able to go all out and fight with all their might, When the 60 outer court disciples undergo elimination battles in the second round of the outer court martial competition, life and death will be disregarded. In other words, even if someone dies in the combat ring today, the sect won't punish the outer court disciple that killed him. Zhang Fan finished speaking in a single breath. Mizar platform was deathly silent. Disregard life and death? This, in next to no time, many people reacted to this, and their faces went ghastly pale. These people were all 6th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the Outer Court martial competition. They came in high spirits, but now, all of them were dejected, like eggplants that had been beaten by frost. Earlier, the Peak Master said that today's Outer Court martial competition disregarded life and death? In other words, killing each other is allowed? It seems to be. Oh my god. In this way, wouldn't someone die today? The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that stood on Mizar platform instantly burst into an uproar. The outer court martial competition disregarded life and death. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, this was something that had never occurred before. I give up. I give up as well. In next to no time, some outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition couldn't help but give up. These outer court disciples were all 6th level Origin Core Stage martial artists. Although they wanted to show off in the outer court martial competition as well, but now that it involved their lives, they had no choice but to be careful and prudent. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness might cause them to lose their lives. They didn't dare gamble. Moreover, they knew their limits. This time, almost half of the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition were at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Even if they participated, it would be impossible for them to obtain a ranking. In the outer court martial competition, only the people that were ranked in the top 10 would be able to obtain the corresponding generous rewards. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised in the slightest, and said indifferently, "Now, the 60 outer court disciples that obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, those that want to obtain a good result or even fight for the top 10, come to my side. An elder will register all of you. As for the outer court disciples that gave up, there's no need to come up." As soon as Zhang Fan finished speaking, a figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost that instantly flashed onto the combat ring and stood beside Zhang Fan. It's senior brother Hu Xuefeng. Instantly, many people recognized the first person that ascended the combat ring. As expected of the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. Even if senior brother Hu Xuefeng is facing a life and death battle in the outer court martial competition, he's still not afraid in the slightest. Supposedly, senior brother Hu Xuefeng was bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification by the Peak Master of Merak Peak. Even senior brother Xueqi might not be able to compare to his current strength. No wonder he's so confident. Presently, most of the outer court disciples looked at Hu Xuefeng with an expression of adoration. Hu Xuefeng had become the center of attention. Not bad. Even the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, had an expression of admiration as he nodded to Hu Xuefeng. Hu Xuefeng stood by Zhang Fan's side, and his eyes were suffused with a fierce gaze. Instantly, he found Duan Lingtian from the crowd of outer court disciples on the Mizar platform, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he met Hu Xuefeng's gaze without the slightest fear. He was able to discern that the gaze Hu Xuefeng shot at him was filled with provocation and contempt. It was as if Hu Xuefeng was certain that after he found out that the second round of the outer court martial competition was a life and death battle, Hu Xuefeng wouldn't dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Whoosh! Right at this moment, another figure flashed onto the combat ring and stood by Zhang Fan's side. Senior brother Xueqi. As expected of the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, the crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform were in an uproar once again. The person that ascended the combat ring now was precisely Xueqi. Whoosh! In the next moment, He Dong, the 7th level Origin Core stage disciple of Migres Peak, ascended the combat ring as well. Duan Lingtian. Act according to your ability. Xueqi said to Duan Lingtian, Then her figure flashed out to follow Hidong and descend onto the combat ring. In only a short moment, 4 people ascended the combat ring and stood by the side of the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. The 4 strongest people in our 7-star sword sect's outer court have all ascended the combat ring now. The other 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples wouldn't be forfeiting as well, right? Amidst the clamorous voices of the crowd of outer court disciples on Mizar platform, many outer court disciples successively ascended the combat ring. These outer court disciples all had a common point. They were all existences at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. In next to no time, so long as it was a 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, practically all ascended the combat ring and expressed their resolution. Including Shi Hao, Hidong, Xueqi, and Hu Xuefeng, there were a total of 28 people. That Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have been frightened and not dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Zhao Lin stood on Mizar platform and easily noticed Duan Ling Tian's location. His heart jerked. He'd thought of everything, yet he'd forgotten this. Duan Ling Tian could completely forfeit. Once Duan Ling Tian forfeited, everything he'd done in secret would be useless. Could it be that he'd really have to draw water with a sieve this time? He was unwilling. Right when Zhao Lin was burning with anxiety. Duan Ling Tian. On the combat ring, Shi Hao's voice was like a thunderclap. A pair of triangular eyes flickered with a frightening sheen as they swept the Mizar platform, seeming to be searching for something. You wouldn't be cowardly to the point of not daring to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, right? Coward. Chapter 307. Coward. When Shi Hao shouted out this, he was slightly impatient in his heart. Although he didn't know Duan Ling Tian, nor had he seen Duan Ling Tian, but he had an impression of the group of 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples that ascended the combat ring, and he could be sure that there was absolutely no Duan Ling Tian. In other words, his main target today, Duan Ling Tian, hadn't ascended the combat ring. It was very likely that Duan Ling Tian was afraid of death, so he forfeited. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Along with Shi Hao's cold shout, the entire Mizar balcony went silent. The gazes of the group of Migres Peak disciples that came to spectate couldn't help but converge onto the distant Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, the remaining 7-star sword sect disciples followed the group of Migres Peak disciples to look at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He just intended to ascend the combat ring when he heard Shi Hao call out from there. Now, when he realized that he'd become the center of attention along with Shi Hao calling him a coward, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. He's Duan Ling Tian? Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples present that had never seen Duan Ling Tian glanced at Duan Ling Tian in surprise, and all felt that Duan Ling Tian was even younger than the rumor said. It was this person that killed a 6th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple of Fekta Peak? Unbelievable! Although Duan Ling Tian's strength isn't bad, but the outer court martial competition today is undoubtedly a competition between 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples. Even if he really participates, he can only be reduced to a foil in the end, and might even be killed. Exactly. I instead feel that forfeiting is his best choice. He's only a little over 20, facing a group of 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples. Even if he forfeits, it wouldn't be shameful. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Right at this moment, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, spoke out once more. In today's outer court martial competition, the people that are ranked in the top 10 will be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the sect. The person that's ranked first will even be able to obtain an additional profound origin fruit. Profound origin fruit? A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Hiss, 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 hiss. On the Mizar platform, the sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell. What was the profound origin fruit? Even if the 7-star sword sect disciples present hadn't seen it, they'd heard of it. To an Origin Core Stage martial artist, the profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Supposedly, even if an 8th level Origin Core Stage martial artist consumed this profound origin fruit, the martial artist would be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. Even if it was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist that consumed it, his origin energy would increase to the final bottleneck, and he would be infinitely close to breaking through to the edge of the nascent soul stage. Profound origin fruit. It's actually a profound origin fruit. The profound essence fruit is simply a priceless treasure to origin core realm martial artists. You can only come across it by chance. Once a 7th level origin core stage martial artist consumes the profound origin fruit, they'll surely be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. Even to the extent that it's very possible for them to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples on Mizar platform were completely in an uproar. On the combat ring, the 28 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that stood by Zheng Fan's side, including Xueqi, all had glowing eyes, and were filled with yearning towards the profound origin fruit. I'm determined to obtain the profound origin fruit. Hu Xuefeng's handsome face was enveloped in a layer of coldness. No matter who it is, if they dare obstruct me from ascending to first place, kill. Hu Xuefeng's words were filled with confidence and arrogance. Humph. Then let's see if you have the ability. Xueqi grunted coldly. He was similarly determined to obtain the profound origin fruit. He Dong and Xueqi glanced at each other, and intense sparks collided within their eyes. The profound origin fruit caused them to be moved. I never imagined that the 7-star sword sect would actually obtain the profound origin fruit, and even take it out as the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He was naturally clearly aware of how precious the profound origin fruit was. If it was said that he wanted to seize first place in the outer court martial competition before this, it was for the sake of his promise to Hu Li. Now he had another objective. He wanted to obtain the profound origin fruit. If I'm able to obtain the profound origin fruit, my cultivation will directly break through. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted scorching flames, as if they were able to incinerate everything, and were peerlessly overbearing. Li Fei discerned Duan Lingtian's yearning, and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, the outer court martial competition prohibits the use of external forces besides spirit weapons, so your inscriptions can't be used. If you're no match for your opponent, you must jump off the combat ring and admit defeat. Curran, I can't lose you." As she finished speaking, Li Fei looked nervously at Duan Lingtian. Although she knew that Duan Lingtian had many things to rely on, like the 2 nascent soul stage little pythons and a pile of formidable inscriptions. However, in the outer court martial competition, all of these couldn't be used. They could only rely on their own strength. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's beautiful face that was smooth like jade, and laughed lightly. "Little Fei, you have to have some confidence in your man. Next time you dare doubt me, be careful that I don't spank you." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian lowered his voice, and only Li Fei was able to hear it. Li Fei never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually take liberties with her on such an occasion, and her beautiful face flushed red as if blood would drip out from it. Humph. On the combat ring, Hu Xuefeng looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei from afar, especially when he saw Li Fei revealing a shy appearance before Duan Lingtian, and a ball of flames of jealousy inexplicably burned within his heart. He'd always been happy without a woman. Moreover, his standards were extremely high. This woman was absolutely the most beautiful female disciple he'd seen since arriving at the 7-star sword sect. When he first laid eyes on her, he wanted to make this woman his. But later on, he noticed that this woman already had a master. Duan Lingtian. So long as I kill Duan Lingtian, you are mine. Hu Xuefeng looked at Li Fei, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of greed, as if Li Fei had already become his. Duan Lingtian. Hu Xuefeng's gaze focused slightly and descended onto Duan Lingtian, then abruptly shouted out in a low voice. "I heard that 3 months ago, you once killed the 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Fekta Peak, Xueqi. According to my knowledge, Xueqi was only a step away from the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Since you're able to kill him, I presume your strength isn't inferior to us 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. Now that 3 months have passed, your strength is surely even stronger. You wouldn't really want to forfeit, right?" As Hu Xuefeng finished speaking, his voice had a sense of ridicule. Hu Xuefeng, whether Duan Ling Tian forfeits or not is his personal choice, and has nothing to do with you. How could the nearby Xueqi not know what Hu Xuefeng was thinking when she heard what Hu Xuefeng said? And her face was once again enveloped in a layer of frost as she sneered. Hu Xuefeng didn't reply to Xueqi, but instead looked at the nearby Duan Ling Tian. Haha. Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that you only know how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection? If it's really like this, then you're really a disgrace to us men. A disgrace to men. Hu Xuefeng's words could be said to not be ruthless. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended quite a lot of people. A wisp of bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of Shihao's mouth, and he was about to swallow someone up. Along with Hu Xuefeng's voice sounding out, Duan Ling Tian once again became the center of attention. This time it was different again. Earlier, although Shihao had provoked Duan Ling Tian, the people present didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Duan Ling Tian forfeiting. And no one would look down on Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao was there for all to see, and he would surely be able to shine brilliantly in the future and become a genius disciple that played an important role in the Seven-Star Sword sect. But now, Hu Xuefeng had instead put such a label on Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian forfeited, it would undoubtedly be admitting that he only knew how to hide behind a woman and rely on a woman's protection, losing the dignity of a man. Everyone was curious about what choice Duan Ling Tian would make under such circumstances. A trace of rage arose in Li Fei's beautiful eyes when she heard what Hu Xuefeng said, and she wanted to flare up. Duan Ling Tian pinched Li Fei's palm and lightly smiled. Little Fei, no matter where in this world, there's never a lack of mad dogs. Why lower yourself to his level? Although Duan Ling Tian's voice wasn't loud. But presently, Mai's platform was instead completely silent, and his words entered into the eyes of everyone present. Mad dog. The corners of the mouths of the crowd of Seven-Star Sword sect disciples couldn't help but twitch. This Duan Ling Tian actually called Hu Xuefeng a mad dog? They only felt their heads go numb. This Duan Ling Tian had gone mad. Duan Ling Tian is dead for sure. This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples. For a time, Hu Xuefeng replaced Duan Ling Tian and became the center of attention. Hu Xuefeng's body abruptly shook, his exceedingly handsome face lightly trembled, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent, but it was quickly suppressed by him, and he once again looked at Duan Ling Tian. I really wonder where a trash that obtained the qualifications to enter the second round of the outer court martial competition, yet didn't dare participate and could only forfeit. Where did the arrogance come from? Hu Xuefeng's voice was incomparably chilly, and he especially emphasized the word trash. Hu Xuefeng's words resonated with many people. These people were mostly love-struck female disciples of Arcade Peak. Senior brother Hu Xuefeng is right. A person that doesn't even have the courage to participate in the outer court martial competition doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Exactly. Duan Ling Tian, if you're a man, then ascend the combat ring and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. If you don't dare, then you're the coward that senior brother Shihao spoke of, and the trash that only relies on women that senior brother Hu Xuefeng spoke of. When he saw the scene being controlled by him, Hu Xuefeng looked at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes slowly narrowed into a line, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a complacent sneer. It was as if he was saying to Duan Ling Tian, "Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me." Ha ha. Chapter 308. At the instant Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his figure shook and abruptly flashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he agilely flashed onto the combat ring and descended beside Xueqi. Duan Ling Tian used his actions to express his attitude. He didn't forfeit. He wanted to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Duan Ling Tian actually really wants to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Isn't he afraid of death? Some of the Migres Peak disciples were completely stunned when they saw this scene. During these past 3 months, every time Shihao came to Migres Peak, they clearly felt the monstrous hatred Shihao revealed towards Duan Ling Tian. Shihao wished for nothing more than to burn Duan Ling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. So, as far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's insistence on participating in the second round of the outer court disciple test was simply taking his life as a joke. They didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. After all, Xueqi was a 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, and was even the #1 disciple in the 7-star Sword Sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian, your muscle meridian rebirth scroll will soon be mine. When Zhao Lin saw Duan Lingtian ascending the combat ring, the gloominess on his face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a smile from his scheme succeeding. He suddenly felt that everything he'd done in secret wasn't in vain. Everything was worth it. Duan Lingtian, why did you come up? Xueqi looked at Duan Lingtian who was beside her, and her beautiful brows slightly frowned. You don't have to pay attention to Hu Shuifeng's words at all. Duan Lingtian knew that Xueqi only said this because she was concerned about him, and at the same time warmth arose in his heart. He lightly smiled. Senior sister, I didn't come up because of what he said. I originally intended to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. Even if he didn't say a word, I would still come up. Xueqi was stunned, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's incomparably firm gaze, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Exactly. Duan Lingtian, you're still considered to be a man. Hu Shuifeng looked at Duan Lingtian, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. But, whether you're able to survive the second round will depend on whether you have the ability or not. In any case, if you're against me, if you're against me, I'm Lingtian. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Hu Shuifeng's provocation, and his gaze descended onto the nearby Xueqi. Xueqi's twisted and ferocious face was now twisted together. A pair of triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent as they stared at him. Of the Lingtian Peak. Meanwhile, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom with interest. I've heard of your deeds since long ago. But, although you're able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, you might not be able to defeat a 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. So long as you're able to survive today, then in the future, the 7-star Sword Sect stage will be yours alone. Zhang Fan's words were filled with praise towards Duan Lingtian, but it also caused Hu Shuifeng's face to sink, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. As for Xueqi, he didn't know if it was true or not. As far as he was concerned, what Zhang Fan said was equivalent to not saying anything. Because, it was absolutely impossible for him to allow Duan Lingtian to survive today. Peak Master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian was still neither servile nor overbearing when facing Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then looked at the crowd of 7-star Sword Sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform. Now, are there any outer court disciples that have obtained the qualifications for the second round of the outer court martial competition that will ascend the combat ring and participate in today's outer court martial competition? After waiting for a while, no one ascended the combat ring. Zhang Fan flicked his sleeve and announced in a loud voice. The second round of the outer court martial competition officially begins. The rules of the second round of the outer court martial competition are extremely simple. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 28 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, then slowly said, I'll let all of you draw lots. There's a total of 29 numbered lots, and the person that draws lot number 1 can skip 2 rounds and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. 14 people will be chosen from the other 28 people. Then another 7 people will be chosen to temporarily be ranked in the top 10. In this way, there will be 8 people that will temporarily be ranked in the top 10. The 7 people that were eliminated earlier will draw lots once more, and the person that draws lot number 1 will temporarily be ranked in the top 10. At that time, there will only be 1 empty spot remaining in the top 10, and the last person will be chosen from the other 6 people to fill this empty spot. After the 10 people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 are decided, if the remaining 19 people are unconvinced of any one of them, you can issue a challenge, and so long as you're able to defeat your opponent, or even kill your opponent, then you can replace your opponent and be ranked in the top 10. When no one issues another challenge, the top 10 people will be ranked in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time, and will be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the sect. Because the rewards of the top 10 people are all different, so the specific ranking of the top 10 has to be decided in the end. The person that's ranked in the first place will obtain an additional profound origin fruit. Now, is there anything that all of you don't understand? Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he asked. Duan Lingtian and the others shook their heads, as Zhang Fan's introduction earlier was extremely clear and orderly. The person that draws lot number 1 at the beginning is undoubtedly the person with the best luck, and is able to skip the first 2 battles and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and was filled with interest towards lot number 1. Of course, even if one drew lot number 1 at the beginning, it didn't mean that one would have no worries later on, as there would still be people that issued challenges later on. It was only saving some effort at the beginning. In next to no time, an outer court elder of Mizar Peak walked forward in large strides and placed the lot box that was prepared on the ground. There's a total of 29 lot numbers within. All of you come forward and draw your own lot. The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, looked at Duan Lingtian and the others as he spoke indifferently. In next to no time, a few outer court disciples that were near the lot box took the lead to draw their lot numbers. Duan Lingtian and Xueqi walked side by side and arrived at the side of the lot box as well. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Xueqi. "Senior sister, you go first." Xueqi nodded and wasn't courteous as she directly took out a lot number. Lot number 9. Duan Lingtian placed his hand into the lot box as well. Right at this moment, he instinctively stretched out his spiritual force and fused it into the lot box. Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't hold any hope, as his spiritual force wasn't eyes after all, and it was unable to see the number on the lot. But when his spiritual force stretched in, he instead clearly sensed that amongst the lot numbers within the lot box, the aura of one lot seemed to be different from the others. Could it be lot number 1? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he directly grabbed onto that lot and took it out. After looking carefully, it really was lot number 1. Looking at the number on lot number 1, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder his spiritual force felt the aura of lot number 1 was different from the other lots. So it turned out that the number on lot number 1 was written in red ink, whereas the numbers on the other lots were written in black ink. Presumably, the reason lot number 1 was written in red ink was for the sake of distinguishing it better from the other lots. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian drew lot number 1 without any suspense. Lot number 1? Xueqi stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and she couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice when she saw the lot number Duan Lingtian took out. Lot number 1? Xueqi's low exclamation spread throughout the silent Mizar Peak, and everyone heard it. F***K. It can't be, right? Duan Lingtian's luck is so good? Out of the 29 lots, he drew lot number 1? This luck is too heaven-defying. Humph. It's only a coincidence. Moreover, so what if he drew lot number 1? He's only temporarily ranked in the top 10. If his strength isn't sufficient, he'll still be eliminated later on. That's true. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Some people sighed with emotion at Duan Lingtian's luck, and some people felt that it wasn't a big deal even if Duan Lingtian drew lot number 1. Lot number 1? The Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, was slightly surprised at Duan Lingtian's luck. Humph. Lot number 1. However, there were 2 people on the combat ring that had evil sneers on the corners of their mouths. It was precisely Xueqi and Xueqi. You can only blame your luck for drawing lot number 1. So long as I admit defeat and don't enter the top 10, at that time, I can directly challenge you, and even kill you. Xueqi looked at Duan Lingtian and thought in his heart, and a ruthless sheen jumped about within his eyes. Xueqi's triangular eyes were suffused with traces of coldness as well. His current thoughts were exactly the same as Xueqi's. Duan Lingtian, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. Meanwhile, Hedong had drawn lot number that belonged to him as well, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. He clearly saw the killing intent and excitement that was emitted from Xueqi and Xueqi's eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, on the surface, Duan Lingtian obtaining lot number 1 was due to good luck. But in reality, it gave Xueqi and Xueqi the opportunity to directly challenge him. Duan Ling Tian naturally understood the meaning behind Hidong's words, but he didn't mind and only smiled faintly. What should come will come. Hidong didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian could still be so calm at this time. He deeply looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, if you can survive today, I, Hidong, will become friends with you. Duan Ling Tian wasn't old, but he had such an open-minded temperament, which shocked Hidong. It made Hidong feel admiration from the bottom of his heart. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly, which could be considered as a response. Duan Ling Tian, if Shi Hao and Hu Xuefeng challenge you, just admit defeat. Xueqi looked at Duan Ling Tian and said somewhat worriedly, Xueqi, if he admits defeat, then he wouldn't be Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian could open his mouth, Hidong had already taken a step forward and said to Xueqi. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Hidong, you seem to understand me very well. I can't say that I understand you, but I can see that you're not the kind of person who runs away at the last minute. Moreover, I see confidence in your eyes. Chapter 309. Why would he have such confidence? Duan Ling Tian only smiled when he heard Hidong, and didn't explain further. He believed. In next to no time, Hidong would know the answer. A trace of astonishment flashed within Xueqing's beautiful eyes when she heard Hidong, and she seriously sized up Duan Ling Tian for a moment before nodding in the end, and she didn't persuade Duan Ling Tian any further. She was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian was indeed filled with confidence. Strong confidence. She thought in her heart. Perhaps, this man of junior sister would once again bring about a miracle and cause everyone to be shocked. In next to no time, all the outer court disciples that were participating in the second round of the outer court martial competition had drawn a lot that belonged to them. Now, all 29 of you have already drawn a lot that belongs to you. Meanwhile, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, slowly said, Now the people that have obtained lot number 2 and number 3, go to the first combat ring. The people that have obtained lot number 4 and number 5, go to the second combat ring. So on and so forth until lot number 19, all of you can go to the first combat ring. There was a total of 10 combat rings on Mizar platform. Now besides the combat arena at the center that was empty, there were 2 more figures on each of the other 9 combat arenas. The 9 Mizar Peak outer court elders successively went over to preside over the competition. Senior sisters Xueqi. Duan Ling Tian stood on the empty combat ring at the center of Mizar platform, and looked at the beautiful figure on the 4th combat ring from afar. Right at this moment, I admit defeat. Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded out, breaking the short moment of silence on Mizar platform. A person on the 7th combat ring admitted defeat. For a time, everyone on Mizar platform looked at the person that admitted defeat. Senior brother Shi Hao admitted defeat. The crowd of 7-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples stared blankly at Shi Hao leaving the 7th combat ring, and all of them had expressions of disbelief. They wouldn't find it strange if someone else admitted defeat. But the person that admitted defeat now was Shi Hao, the number 1 disciple in the 7-Star Sword Sect's outer court. Why did senior brother Shi Hao admit defeat? It's too strange. Some of the 7-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples had bewildered expressions, as they utterly didn't know what had happened and were unable to understand everything before their eyes. You don't know, do you? Let me tell you, the reason senior brother Shi Hao admitted defeat now is for the sake of the following challenges. If I'm not wrong, he surely wants to challenge Duan Ling Tian. Challenge Duan Ling Tian? Why? Because he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. How do you know? I'm a Migres Peak disciple. Senior brother Shi Hao had gone to our Migres Peak 3 months ago and threatened to battle Duan Ling Tian on the life and death arena. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian had always been hiding, and senior brother Shi Hao was utterly unable to find an opportunity. Now that he has a chance, do you think he will miss it? So that's how it is. But, how did senior Shi Hao become enemies with Duan Ling Tian? I didn't know this at the beginning, but after I inquired about it repeatedly, I found out that Duan Ling Tian actually crippled the dantian of senior brother Shi Hao's younger sister, Shi Yan, who in our 7-Star Sword Sect outer court doesn't know how much senior brother Shi Hao dotes on his younger sister, Shi Yan. Tell me, how could he not take revenge for Shi Yan? Duan Lingtian crippled Yan's Dantian? The conversation between the two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly spread out. Not long after, so long as it was someone that stood on Mizar platform, practically everyone knew everything. Duan Lingtian crippled the Dantian of Hao's younger sister, Yan. Hao hated Duan Lingtian to the bone and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian you. He Dong, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, had an astonished expression. Although he knew that Hao wanted to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, he didn't know that there was such a reason behind it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and smiled indifferently. Are you very surprised? He Dong nodded. I'm indeed rather surprised. Who in our seven-star sword sect outer court doesn't know that Hao is extremely obedient and dotes on his younger sister? But you instead directly crippled her Dantian. It would be strange if Hao didn't fight you to the death. But, you don't look like an unreasonable person to me. So why did you cripple Yan's Dantian? He Dong looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Actually, it's nothing. Yan first humiliated my woman for no reason or rhyme, then repeatedly said that she wanted to cripple my Dantian and even put it into action. I could only give her a taste of her own medicine. Duan Lingtian spoke extremely casually, as if what he said didn't matter at all. He Dong came to a sudden understanding. I've long since heard that Yan relied on Hao's influence to act unruly and rampantly on Alcade Peak. She can only consider herself to be unlucky this time when she bullied you. The conversation between the two wasn't loud, but it was still heard by the nearby peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth slightly curled. This Duan Lingtian has a true nature. But his courage isn't small. Is he really not afraid of suffering Hao's revenge? Now that Hao had admitted defeat, it was obviously aimed at him. Hao returned, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with ruthlessness and viciousness. Hao, he's mine. Hu Xuefeng looked at Hao. His eyes emitted cold lights, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. Humph. Hao glanced coldly and indifferently at Hu Xuefeng and paid no attention to him, as if he utterly didn't take Hu Xuefeng seriously. Hu Xuefeng's face sank, a fierce light flickered within his eyes, and he was ruthless in his heart. Hao, besides killing Duan Lingtian today, I'll kill you as well. After today, I'll replace you to become the #1 disciple in the seven-star sword sect's outer court. Meanwhile, the other 8 combat rings had unfolded a fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents. So strong. Duan Lingtian clearly saw that on the 4th combat ring, Xueqi's figure flashed, dodging the fierce sword strike of her opponent, and the sword images in her hand enveloped down, seeming to have transformed into a rain of flowers that covered the sky, forcing her opponent to retreat. From the beginning until the end, she didn't injure her opponent in the slightest. Thank you for showing mercy. The person that was forced to retreat was a 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple, and his forehead was still covered in cold sweat as he directly admitted defeat and walked down from the 4th combat ring. Xueqi. Victory. Advancement. In next to no time, the results of the battles on the other combat rings were finally out. Another 7 people advanced successively. Only a few people were injured, and no one was killed. Although the outer court martial competition this time didn't care about life and death, in the eyes of the outer court disciples that entered the arena, their opponents were fellow disciples of the same sect after all, and there was no enmity between them, so there was no need to really fight to the death. It's still the order from before. The remaining 10 outer court disciples, go. The Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, slowly said. Duan Lingtian, I'm going. He Dong bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian, then ascended the distant combat ring. I admit defeat. This time, another person admitted defeat. Hu Xuefeng. Because they had Hao as an example, although the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were slightly surprised when faced with Hu Xuefeng admitting defeat, it wasn't as exaggerated as when Hao admitted defeat earlier. Senior brother Hu Xuefeng admitted defeat? Could it be that it's because of Duan Lingtian as well? This Duan Lingtian first offended senior brother Hao, and now he's offended senior brother Hu Xuefeng. Today, unless he takes the initiative to admit defeat, otherwise he'll surely die. Some of the 7-star sword sect disciples glanced at Duanling Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads. In next to no time, the outcome of the other 8 people was decided. He Dong, victorious. The outer court martial competition continued. Besides Duanling Tian and the 14 people that were eliminated, the other 14 people started the second round of competition. This time, the 7 people that won would be tied with Duanling Tian and temporarily be ranked in the top 10. The battles began. On the 7 combat rings, sword images crisscrossed. Including Xueqi and He Dong, every 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple revealed everything they'd learned in their lifetime to their heart's content. Sword skills that dazzled the eyes whistled out and penetrated every opening. Along with the passage of time, the curtains to the battles on the 7 combat rings were drawn. Xueqi and He Dong advanced. They were temporarily ranked in the top 10 along with the other 5 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. The 7 people that were eliminated once again drew lots. The person that drew lot number 1 was temporarily ranked in the top 10. The strongest person from the other 6 people would occupy the last position in the top 10. Henceforth, the 10 people that were temporarily ranked in the top 10 had been decided. Duanling Tian, Xueqi, and He Dong were shockingly amongst them. Very good. Presently, the 10 people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 have already been decided. Next, it's time to carry out free challenges. The other 19 outer court disciples can challenge any one of the people that are temporarily ranked in the top 10 at will. If you defeat your opponent, you can replace them. Conversely, if you lose, you'll lose the qualifications to challenge. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. I hope all of you choose carefully. The Mizar Peaks master, Zhang Fan, spoke out in a clear voice. Now the remaining 19 people will choose their opponents in order according to the lot number in their hands. Hu Shuifeng's face sank when he heard Zhang Fan, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the lot number in his hand. His lot number was lot number 25. According to the rules Zhang Fan spoke of, he had to wait for the people in front to finish choosing before he could choose his opponent. It was fine if it was someone else. However, She Hao was still in front of him. The first person to choose his opponent was the possessor of lot number 2, an outer court male disciple. His gaze flashed past Duanling Tian's group of 10 before finally descending onto Duanling Tian. He searched back and forth, and only Duanling Tian he had the confidence to defeat. Humph. However, when a cold snort sounded out by his ears, he instead noticed that She Hao's cold and indifferent gaze had descended onto him, causing him to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Only now did he recall that the reason She Hao admitted defeat earlier was because of this Duanling Tian. He took a deep breath. In the end, he still didn't choose Duanling Tian. He didn't dare offend She Hao. He could only choose another person. The result also caused him to be defeated and lose the qualifications to compete for the top 10 of the outer court martial competition. Duanling Tian watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. He knew that his first battle today was bound to be against She Hao. Just as he'd said to He Dong earlier, what should come will come. Chapter 310. In the second round of the outer court martial competition, besides Duanling Tian, He Dong, and Xueqi, the other 7 people that were temporarily ranked in the top 10 were successively challenged. Some maintained their position in the top 10, and some were replaced. On the combat ring, the situation of the battles became even more intense. Sword images crisscrossed, sword howls rose and fell continuously. Although Duanling Tian was the weakest in the eyes of most of the 7th level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, but no one challenged him by name. Because everyone knew that this was the opponent that She Hao had decided on. If anyone dared challenge Duanling Tian, then they would undoubtedly offend She Hao. They didn't dare offend She Hao. As for He Dong and Xueqi, both of them were famous outer court disciples in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and were only slightly inferior to the number 1 disciple in the outer court, She Hao. So, in the eyes of the group of 7th level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples that issued the challenges, challenging He Dong and Xueqi was simply a waste of a challenge opportunity. Everyone only had one chance to issue a challenge, and they had to properly cherish it. So, they tried their best to choose opponents that they had confidence in. Along with an outer court disciple that was ranked in the top 10 being defeated and replaced, It was the turn of the next outer court disciple to issue a challenge. Right at this moment, the bustling and clamorous Mizar platform had completely gone silent, and it became tranquil. The gazes of everyone descended onto a single person. This was a young man with a savage and warped appearance, and a pair of triangular eyes flickered with an icy cold light as he stared fixedly at the person on the combat ring at the center. It's finally Senior Brother Xueqi's turn. Senior Brother Xueqi was waiting for this moment. Looks like this Duanling Tian is going to be struck with misfortune. If I was him, I'd surely admit defeat directly. The gazes of the numerous seven-star sword sect outer court disciples followed Xueqi's gaze to descend onto Duanling Tian, and they whispered in discussion. Duanling Tian stood there without moving like a mountain, with a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duanling Tian. At the same time that Xueqi shouted out coldly, his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a cheetah that pounced onto the first combat ring, and he stood there with an icy cold gaze that never left Duanling Tian. He had challenged Duanling Tian. He wanted to kill Duanling Tian. Xueqi's icy cold gaze was mixed with extreme fury and killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Duanling Tian into 1,000 pieces and burn his bones into ashes. Muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. At a corner not far from the first combat ring, the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, stood there, his eyes emitting greed and delight, as if he'd already seen the scene of him obtaining that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. For the sake of the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, it could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. Especially when the rules of the outer court martial competition were changed at the last minute and turned into a battle of life and death. He was also the one who exerted his strength at the back. Everything he did was for the sake of obtaining Duanling Tian's cultivation method, muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Now, he'd already seen hope, the hope of obtaining the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Humph. Xueqi stood in the distance with an exceedingly gloomy expression, and his pair of icy cold eyes seemed as if they were about to swallow someone up. This Xueqi had actually seized his prey. His gaze descended onto Xueqi, and he already had a plan in his heart. Once Xueqi killed Duanling Tian, he would replace Duanling Tian and enter the top 10. Then, he would directly challenge Xueqi. In the past, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Xueqi. But it was different now. There was an additional grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that provided an amplification of 29%, and his strength had increased greatly. He had the confidence to defeat and even kill Xueqi. Scoundrel. Even though Duanling Tian revealed strong confidence before Li Fei, but Li Fei was still slightly worried. Her white teeth lightly bit her alluring red lips as she stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. After all, inscriptions couldn't be utilized in the outer court martial competition. She saw Duanling Tian standing there without moving for a long time. The Mizar platform was once again in an uproar. Could it be that Duanling Tian intends to admit defeat? Looking at his current posture, it ought to be. It can't be, right? I still want to see him fight. I'm extremely curious. How exactly did a young man that's a little over 20 kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple? And how did he pass the first round of the outer court martial competition and advance to the second round of the outer court martial competition? I'm curious as well. Unfortunately, we probably won't be able to see it. Most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples thought that Duanling Tian had already intended to admit defeat. The smile that appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. This Duanling Tian wouldn't really want to admit defeat, right? Zhao Lin's heart burned with anxiety, and wished for nothing more than to rush up and directly grab Duanling Tian and throw him onto the first combat ring, and make Duanling Tian battle Xueqi. Haha. Xueqi. Looks like you've frightened Duanling Tian quite a bit. Why don't you choose another person? Give this Duanling Tian to me. How about it? Xueqi laughed loudly, then glanced mockingly at Xueqi who stood on the first combat ring in the distance. Xueqi paid no attention to him, and his cold and fierce gaze descended onto Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, since you dare participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition, it wouldn't be because you don't dare accept my challenge, right? Looks like you're really a coward, an out-and-out coward. Coward! Xueqi once again wantonly humiliated Duanling Tian in front of everyone. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had once again attracted the gazes of the crowd, finally made a move. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and his calm gaze descended onto Xueqi as he said in a low voice, "Xueqi, you hate me to the bone, and wish for nothing more than to kill me right away to take revenge for your sister, Xueyan. I'm clear of all this." Humph. Xueqi's gaze went slightly cold, and his triangular eyes were filled with ruthlessness. "It's good that you're clear. Today, unless you want to be an out-and-out coward. Otherwise, once you dare ascend the first combat ring, I, Xueqi, Xueyan's brother, will make you die without a corpse." Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when he heard Xueqi's ruthless words, and he slowly said, "Then do you know why I crippled your sister's dantian?" Xueqi was slightly impatient as he said, "I don't care why you crippled my sister's dantian. When you crippled my sister's dantian and crippled my sister's cultivation, you were already bound to become a dead man. You were bound to only be able to repent on the path to hell." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression finally changed. "What you mean is, even if I crippled Xueyan's dantian, there was a reason behind it, and it was because Xueyan took the initiative to provoke me and attack me. Even so, you wouldn't feel guilty? You wouldn't feel that all this was something Xueyan brought upon herself? You wouldn't feel that you didn't teach your sister well?" Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he stared fixedly at Xueqi as he asked word by word. Whoosh! The Mizar platform was in an uproar, and all the 7-star sword sect disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian crippling Xueyan's dantian had a reason. I heard long ago that Xueyan relied on her brother, Xueqi, who was the #1 disciple in the outer court, to run amok in Arcade Peak and bully people everywhere. Now it would seem that all this is true. This time, Xueyan could be considered to have bitten off more than she could chew, and even had her cultivation crippled because of this. If it's really like this, then Xueyan indeed deserved it. Yeah, Duan Lingtian doing this can be considered to have removed a malignant tumor for Arcade Peak and even our 7-star sword sect. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples discussed animatedly. Xueqi's warped and savage features were already tangled together when he heard Duan Lingtian. Now, when he heard the discussion of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples, his face seemed to have become a hemp rope that was completely twisted together. "Duan Lingtian!" Xueqi abruptly shouted out explosively with a voice that was like a thunderclap. His gaze that was icy cold to the extreme passed through his pair of triangular eyes to descend onto Duan Lingtian. "I, Xueqi, will tell you right now. No matter what my sister did, no matter if my sister was wrong first, in my eyes, no matter what my sister did, you, Duan Lingtian, don't have the qualifications to cripple her cultivation." "Don't have the qualifications?" Duan Lingtian laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. "Then what you mean is that even if your sister, Xueyan, wants to cripple my dantian, I still can't resist? I can only stand on the spot and wait for your sister to cripple my dantian? I can only allow myself to be slaughtered by your sister?" "Exactly," Xueqi said coldly. "This is your best choice. But unfortunately, you didn't have such a choice. If you did, then perhaps you'd only become a cripple and wouldn't die. Yet now you're bound to die at my hands. Do you regret it? But unfortunately, it's useless no matter how much you regret it. Today you, Duan Lingtian, will die for sure." Xueqi's every word contained killing intent, and he revealed his resolution to kill Duan Lingtian. His words were filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. It caused most of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present to feel a chill run down their spines. Of course, there were also some 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were extremely furious. Xueqi is so overbearing. Yeah, according to what he said, no matter whose dantian his sister wants to cripple, that person still can't resist. Otherwise that person will be targeted by him and even killed. Does he really think that his family owns the 7-star sword sect? Duan Lingtian, ignore him. Even if you admit defeat, no one will look down on you. Right, with your natural talent in the martial Dao, you'll easily surpass Xueqi in a few years. There's no need to lose your life for a momentary dispute of personal feelings. Your future is bright and far from what Xueqi can compare to. You must think thrice. Shao's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it completely caused an uproar on Mizar platform. At the same time that many seven-star sword sect outer court disciples were furious, they were even ceaselessly persuading Duanling Tian to admit defeat. There was a scale in everyone's heart. Although they couldn't be considered to have any friendship with Duanling Tian. But at this moment, the scale in their hearts was undoubtedly biased towards Duanling Tian, the side that was in the right and was at a disadvantage. Chapter 3:11. Now, even the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, couldn't help but frown when he heard what Xueqi said. Duanling Tian, admit defeat. There's no need to throw away your life for this. Duanling Tian's eardrums slightly trembled as he received a voice. He was the only one who could hear this voice. Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Fan who stood nearby. Now, Zhang Fan lightly nodded to him. It was precisely Zhang Fan who'd condensed his origin energy to speak to him. Duanling Tian was grateful in his heart towards Zhang Fan's good intentions, and he replied with a smile. When Zhang Fan saw Duanling Tian nodding to him with a smile, he thought that Duanling Tian had accepted his suggestion. But in the next moment, Duanling Tian's actions instead caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's figure flashed as he executed the spirit serpent movement technique, seeming to have transformed into a spirit serpent. In the blink of an eye, he descended the first combat ring and stood opposite of Xueqi, who was glaring fiercely at him. Duanling Tian actually didn't admit defeat. Is he courting death? Most of the seven-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform were stunned when they saw Duanling Tian's actions. As far as they were concerned, it was impossible for the current Duanling Tian to be a match for Xueqi. Zhao Lin started laughing. He was worried earlier that Duanling Tian would admit defeat. In that way, his plan would completely fail, and everything he'd done in secret would be in vain. Now, the worry in his heart had vanished without a trace, and replacing it was delight. So long as Xueqi kills Duanling Tian, I'll be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Traces of a burning sheen were mixed within Zhao Lin's gaze. Scoundrel! Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face slightly tensed up as she looked nervously at Duanling Tian, and she was slightly perturbed in her heart. Although she ceaselessly told herself in her heart to believe this man, when it really came to this moment, she couldn't help but be worried in her heart. Unknowingly, this man had long since become her everything, her everything. It was difficult for her to imagine. How was she going to live on without this man? Perhaps, she would follow along. On the first arena, Duanling Tian calmly looked at Xueqi with a carefree expression that remained unperturbed. He had said everything that needed to be said. Since Xueqi was so stubborn, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Suddenly, Duanling Tian emitted a strong battle intent, as if he had turned into an undefeatable god of war. When Xueqi saw Duanling Tian enter the arena, his pair of sinister triangular eyes revealed a joyous expression. The gaze he looked at Duanling Tian with was like the gaze of a hunter eyeing his prey. Duanling Tian, after I kill you, I'll wring your head off and bring it back to my sister. I'm sure she'll feel gratified. Xueqi's voice was incomparably cold. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. A 7th-grade spirit sword. Suddenly, Xueqi took a stride forward. Instantly, dust suffused the air at the place Xueqi's foot landed. Origin energy raged and leaped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Xueqi's hand. Presently, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above Xueqi before condensing into 127 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end. 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. A grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 27%. Duanling Tian's expression went serious when he saw Xueqi starting to accumulate strength. Xueqi was a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. He didn't dare be careless. Whoosh! Duanling Tian's body slightly moved. The energy of heaven and earth roiled above him, and 80 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Instantly, waves of astonished and indescribable voices sounded out on the Mizar platform as expected. This Duanling Tian. He's simply a monster. A little over 26th level of the Origin Core Stage. I'm not dreaming, right? I really hope this is a dream. Don't be so discouraging. A little over 26th level of the Origin Core stage. Even if it's that person who's the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he didn't seem to be so monstrous all those years ago, right? If Duan Ling Tian was born 5 years earlier, the head of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would absolutely not be that person. Unbelievable! The crowd of 7-star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples were shocked to the point their hearts seemed to be about to stop beating, and after they recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but make a fuss. The scene before them caused them to be indescribably shocked. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they would absolutely not be willing to believe that all this was true. Scoundrel broke through? Li Fei's face revealed a delighted expression when she saw this scene. As expected. He Dong's brows raised as he thought in his heart. But, even if this Duan Ling Tian has really broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, his strength is still inferior to Xueqi's strength by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. If he were to utilize the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword, then the gap between him and Xueqi isn't just the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. He Dong was slightly curious. Under such a gap, why was Duan Ling Tian still able to be so confident? Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Ling Tian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple, Xueqi, 3 months ago, and he knew that Duan Ling Tian defeated Xueqi as the weak. But, at that time, Xueqi's strength was only a little over 10 ancient mammoths stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Now, Xueqi's strength was instead stronger than Duan Ling Tian by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths or more. Xueqi stood at the side. Her beautiful brows slightly frowned as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight worry. Now, she could only hope that Duan Ling Tian would create another miracle. But, was this possible? The gap was so huge. 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Starting from the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, the group of Outer Court elders of Mizar Peak and the Migres Peak's Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, all had dumbstruck expressions. Natural talent was too shocking. As expected, the effect of the rebirth of the Muscle Meridian Cleansing Scroll isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The burning in Zhao Lin's eyes became even more frenzied. Whereas now, as the person involved, Duan Ling Tian didn't care in the slightest towards the sensation he caused. The strength of 80 ancient mammoths, 3 months ago, not long after he killed Xueqi, he'd already grasped it. At that time he'd broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, and exerting his full strength. His strength was comparable to the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. The quake energy had increased along with it, and its scope of effect had increased to the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. But, all of this was history. Now, after cultivating for another 3 months, with a natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Ling Tian obtained after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk and being reborn, his cultivation had broken through once again. 5 days ago, he'd once again broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. At the same time, he'd grasped the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. The strength of 91 ancient mammoths. Not only that, after he broke through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, the quake energy had increased once again. Presently, the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased to the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. In other words, so long as the strength of the opponent Duan Ling Tian faced didn't exceed the strength of 30 ancient mammoths, his quake energy would be able to easily destroy his opponent. Now, Duan Ling Tian had utilized the strength of 80 ancient mammoths and concealed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. It was precisely because he wanted to give others a false impression, making others think that he was only an ordinary 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Besides that, as far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, even if he only used the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, through the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword and relying on the quake energy, it was already sufficient to deal with Xueqi. There was no need to expose his entire strength. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. 6th level of the Origin Core stage? Xueqi was shocked by the cultivation Duan Ling Tian revealed. He wouldn't take an ordinary 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist seriously. But the 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist that stood before him now was a young man that was a little over 20. Even he couldn't help but be shocked by such natural talent. He had to admit that this Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed shocking. Even throughout the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been such a monstrous figure. I never imagined that I, Xueqi, would actually have the chance to kill a genius martial artist that possesses such monstrous natural talent in my lifetime. Xueqi's heart was filled with excitement. This Xueqi. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that besides hatred, the gaze Xueqi shot at him faintly contained a trace of excitement. He was able to guess Xueqi's thoughts. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Does this Xueqi really think I'm meat on the chopping block? Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. He lightly shook it as origin energy flashed and raged. Whoosh! To the side of the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, relying on the grade 7 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian was able to exert the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Haha! Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't be thinking that you can go against me with just this little bit of strength, right? I'm extremely curious if you'll be able to create another miracle like 3 months ago. Xueqi's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth that lightly curled into a ridiculing smile. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian defeating a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple 3 months ago. Now, there's a difference of the strength of 26 ancient mammoths between us. Let me see how you'll make up for this difference. At the same time that Xueqi spoke, his figure flashed like the wind as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Origin energy coiled around the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand as it whistled out. Instantly, it condensed into 81 sword silhouettes. Amongst these 81 sword silhouettes, only one of them was the true killing move. It's the high-grade profound rank sword skill, 9-9 sword technique, at the perfection stage. Many 7-star sword sect disciples recognized the sword skill Xueqi executed. 81 identical sword silhouettes tore through the sky, causing the air to become sluggish, and sword howls continued without end as they converged together, causing it to be incomparably ear-piercing. The eardrums of some 7-star sword sect outer court disciples with comparatively lower cultivation shook, and their faces went ghastly pale. Whoosh! 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 The 81 sword silhouettes were like a myriad of swords returning to their source as they locked onto Duan Lingtian, and they carried along a shocking aura as they swept out. Chapter 3:12. The 81 identical sword silhouettes whistled over, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel a trace of pressure. Of course, it was only a trace. This sword skill is slightly interesting. Ordinary people are unable to see through it. After fusing with the lifetime worth of memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, it was equivalent to possessing the lifetime worth of the Samsara Emperor Wu's abundant martial arts experience. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the formidable aspect of Xueqi's sword skill. This sword skill. It paid particular attention to transforming reality into illusion, transforming illusion into reality. An ordinary person was utterly unable to distinguish which sword image was the real one amongst these 81 sword images with a naked eye. However, as an inscription master who knows how to utilize spiritual force, although this sword skill isn't bad, it has nowhere to hide before me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He had to admit that the sword skill Xueqi executed was extremely strong. Moreover, he was able to discern that this sword skill was extremely difficult to cultivate, let alone cultivate it to the perfection stage. Xueqi was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and suppress a group of 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, and the contribution of this sword skill was probably not small. Die! Xueqi's gaze went cold, and accompanied by his figure flashing out, the 81 sword images revolved around Duan Lingtian and flashed out from all directions, seeming to have transformed into numerous extremely swift-flowing lights that pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Even until now, not a single one of the 81 sword images revealed even the slightest clue. This was also the terrifying aspect of the 9-9 sword technique. Deliberately mystifying. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force flashed out, and he easily found the location of the real sword image amongst the 81 sword images. He abruptly turned around, and his gaze went slightly cold. Sword drawing arts. Duan Ling Tian attacked, his sword striking out like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The exceedingly swift sword light quickly found the location of the real sword image amongst the 81 sword images of the 99 sword technique that Xueqi executed. Clang! The two grade 7 spirit swords directly collided, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. Impossible! The hand that was holding the sword shook, causing Xueqi's expression to change greatly. Immediately, his triangular eyes revealed a luster of disbelief. He never would have thought that Duan Ling Tian would actually be able to see through his sword skill, see through the 81 sword shadows, and see where the real sword was and block it in time. After all, since his 99 sword technique was cultivated to the perfection stage, none of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples were able to see through it. It could be said that the 99 sword technique was the foundation of his invincibility in the outer sect. And now, his greatest trump card had been seen through? Luck, it must be luck. Xueqi didn't want to believe that Duan Ling Tian had the ability to see through his sword skill. His mind quickly calmed down, and he gripped his grade 7 spirit sword tightly. Luck was only a part of one's strength. Strength, the biggest thing to rely on, was still powerful strength, invincible strength. A hint of madness appeared on Xueqi's twisted and ferocious face. Whoosh! Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Xueqi's hand that was in a deadlock with Duan Ling Tian's grade 7 spirit sword abruptly skyrocketed, and it revealed a peerlessly formidable strength. The strength of 127 ancient mammoths, fully exploding out. The terrifying strength followed the grade 7 spirit sword and whistled out, desiring to blast Duan Ling Tian flying along with his sword. At this moment, Xueqi seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being blasted flying by him, then being pursued and killed by him. His face revealed a mad and ferocious smile. Dang! Want to use strength to suppress me? Duan Ling Tian's hand shook as he felt a formidable strength transmit over, and it instantly suppressed the strength of his grade 7 spirit sword. He guessed Xueqi's intentions, and his face went cold as the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian commanded in his heart. Quake energy! Instantly, the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand started to rage and roil, and it trembled at an extremely swift frequency. This frequency was still ceaselessly speeding up. OM, 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 OM. The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword trembled at an incomparably swift frequency, but not a single person present was able to notice it. Even the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, only shook his head and sighed now. He didn't hold any hope towards Duan Ling Tian when he saw Xueqi erupt. What a pity for a peerless genius. Zhang Fan shook his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he sighed. Since it was a life-and-death battle, then it was naturally not good for him to interfere. A man without integrity wouldn't exist. Not to mention, this life-and-death battle wasn't just his integrity, it was related to the integrity of the entire 7-star sword sect. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect had always adhered to integrity, and this was the reason why it was able to stand for a few thousand years. This was also the foundation of the 7-star sword sect. Ah! Right at this moment, Zhang Fan heard a shrill cry sound out, and it pierced his eardrums to the point they trembled. For a moment, he subconsciously thought that it was Duan Ling Tian that was shrill crying. But in next to no time, he seemed to have noticed something, and his body abruptly trembled. Wait, this isn't Duan Ling Tian's voice. When he raised his head and saw the scene in the distance, his pupils instantly stared wide open. At this moment, it wasn't only Zhang Fan. Even the group of Mizar Peak Outer Court elders and the group of 7-star sword sect Outer Court disciples that were present had their pupils stared wide open, and they stared blankly at the scene in the distance, and their faces were covered in expressions of disbelief. How could this be possible? Scoundrel! Li Fei looked at the scene before her and heaved a sigh of relief, and her smile was like a flower. Trash! Hu Shuifeng's face was gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into a line that flashed with cold lights as he spat out 2 words in disdain. On the number 1 combat ring. The palm of Xueqi's hand that held his sword split open, and fresh blood sprayed out. As for his grade 7 spirit sword, it had already been flicked flying, and it landed in the distance with a clang. One could vaguely see that the sword hilt was dyed with a layer of fresh blood, and it dripped onto the combat ring to form numerous red-colored little roses. No. Impossible. What's that? Xueqi shuddered, and his savage and warped features were covered in terror as he stared at the young man that stood before him with an expression of disbelief, and he was even slightly unable to speak properly. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian used the quake energy to suppress Xueqi, and after making Xueqi abandon his sword, his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and his origin energy skyrocketed and raged. The quake energy appeared once more. Bang! His leg swept out, and it descended onto the arm that Xueqi swung out with the intention of blocking. The terrifying tremor energy gushed out from his body. Ah! Xueqi felt a terrifying trembling energy come from his arm. This was an extremely terrifying energy, and the frequency of the trembling grew faster and faster, practically affecting the flesh and bones in his entire body, causing his face to go ghastly pale, and it was difficult to mobilize the origin energy in his entire body. Right when Xueqi stood there and ceaselessly danced, causing the group of people present to be unable to understand what was going on, Duan Ling Tian struck out with his sword. Whoosh! He didn't utilize a sword skill, and a straightforward sword strike directly flashed out. Presently, the origin energy in Xueqi's entire body was affected, and he was utterly unable to mobilize it, let alone block this sword strike of Duan Ling Tian's. Puchi! A strand of blood blossomed, and the peerlessly fierce sword strike directly entered Xueqi's chest and passed through his body. Xueqi's body that was shaken to the point of being weak and powerless trembled, and his gaze was unfocused as he looked at the young man before him with an expression of disbelief, and he struggled to say something. No. But, in the end, Xueqi didn't finish what he wanted to say in the end, and his pair of triangular eyes stared wide open as he directly fell down. Bang! An expanse of dust arose above the #1 combat ring, and it suffused the air. Xueqi, the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, dead. Duan Ling Tian coldly swept Xueqi, who lay there with his pair of triangular eyes staring wide open, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Then he put away the grade 7 spirit sword. Of course, he didn't forget to put away Xueqi's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. All of these were his spoils of the battle. Practically at the instant Xueqi's corpse crashed onto the ground, the Mizar platform was deathly silent. Besides Li Fei's face that revealed a delighted smile, the others all stood blankly on the spot, as if their throats were choked by someone, and their faces flushed red, and they were unable to make a sound for a long time. The impact of the scene before their eyes was too great to them. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian, who ought to have been killed by Xueqi, had actually relied on the strength of a mere 101 ancient mammoths to launch a shocking counterattack and kill Xueqi instead. At this moment, their hearts were like tempestuous waves that surged within them, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Finally, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, was the first to react, and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and it was filled with burning gazes. If this gaze could ignite flames, perhaps it would be able to ignite Duan Ling Tian's entire body. Such a monstrous genius has actually appeared in my 7-star sword sect. He's only a little over 20, and possesses a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage. Not to mention this, he actually relied on the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Xueqi, who exerted his full strength and exerted the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Even in the entire inner court, there aren't many inner court disciples that possess sword skills that can compare to Xueqi's 9-9 sword technique. But he saw through it with a single glance. Even a nascent soul martial artist might not be able to see through Xueqi's 9-9 sword technique so easily. Presently, it wasn't only Zhang Fan who was excited. Even the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that were present had excited expressions. The appearance of such a monstrous genius in the 7-star sword sect was undoubtedly of great significance to the 7-star sword sect. They could imagine that in another few years, this monstrous genius would surely be a figure that was comparable to the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. No, perhaps even surpassing the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. For a time, the gazes of the 7-star sword sect disciples present looked at Duan Ling Tian with burned gazes. Although the 7-star sword sect was the strongest top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, this year's younger generation hadn't been outstanding in the younger generation. But in these past few years, the younger generation wasn't outstanding, and was far inferior to the 5 great young masters whose reputations were spread far and wide. Now, the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect urgently needed a true young expert, A young expert that could compete with the 5 great young masters. They saw hope on Duan Ling Tian. Freak. Chapter 313. Not far away from Hedong, Xueqi stood there, and her pretty face went pale from fright as well. Her heartbeat slightly sped up. Junior sister has really found an extraordinary man. He actually really killed Xueqi. Another miracle. No. Impossible. Impossible. The Migres Peak Outer Court elder Zhao Lin had now recovered from his shock as well, and as he glanced at Xueqi's corpse that lay on the first combat ring, he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian, who should have died at Xueqi's hands, had actually made a strong counterattack and killed Xueqi instead. Traces of unwillingness arose within his heart. He didn't care about Xueqi's life or death. But now that Xueqi was dead, it also meant that everything he did this time was only useless. He had failed at the last step. Duan Ling Tian. I've still underestimated you. After a short moment, Zhao Lin caught his breath, and his pair of fierce eyes were suffused with frightening cold lights as they descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength had exceeded his expectations. No. I didn't underestimate you. I underestimated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Now, the yearning in Zhao Lin's heart towards the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll had almost reached the point of qi deviation. Duan Ling Tian stood on the first combat ring and seemed to have noticed something. His brows slightly raised, and with a glance, he looked towards the distant Zhao Lin. The frenzied yearning in Zhao Lin's eyes caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to jerk. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. This Zhao Lin seems to have not given up. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze from Zhao Lin, then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a spirit serpent, leaving the first combat ring. Meanwhile, the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform reacted to what had happened. Duan Ling Tian's strength is too terrifying. The number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court was so easily killed by him. Now that Xueqi is dead, the title of number 1 disciple of the outer court will change hands. If Duan Ling Tian is able to seize the first place in the outer court martial competition today, then he would be the well-deserved number 1 disciple in the outer court. I'm looking forward to it. The gazes of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and their gazes were filled with burning anticipation. At this time, Duan Ling Tian returned to the center of the arena. Not bad. The peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, looked at Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled. Duan Ling Tian returned a smile and returned to Xueqing's side. Duan Ling Tian, how did you see through Xueqi's 99 sword technique? Hedong took a few steps forward and stood beside Duan Ling Tian. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Xueqing looked curiously at Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and said in a light voice, Xueqi can only blame himself for being unlucky. His sword skill is extremely brilliant, and it's difficult for an ordinary person to see through it. But unfortunately, I've studied inscriptions for a period of time with an inscription master, and I know how to utilize spiritual force. My spiritual force extended out and easily broke through his sword skill. Hiss. Hedong gasped, and his face was filled with shock. You possess such a cultivation at such an age. I originally thought that you were wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. You actually studied the inscription patterns? What a martial artist feared the most when cultivating was to be distracted. Even Hedong himself, although he had a decent natural talent in weapons crafting, he didn't study weapons crafting and become a weapons crafting master, because his ambition wasn't in the Tao of weapons crafting. So, he gave up his decent natural talent in weapons crafting and wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivating in the martial Tao. I only studied it for a few days. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. But, Hedong naturally would not believe what Duan Ling Tian said now. Now that Duan Ling Tian was able to utilize spiritual force, it could be imagined that Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions would surely not be low. Although Xueqing didn't speak, a tempestuous storm still arose in her heart. At this moment, a trace of envy couldn't help but arise in her heart. She envied her junior sister for finding such a good husband. He Dong's eyes flickered as he sighed with emotion. Xueqi was able to become the #1 disciple in the outer court and was able to surpass me, Xueqi, and Xueqi by relying on his high-grade profound rank sword skill, 9-9 sword technique. Today, he lost at your hands, and his loss wasn't unjust. Actually, in Hedong's heart, what he was most curious about was what method Duan Lingtian used to kill Xueqi. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's method had overturned his past understanding of strength. In the past, in his eyes, so long as one's strength was strong enough, it was sufficient to crush everything. But today, he witnessed with his own eyes how Duan Lingtian used the strength of 101 ancient mammoths to kill Xueqi, who displayed the strength of 127 ancient mammoths. Only now did he understand that strength didn't represent everything. In the past, he was only a frog at the bottom of a well. But Hedong didn't know. Now, not only him, even the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, and the 10 Mizar Peak outer court elders present had similar feelings as Hedong. Of course, even though Hedong was curious about Duan Lingtian's method, he also yearned to investigate in depth. But he didn't open his mouth to ask. Because he knew what he should ask, and what he shouldn't ask. Duan Lingtian's method was obviously a method that surpassed martial skills and strength. This kind of method was the greatest trump card for anyone. It was impossible to easily reveal to others. Humph. Xueqi stood in the distance with an incomparably gloomy expression. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually kill Xueqi. This was something that he'd never thought of before. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would surely die if he went against Xueqi. But the outcome had exceeded his expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Xueqi instead. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that even if it was him, it was impossible for him to kill Xueqi so straightforwardly. Damn it! How the hell did he do it? Xueqi noticed that when he faced Duan Lingtian now, traces of fear and terror actually faintly arose in the depths of his heart. This caused him to feel incomparably ashamed and resentful. A kid that was a little over 20 had actually caused him to involuntarily have such feelings. Damn it. All right, the challenges continue. In next to no time, Zhang Fan spoke out once more and announced that the outer court martial competition would continue. The following challenges proceeded like a raging fire. But all the challengers had reached a common tacit understanding, and no one dared challenge Duan Lingtian by name. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had just killed the #1 disciple in the outer court, Xueqi. Although they were conceited, they weren't conceited to the point of thinking that they were stronger than Xueqi. Moreover, they'd clearly seen the battle from before. From the beginning until the end, that Xueqi didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before being killed by Duan Lingtian. So long as they recalled the scene from before, they couldn't help but shudder. Duan Lingtian's methods were truly too strange. Along with the challengers issuing challenges to the outer court disciples that were temporarily ranked in the top 10, the top 10 people of the second round of the outer court martial competition were finally confirmed. The 10 people that included Duan Lingtian, Xueqi, Hedong, and Xueqi were ranked in the top 10 of the outer court martial competition this time. Now, the top 10 people of the outer court martial competition have already been confirmed. What will be carried out next is the ranking battles. Based on strength, list out the specific rankings of the top 10 people. Along with Zhang Fan's voice sounding out, everyone knew that the outer court martial competition this time had already come to an end. Every 2 people amongst the 10 of you will have a battle with each other. In other words, any one of you will have to battle the other 9 people. There will be an elder recording for all of you, and the person that wins 9 battles will be ranked first in the outer court martial competition this time. The person that wins 8 battles will be ranked second, the person that wins 7 battles will be ranked third, and so on and so forth. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 10 people as he spoke out once more. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In this way, every single one of the 10 people would have a battle with each other. These rules couldn't be any fairer. Duan Lingtian, you go first. A voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and only now did he notice that it was Zhang Fan speaking to him. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and nodded before ascending the combat ring. Now, any of you that have the confidence to defeat Duan Lingtian can go up and battle. Zhang Fan looked at Hedong, Xueqi, Xueqi, and the other 10 people as he spoke indifferently. But, No one made a move. Earlier, the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed when he killed Shi Hao caused all of them to be fearful, and they didn't have the slightest confidence. Even Hu Xuefeng was obediently standing on the spot now. He didn't dare go up. Duan Ling Tian's methods were too strange, and even Shi Hao was easily killed by him. Although he was conceited and felt that he could defeat Shi Hao by relying on his grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%, but he'd never thought that he would be able to easily defeat Shi Hao. Didn't senior brother Hu Xuefeng ask Shi Hao to give Duan Ling Tian to him earlier? Now that he has the chance, why isn't he going up? You can't even discern this? Senior brother Hu Xuefeng didn't know of Duan Ling Tian's strength earlier, and now that he's seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing Shi Hao, he's surely given up on the thought of fighting Duan Ling Tian. Looks like senior brother Hu Xuefeng only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The voices of the numerous 7-star sword sect outer court disciples entered into Hu Xuefeng's ears, and it caused Hu Xuefeng's body to tremble as if he was struck by lightning, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Duan Ling Tian. Hu Xuefeng's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and it was filled with fierceness and ruthlessness. As far as he was concerned, the culprit behind all this was Duan Ling Tian. He pushed all the blame onto Duan Ling Tian. But even then, he still didn't dare ascend the combat ring to battle Duan Ling Tian, because he was afraid that he would be killed by Duan Ling Tian. On the combat ring, Duan Ling Tian stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he transformed into an invincible god of war, and no one dared battle him. Zhang Fan wasn't surprised by this scene, and he said indifferently, after the time of 10 breaths, if no one ascends the combat ring to battle Duan Ling Tian, then the other 9 people will be considered to have admitted defeat. Duan Ling Tian's battle record is 9 battles and 9 victories. The battle record of the other 9 people is 1 battle and 1 loss. Chapter 3:14. The time of 10 breaths quickly passed. However, there was still no one that ascended the combat ring to battle Duan Ling Tian. Since it's like this, then without a doubt, the first in the outer court martial competition today is Duan Ling Tian. The Mizar Peaks master, Zhang Fan, announced with a calm tone. Duan Ling Tian had become the well-deserved first in the outer court martial competition today. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. On the Mizar platform, after a short moment of silence, it was completely in an uproar. The faces of all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples flushed red as they excitedly shouted out Duan Ling Tian's name. They knew clearly in their hearts. From today onwards, Duan Ling Tian would become a milestone in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. A little over 20 years old, the #1 disciple in the outer court. In the thousands of years of history of the 7-star sword sect, there had never been anyone that was able to obtain such an achievement at this age. When faced with the fervent and excited 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, Duan Ling Tian stood there with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. What a Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Fan had always been paying attention to Duan Ling Tian, and when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was still able to be so composed at this time, he couldn't help but raise his opinion of Duan Ling Tian slightly. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Zhang Fan shouted out in shock, and his voice suppressed all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were present. Under the focused gazes of the crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, with a raise of his hand, a flowing light flashed out. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian became vigilant when Zhang Fan spoke, and now when he saw Zhang Fan throw something over, he hurriedly extended his hand to catch it. When he looked carefully, it was a spatial ring. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan spoke. Inside this spatial ring is the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Besides the reward that's almost the same as the first place in the outer court martial competition in the past, there's an additional reward, and that's the profound origin fruit. Profound origin fruit. Although before the outer court martial competition began today, the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples present had heard that the profound origin fruit would become the additional reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. However, when the profound origin fruit was obtained by someone else, their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Numerous burning gazes descended onto the spatial ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand. There was a profound origin fruit within it. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Zhang Fan before putting away the storage ring in his hand. He was going to look at it when he got back. With a flash of his body, he flew out and landed beside Li Fei. Bastard! A wisp of a smile appeared on Li Fei's face. She felt happy for Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was able to obtain first place in the outer court martial competition. This was her man, Li Fei's man. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, and his fierce eyes became gentle and tender like water. He was like a completely different person compared to the appearance he had during the battle with Hao earlier. Duan Lingtian and this Alcade Peak junior sister are simply a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Yeah, only a young genius like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. It truly causes others to be envious and jealous. The crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples sighed with emotion. Hu Xuefeng's expression was extremely unsightly. Earlier when he saw Duan Lingtian obtain the profound origin fruit, flames of rage arose within his heart. As far as he was concerned, the profound origin fruit ought to have been his. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared out of nowhere and snatched his profound origin fruit. Not to mention this. Now, Duan Lingtian was actually flirting with this drop-dead gorgeous woman that he coveted, and it caused flames of rage to arise within his heart. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hu Xuefeng hated Duan Lingtian to the point he gnashed his teeth. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Hu Xuefeng's gaze, but he utterly couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he looked at the distant Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin glared with his ghastly eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment before turning around and leaving the balcony. When he saw Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze, Duan Lingtian knew that in the future, Zhao Lin would surely make a move against him from all aspects, all for the sake of obtaining the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lin. Boundless flames of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart towards Zhao Lin's endless chatter. At the same time, besides Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people continued to compete for the top 10 rankings of the outer court martial competition. Although the first in the outer court martial competition was seized away by Duan Lingtian, but the higher one's ranking was, the more rewards one would obtain. So, the other 9 people fought with all their might. Amongst the 9 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples, Xueqi, Hidong, and Hu Xuefeng's strengths were the strongest. When the 3 of them fought with the other 6, it was practically a one-sided suppression. Duan Lingtian discerned as well that the reason the 3 of them were able to firmly suppress the other 7th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciples was because the sword skills they cultivated were comparatively superior. Just like Xueqi's sword skills, every sword strike that was casually executed seemed to be a stroke of genius. Hidong's sword skills were unrestrained and concealed killing intent, causing one to be unable to guard against it. Hu Xuefeng's sword skills had a total of 13 sword strikes, one after another like overlapping waves with boundless might. The final result. Hu Xuefeng relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that provided a 29% amplification to display the strength of 129 ancient mammoths to suppress Xueqi and Hidong, and was ranked second in the outer court martial competition this time. Second only to Duan Lingtian. As for the third place in the outer court martial competition, it was obtained by Hidong. Xueqi was only ranked 4th. Along with the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, distributing the rewards of the other 9 people, his clear voice sounded out. The outer court martial competition this time has come to an end. Those that didn't obtain any rewards shouldn't be discouraged. There's still a chance after 1 year. The 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition was held once a year, and it never changed no matter what. Duan Lingtian, work hard and enter the inner court as soon as possible. I look favorably upon you. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and his face revealed a warm smile. Zhang Fan's attitude caused the group of Mizar Peak outer court elders to be greatly shocked. As outer court elders of Mizar Peak, they naturally knew the temper of this peak master. Even when facing an outstanding inner court disciple in the inner court, he'd never put down his airs and be so kind. I will. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Then under the envious and jealous gazes of the group of 7-star sword sect disciples, he held Li Fei's hand and walked shoulder to shoulder with Xueqi to leave the Mizar Peak. They followed the flow of people to arrive near the Mizar Peak's trade hall, then stepped onto the chain bridge and left Mizar Peak. Duan Lingtian followed Li Fei back to her residence, and the pair of man and woman that were burning with passion once again lingered for a while before reluctantly separating. Profound Origin Fruit. Once I consume the Profound Origin Fruit, I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage at the first possible moment. At that time, not only will my strength be comparable to an 8th level Origin Core stage martial artist, even my Quake energy will advance once again. On the way back to Migres Peak after leaving Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Most importantly, once I break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, I'll be able to condense a Grade 7 Pill Flame, Grade 7 Weapon Flame, and become a Grade 7 Alchemist and Grade 7 Weapons Craftsman. Now, Duan Lingtian was impatient to return home, and after he stepped onto the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he walked onto the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak and returned to Migres Peak. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that when he just stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform, he encountered a group of Migres Peak disciples, and all of them respectfully greeted him. In terms of age, these Migres Peak disciples were all older than him. But now, all of them called him Senior Brother with incomparable fervor. In this world where the strong are respected, it's so realistic. Strength is the foundation to gain a foothold. When I just entered the 7-star sword sect and entered Migres Peak, I was unknown and no one paid attention to me. Now I've seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, and these people are all sticking to me like gangrene attached to the bone. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. This was a world where the strong were respected, and if one wanted to obtain the respect of others, then one must be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, one could only become an ant beneath another's feet, and be trampled upon by another. The life of the strong was higher than the heavens. The life of the weak was lower than grass. When faced with these Migres Peak disciples, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded indifferently before leaving. When he left, his heart constricted. It's very likely that Zhao Lin is hiding in the shadows now, spying on me. But it isn't so easy to follow me. When he thought of Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze from before, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then followed the flow of people and flashed out. Half an hour later, he appeared on a remote mountain path on Migres Peak. Only now did Duan Lingtian dare swagger back to the peak of Migres Peak and return to the stalactite cave. I'll return now and consume the Profound Origin Fruit. My cultivation will break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage in one go. As he walked on the road, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement as he thought about it. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the peak of Migres Peak, at the side of the mountain path halfway up Migres Peak, bang! A palm print that was condensed into form whistled out and descended onto an enormous mountain rock. Instantly, the mountain rock shattered and shattered rocks flew everywhere. I let him escape again. Zhao Lin's face was gloomy, and he was exasperated. After Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak, as usual, he took advantage of the situation and leaped, passing through the clouds and mist to descend onto the crooked tree. But he'd only just stepped onto the crooked tree when his face went pale. His spiritual force clearly sensed that there seemed to be two formidable auras within the cave passageway. These two formidable auras were extremely terrifying. At least, to the current Duan Lingtian, they were extremely terrifying. Before long, he noticed that the two auras were getting closer and closer, and at the same time, a wave of light footsteps accompanied them. Duan Lingtian became vigilant as he looked towards the cave passageway. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Presently, a yellow-clothed young girl slowly walked out of the cave passageway. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old. Her slightly immature cheeks seemed as if they'd been carved from jade, and there was a small dimple at the corner of her mouth. Her skin was tender, her smile was like a flower, and her appearance was charming and moving. Who are you? Chapter 3:15. Who are you? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard what the young girl said. This place seemed to be his place of cultivation, right? Hiss, suddenly, a wave of familiar sounds entered into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian's body to slightly tremble, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. He looked at the young girl's wrist that was white like jade, and he could see two little heads sticking out. These were two little pythons. One of the little pythons was completely black with complicated golden markings on its body, and on its head was a golden horn that flickered with an icy cold sheen. The other little python was completely white with silver markings on its body, and the horn on its head was silver in color. Little black, little white. Duan Lingtian's mind surged, and he was unable to calm the restless feelings in his heart. These two little fellows had finally returned. Whoosh, whoosh. Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from the young girl's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. The two little pythons flicked their tongues to their heart's content and licked Duan Lingtian's face, causing Duan Lingtian to only feel a wave of itchiness come from his face. It's good that you've returned, it's good that you've returned. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Although he'd always been thinking, when the two little fellows returned, he would surely teach them a good lesson. But when it really came to the moment they returned, his feelings were completely replaced by joy, and he was utterly unwilling to teach the two little fellows a lesson. After grabbing the two little fellows and holding them in his hand, Duan Lingtian sized them up from top to bottom, and his face revealed a light smile. Although you two little fellows haven't stepped into the half-step void stage, you're obviously not far away. Looks like you two had a fortuitous encounter in the primeval forest. Although the two little fellows had consumed a lot of 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only improve natural talent and not cultivation. Relying on his spiritual force and the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to discern with a single glance. The cultivations of these two little fellows had obviously already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Compared to 5 months ago, he was much stronger. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that these two little fellows must have had a fortuitous encounter in these 5 months. The two auras that he had sensed just now belonged to them. Hiss, hiss. The two little fellows raised their little heads and shook them at Duan Lingtian. Their golden eyes and silver eyes shone with a proud luster. I know you guys are amazing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little black, little white. Have you been in the primeval forest all this time? Hiss, hiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons suddenly turned their heads. So your names are Little Black and Little White. No wonder you don't like the names I gave you. A voice that was pleasing to the ear like a silver bell sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel refreshed. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize that because of the appearance of the two little pythons, he'd actually overlooked the yellow-clothed young girl before him. Duan Lingtian re-examined the young girl before him. The young girl's eyes ceaselessly spun and faintly contained a trace of craftiness mixed within, giving others a mischievous feeling. The young girl's skin was snow-white and tender, revealing a rosy glow within the whiteness, causing her to be even more beautiful and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Her body even emitted a strand of faint spirit energy, and within the spirit energy was a faint fragrance mixed within. It was simply a unique treasure bestowed to her by the Creator. The young girl was around 15 or 16 years old. As she stood there, she was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, elegant and refined, pure and bright, fresh and pleasant. With the young girl's current appearance, it was unknown how devastatingly beautiful she would be in a few years. May I ask who you are? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze from the young girl before asking in a light voice. He believed that since the two little pythons were able to bring the young girl here, they surely trusted the young girl extremely. Moreover, his acute spiritual force told him that this young girl didn't have any cultivation, and was only an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The young girl was surely able to appear here because the two little pythons had brought her here. Although he didn't know why the two little pythons had brought the young girl here. When the yellow-clothed young girl heard Duan Lingtian's words, she revealed a wisp of an innocent and charming smile that rippled like spring water and was bright and beautiful like the warm sun in spring. She playfully blinked her watery eyes. Big brother. I'm Han Xueqi. Han Xueqi. Duan Lingtian smiled. A very nice name. Hee hee. When the young girl heard Duan Lingtian's words, she giggled, and her gaze descended onto the two little pythons in Duan Lingtian's hand as she asked curiously. Big brother, When did they start following you? When he heard the young girl, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, "They've been following me since they were born. It's been over 4 years." Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty, as if he'd returned to the days in Aurora City. The 2 little pythons were born in the Li family's estate in Aurora City. No wonder they were so reluctant to part with you and were unwilling to follow us directly. The young girl muttered with a voice that only she could hear. "What did you say?" Duan Lingtian only heard the young girl lightly muttering something and didn't hear it clearly, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Nothing." The young girl shook her head. Even when she wasn't smiling, her pretty face was filled with a smile, causing others to have an indescribable feeling of fondness. Where did Little White and Little Black kidnap this young girl from? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the young girl's face, and he was slightly absent-minded as he muttered to himself in his heart. "Big brother, what are you looking at?" The young girl blinked her jade-like clear eyes. Her face was full of innocence as she asked curiously. "Nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The young girl's innocence made his heart as calm as still water, and it was difficult for him to have any thoughts of profaning her. He lightly smiled and asked, "Little sister, where's your home? Big brother will send you back." "I'm not a little sister, I'm Xueqi, Han Xueqi." The young girl pouted her cute little mouth, seeming to be slightly angry. Her angry appearance made one feel pity for her. "All right, Xueqi." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't fuss with a little girl, and he patiently asked, "Xueqi, where's your home?" "My home." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xueqi was like a little adult as she pondered. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he glared at the 2 little fellows in his hands as if he was asking, "Where did the 2 of you kidnap her from?" Finally, Xueqi came back to her senses. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, she moved her mischievous eyes and slowly said, "Big brother, my home is in a place very, very far away." Duan Lingtian's expression froze. A place very, very far away? What was the difference between this and not saying anything? "Little Black, Little White, come." Just as Duan Lingtian wanted to ask Xueqi further, he saw Xueqi raise her hand, and the 2 little pythons that were originally in his hands flew out and landed on Xueqi's face, rubbing against Xueqi's white wrist in an ingratiating manner. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be slightly stunned. Of the 2 little girls by his side, only Kerr was able to make the 2 little fellows like this. Even Li Fei, who had been with the 2 little fellows for a few years, was unable to make them like this. Who exactly was this yellow-clothed young girl? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that perhaps, from the beginning, he'd underestimated this young girl. "Hee. So you're called Little Black, Little White." Xueqi stretched out her white wrist that was as white as jade and lightly stroked the 2 little pythons. She giggled, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, "Big brother, when I named Little White Little Silver, it only shook its head to express its unwillingness. But when I named Little Black Little Gold, why did it suddenly become violent? And Little White as well, when it heard me call Little Black Little Gold, it also." Hiss hiss. Xueqi hadn't finished speaking when the 2 little pythons that coiled around her white wrist had already become restless. "Look, they're here again." Xueqi shook her head and smiled helplessly. "Little Gold?" Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly strange when he heard Xueqi's words. He naturally knew the reason. Little Gold was the name of the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse that was by Kerr's side, whereas the 2 little pythons had always taken Little Gold as their mortal enemy, so they were naturally very sensitive to the name Little Gold. It wasn't strange for them to become violent. "Xueqi, exactly where is your home? Tell Big Brother. Big Brother will send you back." Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi as he spoke. A young girl like this had been out for a long time, and he could imagine that her family was surely very worried. "Big brother, I told you, my home is very, very far away. I came out with Qing Nu." Xueqi pouted her cute little mouth as she spoke. "Qing Nu?" Duan Lingtian naturally thought that the Qing Nu that Xueqi spoke of was the servant by her side. Earlier he discerned that with Xueqi's bearing, she surely had an extraordinary background. "Xueqi, where's Qing Nu now? I'll send you over to look for him." He's surely very anxious now that he's unable to find you. Big brother, Qingnu knows that little black, little white, and I have come to look for you. Originally, Qingnu wanted to come as well, but she had something to do at the last minute, so I brought little black and little white along. Xueqi blinked her mischievous eyes as she spoke slowly. Look for me? Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Xueqi. Yes. Xueqi nodded. Qingnu wanted to bring little black and little white along with us, and little black and little white wanted to leave with us as well. But they told Qingnu that they wanted to seek your opinion. So, I brought them along. Xueqi hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian's expression went grim. She wanted to take the two little fellows away from him? No. Little black and little white will absolutely not leave with you. Duan Lingtian's words were resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. As for what Xueqi said about little black and little white wanting to leave with them, Duan Lingtian didn't believe it at all. What a joke. Chapter 316. Moreover, what did the young girl say earlier? She seemed to have said that little black and little white told Qingnu that they couldn't bear to part with him? Although little black and little white had a slight understanding of human nature, Duan Lingtian wouldn't believe that they could communicate and speak with humans no matter what. As someone who'd fused with the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well that nascent soul-stage ferocious beasts like the two little fellows would at most have a slight understanding of human nature, but it hadn't reached the stage where they could directly communicate with humans. Unless the person they were facing wasn't a human, but a ferocious beast. Or perhaps, a demon beast. Who the hell are you? Are you joking with me? Duan Lingtian looked at the yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xueqi, and frowned. You said little white and little black can speak and communicate with Qingnu? You said they want to leave with you? Then why don't you ask them to tell me? You don't look old. How did you learn how to deceive people? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He noticed that the young girl's expression changed at a moment's notice. She was smiling wholeheartedly earlier, but in this moment, her delicate and pitiful appearance caused one to feel pity for her. A bad premonition arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. As expected. Woo-woo. Big brother is bad, you bully. Xueqi didn't deceive you. Xueqi didn't deceive you. The young girl cried at a moment's notice, and her tears flowed down as if they were free, causing Duan Lingtian to have a bitter smile and be slightly flustered. All right, Xueqi didn't deceive you, didn't deceive you. Big brother won't talk about Xueqi anymore. Don't cry. Don't cry. Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if Duan Lingtian didn't persuade her, but once he spoke, the young girl started wailing loudly again, and cried even louder. Duan Lingtian frowned. The young girl was crying so loudly, if there was someone on the peak of Migres Peak, wouldn't it be heard by others? That wasn't a good thing. Xueqi, don't cry, be good. It's Big Brother's fault. Big Brother will apologize to you, all right? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. He really couldn't do anything to this cute and playful young girl. She cried at a moment's notice, and there wasn't even the slightest prelude. Really? The young girl temporarily stopped crying and blinked her mischievous eyes that were filled with tears as she asked Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian nodded helplessly. The next moment, Duan Lingtian regretted it. Hee. The young girl wiped away her tears and giggled. Her pair of mischievous eyes revealed a hint of craftiness. Where was the pitiful appearance from before? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, knowing that he had been tricked. Big brother, what's your name? Xueqi blinked her bright eyes and asked Duan Lingtian. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Duan Lingtian? Xueqi started to ponder like a little adult. Then she returned to her senses with a smile that was like a flower, and the two little dimples on her tender cheeks were extremely cute. Xueqi will call Big Brother Lingtian from now on, all right? Big Brother Lingtian. Big Brother Lingtian. It's decided. Duan Lingtian didn't dare say no, as he was really afraid of the young girl's crying technique, and she cried at will. Even those actors on Earth in his previous life couldn't compare to her when it came to crying. What a crybaby. Of course, Duan Lingtian only dared to think like this in his heart. If he were to say it out loud, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Xueqi, you said earlier that Little Black and Little White were talking to Qingnu? Qingnu can really understand what Little Black and Little White are saying? Duan Lingtian recalled what happened earlier. The young girl spoke in an orderly manner and didn't seem to be lying. Big brother Lingtian, are you going to say that Xueqi is lying again? Xueqi's pair of mischievous eyes once again suffused with a wisp of mist. It seemed as if Duan Lingtian dared to say yes, she would once again burst into tears. No, absolutely not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand. What he couldn't bear to see the most was a woman crying, and it was even such a cute and pitiful young girl. I'm just asking, if you're unwilling to say, then don't say. Hee hee. The young girl giggled, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. Big brother Lingtian, Qingnu is different from us. We're humans, but she's not. So, she can communicate with Little Black and Little White. Not human? Hearing the young girl's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Xueqi, what do you mean by this? Big brother Lingtian, you're too stupid. Aya, Big brother Lingtian is so stupid. So stupid. Qingnu isn't human, so she's naturally a demon beast. Oh, she ought to be considered a demon beast. Xueqi playfully nodded, and her mischievous eyes spun about, and as she finished speaking, her voice became softer and softer. Demon beast? The young girl's words caused Duan Lingtian to heave a sigh of relief, and he laughed bitterly. So it turns out that it's a demon beast that's following by your side. You called her Qingnu, and I thought she was a servant by your side. Although he said this, Duan Lingtian's heart was still alarmed by tempestuous waves. Demon beast. An existence that could be called a demon beast, no matter how weak it was an existence at the void-prying stage or above. This young girl that didn't have the slightest cultivation in his eyes actually had a demon beast following by her side? Who the heck was she? She had a demon beast by her side, and that demon beast was even loyally following by the side of a young girl that didn't have any cultivation. Obviously, it had been completely tamed. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, powers that were capable of taming demon beasts to such an extent could be counted with one's hands. Aya, Big brother Lingtian, let Little Black and Little White follow me and Qingnu. Look at them, they've broken through 2 levels after following Qingnu to cultivate for a period of time. If they follow Qingnu, their cultivation in the future will surely advance even faster. Xueqi looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation, and then she seemed to have thought of something and giggled. Big brother Lingtian, if you really can't bear to part with Little Black and Little White, then you can follow us with them. Xueqi is so bored. There's usually no one to play with me. As she finished speaking, Xueqi stretched out her hand to hold onto Duan Lingtian's arm and lightly shook it, and a layer of mist covered her lively eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled helplessly. Now that he knew the Qingnu that Xueqi spoke of was a demon beast, he knew that Xueqi wasn't lying to him earlier. He took a deep breath, then looked at the 2 little pythons in his hand and asked in a light voice. Little Black, Little White, do you 2 little fellows really want to go with Xueqi and Qingnu? Hiss hiss. The 2 little pythons flicked their tongues, and their eyes emitted traces of reluctance, but they still nodded. Duan Lingtian forcefully restrained his slightly surging emotions, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes once more and nodded heavily. I understand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were slightly moist. He made a difficult choice in his heart. Although the 2 little fellows were only fierce beasts, but after being together for a few years, he'd long since taken the 2 little fellows to be his own children. Now that they wanted to leave, Duan Lingtian was naturally unwilling to let them go. But Duan Lingtian also understood that if the 2 little fellows followed him, the advancement of their cultivations would surely be inferior to following other demon beasts. Although he possessed the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew little about the cultivation of demon beasts. In terms of cultivation, he could only provide some assistance like medicinal pills to the 2 little fellows. He was utterly unable to help with anything else. As a person of 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware. Some things might not be a good thing to hold on to tightly. These 2 little fellows had followed him for a few years, and he clearly knew their temperaments. If it wasn't because he felt that Qingnu would have a better future by following by the side of the young girl, otherwise, they would absolutely not leave him. Big brother Ling Tian. The nearby Xueqi seemed to have felt Duan Lingtian's disappointed mood, and she said in a light voice, "You leave with us as well." As she spoke, a trace of hope appeared in Xueqi's eyes. "I won't be leaving with all of you." Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled to Xueqi. "Xueqi, although I don't know who you are, and I don't know what demon beast Qingnu by your side is, but since Little Black and Little White want to leave with all of you, I presume they have their own reasons. They've made a decision, and I won't stop them. I only hope that you and Qingnu can treat them well in the future." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sighed. The two little pythons now were like the kites in his hand. If he didn't let go, they would always be so high. If he let go, he could fly even higher, and even soar into the sky. Big brother Lingtian, Qingnu is very good to Little Black and Little White. I'm even better to them. Xueqi was slightly disappointed when she heard Duan Lingtian refuse to leave with her, but she quickly reorganized her emotions and nodded seriously like a little adult. Hiss. Seeming to have realized that they were about to leave, the two little pythons were slightly restless and uneasy. They stared at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that their tails moved, their eyes moved as if they were expressing some sort of emotion. "You want to say goodbye to Kerr and Little Fei? Duan Lingtian asked with slight puzzlement. Hiss. The two little pythons ceaselessly nodded their little heads. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and rubbed the two little fellows' little heads. "Kerr and Little Fei, I didn't dote on you for nothing. But Kerr hasn't returned yet, so you won't be able to see her for the time being. As for Little Fei, forget about it, I'll tell her." Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. "Go." Hiss. The two little pythons glanced at Duan Lingtian with reluctance before flying out and landing in Xueqi's hand. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian welcomed Xueqi to the crooked tree and prepared to bring Xueqi up to the peak. After all, Xueqi was just an ordinary person. This was what his sharp spiritual power told him. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. "Big brother Lingtian, I'll bring Little Black and Little White back to play with you in the future. Let's go." Xueqi reluctantly waved at Duan Lingtian and held the two little pythons as she directly stepped into the air and floated in the air. Chapter 317. Hiss. The two little pythons hung on Han Xueqi's white wrists as they ceaselessly nodded to Duan Lingtian, and their eyes contained a sheen of reluctance mixed within. But unfortunately, until they were brought out of Duan Lingtian's line of sight by Han Xueqi, Duan Lingtian's attention didn't descend onto them. Only because at this moment, Duan Lingtian stood dumbstruck on the crooked tree. Han Xueqi. She's a void stage expert? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but fiercely gulp down a mouthful of saliva, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xueqi, had given him too great of a shock. When Han Xueqi had just appeared, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't notice anything wrong with her in the slightest, and he even determined that Han Xueqi was only an ordinary young girl that couldn't be any more ordinary. But earlier, the scene of Han Xueqi flying in the sky and flying away from Migres Peak. It caused him to deeply realize that he'd misjudged her. Not only was Han Xueqi not an ordinary young girl, she was even a formidable void stage expert. Logically speaking, with my current spiritual force, if I were to face her head-on, I'd even be able to see through a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist. I'm unable to detect Han Xueqi's cultivation, unless she's an expert at the void initiation stage or above. Or perhaps she used some sort of secret technique to conceal the aura of her void prying stage cultivation. Presently, Duan Lingtian had a myriad of thoughts in his mind, and his mood hadn't recovered until now. Compared to these two possibilities, he was more inclined towards the latter. Han Xueqi was a void prying stage expert, and used a secret technique to conceal her cultivation, causing his spiritual force to be unable to detect her. If it was the former, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to imagine and find it hard to believe. Because, according to the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, stepping into the void prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't impossible. Just like some of the formidable powers that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, their resources and reserves were extremely deep, and the natural treasures they'd accumulated were innumerable. Using the words overflowing with wealth was not enough to describe them. The wealth they possessed would make even experts like Emperor Wu jealous. Of course, while these forces possessed so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, their foundation was also extremely terrifying. There was no lack of existences at the level of Emperor Wu. If these formidable powers intended to place emphasis on fostering a disciple of the younger generation, then they were entirely capable of using countless treasures of heaven and earth on the disciple. Allowing the disciple to step into the void-prying stage at the age of 15 or 16 wasn't a difficult matter. Therefore, even though a void-prying stage martial artist at the age of 15 or 16 was extremely rare in the entire Cloud Continent, it wasn't like they didn't exist. However, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old void initiation stage martial artist to appear. Because going from the void-prying stage to the void initiation stage wasn't purely a transformation of one's strength, and it was even a transformation of one's force. Because of this, it was possible for a 15 or 16-year-old 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist to appear. However, it was practically impossible for a 15 or 16-year-old 1st-level void initiation stage martial artist to appear. Because the transformation of force was related to comprehension ability. Comprehension ability was what was often said to be martial Dao comprehension ability. Martial Dao comprehension ability was separated from natural talent in the martial Dao, yet both complemented each other. For example, if a martial artist below the void-prying stage had a high comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved was extremely fast. On the contrary, if one had a low comprehension ability, then when cultivating martial skills, the speed at which their martial skills improved would definitely be extremely slow. As for martial artists at the void-prying stage and above, the level of comprehension ability would even affect the comprehension of force. So, when a martial artist cultivated, both natural talent and comprehension ability were indispensable. A person's cultivation could be piled up with countless treasures of heaven and earth. But it would at most be piled up to the 9th level of the void-prying stage. Because once one stepped into the 9th level of the void-prying stage, if one's comprehension of force hadn't attained a certain level, then it would be impossible to break through to the void initiation stage. All of this was something Duan Ling Tian found out from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Whereas according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high a 15 or 16-year-old martial artist's comprehension ability was, it was impossible for the martial artist to comprehend force to the point of being able to break through to the void initiation stage. So, Duan Ling Tian determined that Han Xueqi ought to be in existence at the void-prying stage and not a void initiation stage expert. After all, Han Xueqi's age was too young. Young to the point it was shocking. But even then, the shock in Duan Ling Tian's heart was still like before, and it was difficult to calm down. A 15 or 16-year-old void-prying stage martial artist. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he suddenly felt that his cultivation was nothing when compared to Han Xueqi. No wonder Xueqi said her home was extremely far away. A power that's capable of fostering a 15 or 16-year-old void-prying stage expert is surely a formidable power in the foreign lands without a doubt. To think that I was guessing earlier that she was a member of a top power in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian laughed in self-ridicule as he realized that he'd still underestimated Xueqi. Besides that, no wonder those two little fellows wanted to follow Xueqi and that Qing Nu. Xueqi's strength is already so strong, since that Qing Nu is a demon beast that's guarding by her side. She's surely an extremely terrifying existence as well. Perhaps she's a void initiation stage demon beast. Or perhaps, a void interpretation stage demon beast. Or even a void transformation stage demon beast. Duan Ling Tian gasped as he truly realized how terrifying Xueqi's background was. Who exactly is Xueqi? What sort of identity does she have? At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with shock, it was filled with curiosity as well. Xueqi was too mysterious. Mysterious to the point it caused one's heart to tremble. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock, and he heaved a sigh of relief before returning to the stalactite cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the two little pythons, and his face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. After parting with the two little fellows today, he didn't know when they'd meet again. At that time, I wonder to what extent they'll have grown to. A trace of anticipation arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, anticipation toward seeing the two little pythons again in the future. After going silent for a moment, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and his gaze descended onto the spatial ring in his hand. Profound origin fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian withdrew a spirit fruit from his spatial ring, and it was also his greatest gain from the outer court martial competition this time. As for the other rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition, it was none other than a pile of origin-strengthening pills and some other medicinal pills. Perhaps these medicinal pills were extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary outer court disciples, but in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, they were only a pile of trash. A pile of trash medicinal pills whose purity caused him to be extremely dissatisfied. I'll go back to the trade hall and resell these medicinal pills. At the same time that Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart, his gaze descended onto the spirit fruit in his hand. This spirit fruit, the profound origin fruit, was completely milky white in color, and its surface flickered with a faint sheen. With a single glance, one could discern that it wasn't simple. Duan Lingtian picked up the profound origin fruit and directly took a bite out of it. The juice of the profound origin fruit was cool and refreshing, and the flesh of the fruit melted as soon as it entered his mouth. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian ate the entire profound origin fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. At the same time, a warm energy started to flash up and down along his body. This was the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and started to cultivate seriously. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. WYRM Python Form. Within Duan Lingtian's body, his origin energy fused into the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, and along with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it circulated along the circulation path of the WYRM Python form. Over and over again, without the slightest pause. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was gradually fusing with the origin energy in his body at an extremely swift speed. After his origin energy fused with the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit, it gradually strengthened. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage not long ago increased at an extremely swift speed. In next to no time, he arrived at the bottleneck before breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Because the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage was a watershed, so this bottleneck could be said to be the greatest cultivation bottleneck that an origin core stage martial artist faced. Once he broke through this bottleneck, his strength would increase by the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Although he didn't succeed in breaking through the bottleneck the first time, Duan Lingtian wasn't anxious. Only a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been exerted now. The second breakthrough. The bottleneck loosened, but still wasn't broken through. The third breakthrough. It was more or less the same. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he broke through the bottleneck, and only when 2/3 of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit had been exerted did the vast origin energy within his body surge, and he finally broke through the bottleneck. The bottleneck was broken through, and all his origin energy underwent a tremendous change. Origin energy gushed into his dantian, and the origin core within his dantian underwent a change along with it. It grew slightly larger. 7th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's mind shook, and he was slightly excited. He never imagined that he'd only broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage for a few days before relying on the profound origin fruit, a treasure of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought for, to once again break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. All of this was like a dream to him. But Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that all of this wasn't a dream. He didn't wake up, because a third of the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit still remained. The profound origin fruit was a miraculous spirit fruit, but its medicinal strength was extremely easy to evaporate. If Duan Lingtian didn't digest this medicinal strength now, then after a few more days, not even half of it would remain. The profound origin fruit couldn't compare to the monkey wine and monkey king wine after all. The latter was brewed by the stone monkeys, and had already condensed the medicinal strength of various spirit fruits, so it wasn't much different from medicinal pills. Whereas the profound origin fruit was instead a natural spirit fruit that didn't undergo any interference. Once this spirit fruit was consumed, it must be completely digested at the first possible moment. Continue cultivating. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body continued to strengthen, and when it was about to approach the bottleneck of breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, the medicinal strength of the profound origin fruit was finally completely digested by him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A fierce bright light flashed before vanishing. 7th level of the origin core stage. Chapter 3:18. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly became fierce, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out. In an instant, whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 111 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Presently, Duan Lingtian relied solely on his own strength. Compared to an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 8th level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Even if it's a 9th level origin core stage martial artist, he only possesses the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. Only the strength of 9 ancient mammoths more than me. Although I don't know how much my quake energy has improved, but I can be sure that even if my quake energy hasn't improved, once I exert my full strength, even a 9th level origin core stage martial artist wouldn't be a match for me. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Even if a 9th level origin core stage martial artist relied on a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 30%, the martial artist's offensive strength would only increase to the strength of 156 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Lingtian was currently able to increase his offensive strength to the strength of 140 ancient mammoths, even if he only relied on the grade 7 spirit swords he possessed. It was only a difference of the strength of 16 ancient mammoths from the former. This bit of difference was completely able to be made up for with the quake energy. With my current strength, once I utilize the quake energy bestowed upon me by the WYRM Python form, I'm practically invincible under the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. I wonder to what extent the quake energy has increased to now. I'll find a time to go to the primeval forest to look for fierce beasts to test it out. Duan Lingtian stood up and intended to leave the stalactite cave. Right at this moment. Drip. A clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and only now did he notice that a drop of milk had actually dripped down from the 10,000-year stalactite. It's been almost half a year since the last drop of the 10,000-year stalactite. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took out a medicinal pill bottle and put away the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Then he left the stalactite cave. He left the peak of Migres Peak. Soon, Duan Lingtian appeared near the trading hall. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples revealed gazes of reverence as they looked at him, and some Migres Peak disciples that were nearby even greeted him respectfully and warmly. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded as he walked by. It caused all the Migres Peak disciples to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze, and their faces all revealed brilliant smiles. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian is really a good person. He actually smiled at us. Yeah, as the current #1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't put on airs in the slightest. It's too rare. Humph. I still remember that Xueqi's ability wasn't as great as senior brother Duan Lingtian, but he was extremely arrogant, as if the heavens were the greatest and he was #2. That Xueqi deserved to die. The #1 disciple in the outer court. Is he even worthy? Exactly. If senior brother Duan Lingtian was born 2 years earlier and entered our 7-star sword sect 2 years earlier, then the #1 disciple in the outer court would utterly have nothing to do with Xueqi. All the Migres Peak disciples were fervent like fire as they ceaselessly praised Duan Lingtian. Their voices weren't soft, and were all heard by Duan Lingtian, who was heading to the trading hall. Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled towards this. He was incomparably composed. Similar words of praise were something he'd heard countless times in his previous life when he was the king of special forces and the king of mercenaries. He'd been immune since long ago. When Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the trading hall, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all respectfully greeted him one after another. Duan Ling Tian nodded and returned a light smile, then spoke of the reason for his arrival. I intend to sell all the rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. Is there anyone interested? The rewards for the first place in the outer court martial competition? Sell? The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were all stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, could it be that you intend to sell the profound origin fruit as well? A Migres Peak disciple stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Profound origin fruit? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this Migres Peak disciple. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all stared at him with burning gazes, obviously filled with interest towards the profound origin fruit. The profound origin fruit was a spirit fruit that was able to allow an 8th level origin core stage martial artist to directly break through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. If it was given to an origin core stage martial artist with a low cultivation to consume, it was even possible for the martial artist to break through 2 levels in one go. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, if you sell the profound origin fruit as well, I'm willing to pay 300,000 gold. In next to no time, a Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple had a fair and clean appearance, with an extraordinary bearing, and obviously had an extraordinary background. 300,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 30 million taels of silver. It was a huge sum. Humph. To think that you're able to take out such a small amount of money. That's the profound origin fruit, a spirit fruit that can only be chanced upon by luck. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'll pay 1 million gold. Another Migres Peak disciple spoke out. This Migres Peak disciple obviously had an extraordinary background, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to carry so much money at all times. 1 million gold? For a moment, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar. 1 million taels of gold was equivalent to 100 million taels of silver. Laughable. Right at this moment, another Migres Peak disciple looked at the Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold, and sneered. You said earlier that junior brother was stingy when he bid 300,000 gold. Could it be that you think your bid 1 million gold isn't stingy? That's the profound origin fruit, something that has a price but no market. As he spoke up to hear, the Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression. I remember that 3 years ago, a profound origin fruit appeared in an auction house in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. At that time, it was auctioned for a high price of 3 million gold. 3 million gold. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were slightly numb. Humph. You said I'm stingy when I bid 1 million gold. I'm curious, what price can you bid? The Migres Peak disciple that was mocked sneered. Me. The Migres Peak disciple that mocked earlier instantly started laughing. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and lightly cupped his hands. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, so long as you say the word, I, Yi Xiao Bei, am willing to use 10 million gold to buy the prize you obtained from the outer court martial competition this time. 10 million gold. As soon as Yi Xiao Bei finished speaking, the surroundings went deathly silent. Even Duan Ling Tian, who originally wanted to explain that the profound origin fruit had already been consumed by him, was shocked now. Who the heck was this Migres Peak disciple? He directly bid 10 million gold. The Migres Peak disciple that bid 1 million gold earlier sneered when he heard Yi Xiao Bei. You said 10 million gold and it's 10 million gold? Who doesn't know how to speak without proof? I even said that I'm willing to bid 20 million gold to buy the prize for the first place in the outer court martial competition in senior brother Duan Ling Tian's possession. As soon as this Migres Peak disciple finished speaking, the surrounding Migres Peak disciples all nodded in agreement. Yeah. Who knows if this Yi Xiao Bei is really able to produce so much gold? Words without proof? Yi Xiao Bei's face sank when he heard this Migres Peak disciple, and he walked over in a few steps to arrive before the Migres Peak disciple. What? You've become enraged from embarrassment after being exposed by me? The latter looked at Yi Xiao Bei and sneered. Earlier, you said I had words without proof? You think I'm unable to produce 10 million gold, right? Yi Xiao Bei's gaze went cold as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple before him, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Yi Xiaobei's move was extremely swift, and with a bang, the large stack of gold bills was flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face, causing the latter's nose to bleed. The gold bills scattered all over the ground. You! The Migres Peak disciple was enraged and wanted to attack Yi Xiaobei. Earlier, it was 1 million gold. Now, it's 2 million gold. The Migres Peak disciple didn't have the time to attack when Yi Xiaobei took out another large stack of gold bills, and with a bang, he once again flung it onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Bang! 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 A total of 10 large stacks of gold bills were taken out by Yi Xiaobei in 10 batches, then successively flung onto the Migres Peak disciple's face. Meanwhile, the rage in the eyes of the Migres Peak disciple that was flung into a daze by Yi Xiaobei's gold bills had already completely vanished. His heart trembled as he looked at the 10,000 gold bills on the ground. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold bills in one go wasn't someone he could offend. How about it? Are you convinced? Do you still need me to take out another 10 million gold bills for you to see? Yi Xiaobei looked down condescendingly at the Migres Peak disciple whose face was covered in blood, and his voice was cold and indifferent. No. No need. No need. The Migres Peak disciple was terrified, completely terrified. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and was dumbstruck as he watched. Needless to say, to a certain extent, this Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely compatible with his. That stack of gold bills was flung down with a bang, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling that it was slightly funny. This Migres Peak disciple looked down on others, and now he was asking for humiliation. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were dumbstruck since long ago. The 10,000 gold bills on the ground added up to 10 million gold. It was still the first time in their entire lives that they'd seen so much money. For a time, the gazes they shot at Yi Xiaobei with were completely different. A person that was able to take out 10 million gold to play like this was absolutely not an ordinary person. Why aren't you helping me pick up all these gold bills? Under Yi Xiaobei's furious gaze, the Migres Peak disciple with a bloody face hurriedly squatted down and obediently picked up the pile of gold bills. Yi Xiaobei, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. I forgot to add earlier, what I want to sell is the rewards besides the profound origin fruit. Those origin strengthening pills and other medicinal pills aren't worth so much money. You better put the money away. Chapter 319. As soon as Yi Xiaobei finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely dumbstruck on the ground. Although the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition wasn't bad, but besides the profound origin fruit, it was at most worth over 10,000 gold. Now, this Yi Xiaobei actually wanted to spend 10 million gold to buy something that was worth over 10,000 gold. This Yi Xiaobei's head has been kicked by a donkey, right? This was the thought in the hearts of most of the Migres Peak disciples present. After all, as far as they were concerned, unless one's head was kicked by a donkey, otherwise, it would be impossible for one to do such an absurd thing. No matter how much money one had, it wasn't to be used like this. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts, and no one dared speak it out. There were also some Migres Peak disciples that glanced at Yi Xiaobei with admiration. They were able to discern that Yi Xiaobei spending 10 million gold to buy the reward in Duan Lingtian's hands was fake, and the real reason he wanted to make friends with Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to. With the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed now, when he matured in the future, he would surely be a peerless figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. When Duan Lingtian stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, not to mention 10 million gold. Even if it was 100 million gold, Duan Lingtian might not be able to take a fancy to it. Making friends with Duan Lingtian at this time was undoubtedly the wisest choice. 10 million gold was only a bet. A bet that Yi Xiaobei placed on Duan Lingtian. In the future, when Duan Lingtian matured, it could be imagined that with his status as Duan Lingtian's friend, there would probably be not many people in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that dared offend him. Here are 10 million taels of gold notes. Keep them. Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Xiaobei and lightly smiled. He was naturally able to guess Yi Xiaobei's intentions, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at Yi Xiaobei's courage. 10 million gold. After all, even if it was the current him, the total wealth in his possession was only 40 million gold. More than half of them were contributed to him by the Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City branch president, Xueqi, who intended to seize the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse back in Black Wind City. Yi Xiaobei was stunned by Duan Lingtian's refusal. Then, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian is indeed not an ordinary person. You can remain calm in the face of 10 million taels of gold. However, this 10 million taels of gold is a token of my appreciation to senior brother Duan Lingtian. I hope senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian can accept it." In terms of age, Yi Xiaobei was 1 to 2 years older than Duan Lingtian. However, he addressed himself as a junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian, because he knew in his heart that Duan Lingtian had the right to do so. Token of appreciation? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "I can't accept this token of appreciation. If you're interested, then spend 10,000 gold to buy the medicinal pills I obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition this time. How about it?" Yi Xiaobei seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's resolution and nodded. "I'll do as senior brother Duan Lingtian says." In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the medicinal pills he obtained as a reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition and passed them to Yi Xiaobei. After that, he put away the 10,000 gold before smiling to Yi Xiaobei and preparing to leave. "Farewell, senior brother Duan Lingtian." Suddenly, Yi Xiaobei called out to Duan Lingtian. "Is there anything else?" Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Yi Xiaobei with a bewildered expression. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, if there's anything you need help with in the future, you can come look for me, Yi Xiaobei. I'm unable to help you with an important matter, but so long as it's a matter that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem to me, Yi Xiaobei." Yi Xiaobei looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. His words were filled with confidence. So long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a problem? Needless to say, Yi Xiaobei was extremely arrogant. But all the Migres Peak disciples present, including Duan Lingtian, knew that he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Not only had Yi Xiaobei tossed out 10 million gold to slap the face of the Migres Peak disciple that doubted him, he'd even threatened that if the latter still wanted to experience another 10 million gold, he could take out another 10 million silver. In other words, the wealth that Yi Xiaobei carried with him exceeded 20 million gold. "Thank you." Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Yi Xiaobei before turning around and leaving. Since Yi Xiaobei had already spoken to this extent, he would accept Yi Xiaobei's kindness. Moreover, Yi Xiaobei's temper was extremely similar to his. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaobei put away the 10 million gold as well. As for the Migres Peak disciple that helped him pick up the gold that covered the ground, he stood at the side now and didn't dare breathe loudly, as he was deeply afraid that Yi Xiaobei would get even with him later. However, Yi Xiaobei obviously didn't have the intention of looking for trouble with him, and only coldly swept him with his gaze. "Fuck off." The latter hurriedly fled when he heard this, and he didn't dare stay for a moment longer. It was also from this moment onwards that the group of Migres Peak disciples knew that a Migres Peak disciple with an extraordinary background was concealed within Migres Peak. He was called Yi Xiaobei. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's mood walked out from the haze of the departure of the little pythons. "Little black, little white, both of you have to work hard. Otherwise, perhaps I'll surpass both of you the next time we meet." Duan Lingtian stood on the tilted tree and looked at the direction that the mysterious yellow-clothed young woman, Han Xueqi, left with the two little pythons, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of anticipation. He looked forward to meeting the two little fellows once more. At that time, they ought to have grown up. With my current strength, I ought to be able to participate in the inner court test and become an inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered, and planned to inquire about the inner court test. Unexpectedly, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he saw an old man walking towards him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. The Migres Peak outer court elder, Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian. Lu Qiu had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian once more. He'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Xueqi in one go in the outer court martial competition a few days ago, seizing the first place in the outer court martial competition and becoming the #1 disciple in the outer court. He still remembered. At that time, when he'd just heard of this news, he was stunned for a very long time. At that time, he only had a single thought in his heart. Unbelievable! An outer court disciple that he'd personally brought into Migres Peak half a year ago had become the #1 disciple in the outer court half a year later. Because of this, he'd even obtained the reward bestowed by the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He knew clearly in his heart that all this was given to him by Duanling Tian. So when he faced Duanling Tian now, he completely treated Duanling Tian as an equal. Elder Lu Qiu. Duanling Tian lightly smiled to Lu Qiu. Duanling Tian, I really never imagined that your strength would be so strong. Lu Qiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and the gaze he looked at Duanling Tian with was extremely complicated. After that, Lu Qiu continued. I've waited for you for 2 days, yet I didn't see you appear, and I don't know where your place of cultivation is. Looks like you've even concealed your place of cultivation very deeply. As he finished speaking, Lu Qiu glanced deeply at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian smiled and didn't explain further, then asked curiously. Elder Lu Qiu, you've waited for me for 2 days? Do you need something from me? It wasn't I who was looking for you. Lu Qiu shook his head. Then, Duanling Tian had an expression of bewilderment. It's the Peak Master who wants to see you. Lu Qiu didn't beat around the bush and directly went straight to the point. Peak Master. Duanling Tian's brows slightly twitched. Which Peak Master? Lu Qiu smiled. It's naturally the Peak Master of our Migres Peak. Are you free now? If you are, I'll bring you to Dubhe Peak's Migres Hall to see the Peak Master right now. Since he found out that you killed Xueqi and became the #1 disciple in the outer court, bringing honor to Migres Peak, the Peak Master has always wanted to see you in person. Migres Peak's Peak Master? Duanling Tian nodded. I'm fine. Since it's the Peak Master who summoned me, then I'll ask Elder Lu Qiu to lead the way. Although he'd arrived at Migres Peak for half a year, yet he'd never seen the Peak Master of Migres Peak. He was rather curious towards the mysterious Peak Master of Migres Peak. All right. Lu Qiu nodded, then walked side by side with Duanling Tian to leave Migres Peak and step onto the chain bridge to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duanling Tian saw a group of people gathered together and walking towards Migres Peak. The person in the lead was Duanling Tian's old acquaintance, the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. At the same time that Duanling Tian saw Zhao Lin saw him as well. The gazes of the two people entered into a competition without the slightest trace of gunpowder, equally matched. Behind Zhao Lin followed 2 Migres Peak disciples, and when they saw Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu now, they greeted respectfully. Senior brother Duanling Tian, Elder Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin. These are the new outer court disciples this time? Lu Qiu's gaze descended onto the 20 young men behind Zhao Lin and the 2 Migres Peak disciples. These 20 young men were all in casual clothes, and they were currently looking around and were filled with curiosity towards everything before their eyes. The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a smile when he saw these 20 young men, as if he'd seen himself from half a year ago. Yes. Zhao Lin nodded, then withdrew his cold gaze from Duanling Tian, then turned around to look at the group of hotheads behind him. This is Elder Lu Qiu, and he's also our Migres Peak's outer court elder. Why aren't you saluting? The 20 hotheads that had just passed the 7-star sword sect's outer court test shuddered when they heard this, then hurriedly bowed to Lu Qiu. Greetings, Elder Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu lightly smiled as he nodded, then introduced Duanling Tian by his side. This is your senior brother Duanling Tian. Senior brother? For a moment, these outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect frowned when they looked at Duanling Tian. He's only a little over 20, right? Senior brother? Humph. He only entered the sect earlier than us, and his strength might not be stronger than us. He wants us to call him senior brother? Exactly. On what basis does this young kid have to be our senior brother? The 20 hotheads all seemed to be disdainful when facing Duanling Tian now. Lu Qiu frowned when he saw this, then looked at Zhao Lin, seeming to want Zhao Lin to teach these kids that didn't know their limits a lesson. But Zhao Lin only smiled lightly and didn't do anything. Ask him to help Duanling Tian. Chapter 320. Elder Lu Qiu, let's go. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to Lu Qiu. He utterly didn't take the words of these outer court disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect seriously. Lu Qiu glanced at Zhao Lin and was slightly displeased, but after he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he nodded. Yes. Since Duan Lingtian didn't make a fuss about it, then he had no reason to make a fuss about it with these new disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect in Migres Peak. Oh, feeling guilty? Senior brother, aren't you afraid of us now? Some of the new disciples couldn't refrain from laughing extremely complacently. Duan Lingtian's face sank. He didn't make a fuss about it with these new disciples earlier because he felt it wasn't necessary. The height he stood at now was already different from these new disciples since long ago. If he were to make a fuss about it, then he would seem to have lost his bearing. It would undoubtedly be bullying the weak. But now, these new disciples were actually chattering without end. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Feeling guilty? Afraid of all of you? Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around, and his icy cold gaze flashed past the 20 new disciples one by one. Just all of you are worthy. Just all of you are worthy. Duan Lingtian's voice was like a thunderclap, causing the 20 new disciples to be muddled. After a short moment, they recovered from their shock, and all of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. Kid, do you think you really have the qualifications to be our senior brother just because you entered the seven-star sword sect earlier than us? The face of a new disciple around the age of 23 or 24 sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. Exactly. Cloud Continent has always paid particular attention to the strong being respected. If you want to be our senior brother, then your strength must surpass us. Do you believe that I can throw a little brat that's a little over 20 like you down here with a single hand? Another new disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Although the other new disciples didn't speak, but the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian now undoubtedly expressed the same meaning. They looked down upon Duan Lingtian. They did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than them. He was just an outer sect disciple in his early 20s. The two Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin were dumbstruck for a moment. This group of hotheads actually dared to be so arrogant in front of senior brother Duan Lingtian? Even the two of them had to respectfully greet Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian when they saw him. These hotheads had instead offended their Migres Peak's #1 outer court disciple before even arriving at Migres Peak. No, it should be said to be the seven-star sword sect's #1 outer court disciple. As far as they were concerned, these hotheads were simply courting death. At that moment, they were about to open their mouths and berate those hotheads. Didn't these hotheads hear them respectfully addressing Duan Lingtian as senior brother Duan Lingtian? However, before they could open their mouths, they were stopped by Zhao Lin's fierce gaze. Although they didn't know why Zhao Lin wanted to stop them, but since Zhao Lin had interfered, they naturally obediently shut their mouths. Although Duan Lingtian was the #1 disciple in the seven-star sword sect's outer court, but if it was in terms of status and strength, then he would be unable to catch up to the current Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin. After all, Zhao Lin's age and seniority were placed there, and it was utterly not something the current Duan Lingtian could compare to. Perhaps one day in the future, Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Zhao Lin in all aspects, but it was impossible now. So between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lin, they chose the latter. You said earlier that you can throw me down from here with a single hand? Duan Lingtian looked at the new disciple that spoke earlier, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. If someone familiar with Duan Lingtian was here and saw Duan Lingtian's current smile, the person would surely know that someone was about to be struck with misfortune. However, the new disciple seemed as if he didn't notice anything amiss in the slightest, and he looked down at Duan Lingtian with a condescending gaze as he sneered. Exactly. I only need one hand to throw you down from here, you little brat. This new disciple had large arms and a round waist, and was a robust young man. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to faintly detect that the cultivation of this robust young man ought to be at the 3rd level of the origin core stage without a doubt. A 3rd-level origin core stage martial artist said he could throw him down from here? Duan Lingtian felt a burst of amusement in his heart. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, This new disciple was truly too arrogant. Did he really think that Duan Ling Tian was an ordinary outer court disciple? You keep calling yourself I. Looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. Then let me see how you throw me down from here. Duan Ling Tian looked at the robust young man, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's entire body flashed out, instantly arriving before the robust young man and giving rise to a wave of piercingly cold strong winds. Above Duan Ling Tian, 110 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This scene terrified the robust young man to the point his face went ghastly pale, and he was completely dumbstruck, and the origin energy he just accumulated was instantly annihilated. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he wasn't able to move in the slightest. What a joke! If an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist wanted to attack him, he utterly didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Slap! Duan Ling Tian made a move. His hand slapped onto the robust young man's shoulder and locked onto the robust young man's right arm. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian exerted strength in his hand. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the robust young man was thrown out of the chain bridge by Duan Ling Tian. Then Duan Ling Tian grabbed onto the robust young man's shoulder and hung the robust young man in midair, and his gaze was cold. Now, what do you think? Do you only need a single hand to be able to throw me down? Duan Ling Tian's voice contained frightening icy coldness mixed within, causing the robust young man that was suspended in midair to go ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted despair as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior brother, spare me. Senior brother, spare me. Presently, he was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from. He could imagine that so long as this 8th-level origin core stage outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old let go, he would surely fall into the bottomless abyss, and not even his bones would remain. Cold sweat flowed out from the robust young man's forehead, and he hated himself to the extreme in his heart. Why did he have to be the one to stand out? 8th level of the origin core stage. Meanwhile, the group of new disciples that were terrified by the strength that Duan Ling Tian revealed recovered from their shock, and when they saw the scene before them, their faces went ghastly pale, and all of them emitted terrified gazes. Never had they imagined that this outer court disciple that was a little over 20 years old, younger than any of them, would actually possess such a terrifying strength. An 8th-level origin core stage martial artist that was only a little over 20 years old. Were all the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples so abnormal? Presently, most of the new disciples had a slight lingering fear in their hearts, and they rejoiced that they didn't go too far with their words earlier. Otherwise, the person that was pulled out of the chain bridge and suspended in midair wouldn't be the robust young man, but them. For a time, they started to mourn silently for the robust young man in their hearts. 8th level of the origin core stage. Zhao Lin's expression was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that after Duan Ling Tian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would actually break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky when Duan Ling Tian attacked, and it was obviously the symbol of the 8th level of the origin core stage. Compared to Zhao Lin's unsightly expression, Lu Qiu instead had a pleasantly surprised expression. Even though he knew that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the profound origin fruit, and guessed that Duan Ling Tian would have a breakthrough. But between the 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage, there was a divide that was like a chasm. As far as he was concerned, after Duan Ling Tian consumed the profound origin fruit, he would at most break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Unexpectedly, the truth wasn't so. Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 8th level of the origin core stage in one go. How would Lu Qiu know that Duan Ling Tian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the origin core stage just as he thought? But because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he made a move now, Duan Ling Tian had the intention to establish his might, and he still concealed the strength of an ancient mammoth. But even then, he would still be mistaken by others that Duan Ling Tian was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist. This was also Duan Ling Tian's objective. He precisely wanted to let others know that he was an 8th level origin core stage martial artist now. The two Migres Peak disciples behind Zhao Lin now had dumbstruck expressions as well. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, actually broke through to the 8th level of the Origin core stage in one go. They were all shocked. Senior brother, spare me, spare me. The robust young man whose shoulder was grabbed by Duan Lingtian and floated 30 kilometers high in the sky outside the chain bridge had his clothes drenched in sweat, and his voice was miserable as he begged for mercy from Duan Lingtian. What? Didn't you say you wanted to throw me down? I'm extremely curious, if I let go now. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely gloomy, and he calmly looked at the robust young man who ceaselessly begged for mercy. Senior brother, don't. I was joking earlier, right? I was joking. The robust young man was terrified by Duan Lingtian to the point his face went pale, and he ceaselessly begged for mercy. Duan Lingtian, enough. Zhao Lin finally interfered. His face sank as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. Enough. Duan Lingtian turned around to look at Zhao Lin when he heard Zhao Lin stopping him, then sneered. Elder Zhao Lin, I didn't see you say anything when they provoked me earlier. Now, I've only lightly punished the person that spoke rudely, and you can't continue watching? Although the conflict between him and Zhao Lin wasn't shallow, but Zhao Lin's actions still caused Duan Lingtian to feel incomparably furious. Zhao Lin was biased in this matter, and was ashamed of being an outer court elder of Migres Peak. Let him go. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze, and his voice was low and deep. Elder Zhao Lin, are you sure you want me to let him go? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhao Lin. Then he couldn't refrain from laughing as he glanced at the robust young man that was thrown out of the chain bridge. Looks like Elder Zhao Lin wants you to die. Tell me, should I listen to Elder Zhao Lin and let you go? No. Don't. Don't let me go, senior brother. I beg you, don't let me go. Chapter 321. You should beg Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust young man with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. He originally only intended to frighten this new disciple, but now that Zhao Lin had interfered, it caused him to be unable to help but feel slightly enraged in his heart. Elder Zhao Lin, I beg you. You must not ask senior brother to let me go. The robust young man hurriedly looked at Zhao Lin when he heard this, and he was slightly hysterical. It was as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Zhao Lin's gaze went slightly cold when he heard the robust young man, and he looked at Duan Lingtian before abruptly shouting out explosively. Duan Lingtian killed a fellow disciple with cruel methods. According to the rules of the 7-Star Sword Sect, he ought to be killed. Killed a fellow disciple? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when Zhao Lin said this. The others, including Lu Qiu, were stunned as well. When did Duan Lingtian kill a fellow disciple? Now, so long as it was someone with a discerning eye, they would be able to discern that Duan Lingtian threw the robust young man out of the chain bridge and suspended him high up in the sky only for the sake of frightening the robust young man. If Duan Lingtian intended to kill him, he would have thrown him down long ago, and would not have spoken so much nonsense with him? But now, Zhao Lin said that Duan Lingtian killed a fellow disciple? What does he mean? In next to no time, the eyes of the people present blurred, and they completely understood the meaning behind Zhao Lin's words. Whoosh! A terrifying aura was emitted from Zhao Lin's body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy raged and flashed. Whoosh! 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 They transformed into palm prints that covered the sky as they whistled down towards Duan Lingtian, enveloping Duan Lingtian within them. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Zhao Lin. Obviously, he'd exerted his full strength, desiring to directly kill Duan Lingtian. It could be imagined that if Duan Lingtian was killed by Zhao Lin, then the new disciple that was thrown out of the chain bridge and suspended high up in the sky by Duan Lingtian would surely die. No! The new disciple, who was suspended in the air by Duan Lingtian, saw Zhao Lin attack Duan Lingtian. His face turned pale as he cried out in grief. He closed his eyes in despair. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Lin wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Then he would push all the blame for the death of the new disciple that was thrown out of the suspension bridge by Duan Lingtian onto Duan Lingtian. In this way, he would be eliminating evil for the sect. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Zhao Lin to be so deranged. At this moment, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Perhaps, from the very beginning, when he threw this new disciple off the chain bridge, Zhao Lin already had this plan in mind. This Zhao Lin wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of him. As for Zhao Lin's goal, Duan Lingtian was extremely clear. It was none other than for the sake of the fabricated muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll that he fabricated. All these thoughts were completed in the blink of an eye by Duan Lingtian. As his thoughts spun, he saw Zhao Lin arrive before him. Origin energy palm prints that filled the sky contained the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, and they enveloped down towards him, causing him to be on the verge of suffocating. At this moment, not only was he unable to dodge in time, he wasn't even able to pull the robust young man back onto the chain bridge. Zhao Lin's speed was too swift. The palm prints condensed from origin energy that filled the sky whistled down, and a series of continuous sounds of air exploding echoed out in the air. Zhao Lin's face revealed a crazed expression. After waiting for so long, he finally found an opportunity. At the instant he made his move, he'd already condensed his origin energy into sound and sent it into the ears of Lu Qiu, who was standing not far behind Duan Lingtian. Elder Lu Qiu, so long as you don't make a move today, I, Zhao Lin, will owe you a great favor. He believed that with the friendship between him and Lu Qiu, coupled with his promise, Lu Qiu ought to not interfere. So long as Lu Qiu didn't interfere, Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian realized the arrival of danger, and his face went ghastly pale, and the first thing he thought of was Lu Qiu. Now, only Lu Qiu could stop Zhao Lin. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian call out Lu Qiu. Does this Duan Lingtian think that Lu Qiu will help him? Naive. But in next to no time, the smile of disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed before his eyes, and he saw Lu Qiu instantly appear before Duan Lingtian. This scene caused his expression to become unsightly. Whoosh! Lu Qiu raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, and vast origin energy that contained an even more terrifying aura swept out. Above Lu Qiu, a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Bang! His sleeve swept out, and in the blink of an eye, it dispersed the palm prints that covered the sky that Zhao Lin slapped out, causing them to vanish into thin air. Duan Lingtian, you've taught him a lesson. Let's forget about this matter. Lu Qiu stared vigilantly at Zhao Lin, who had an unsightly expression, as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At that moment earlier, he only felt that death was so close, and he was only a little bit away from being killed by Zhao Lin. Although he tried to call out to Lu Qiu, he was extremely perturbed in his heart. Because he knew that Lu Qiu and Zhao Lin had a relationship, and he wasn't sure if Lu Qiu would help him. If Lu Qiu didn't help him, then he would die for sure. At that moment, he only felt that his heart was completely in his throat. That feeling of suffocation and discomfort was absolutely not inferior to the robust young man that he threw out of the chain bridge and hung high in the air. To him, the scene from before was a fine line between life and death. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and pulled the robust young man back onto the chain bridge, then casually threw him onto the chain bridge. Following the robust young man landing on the chain bridge lightly swayed. The robust young man lay limp on the chain bridge, unable to get up for a long time. Earlier, he'd almost died. He slowly raised his head, his gaze furious. Yet he wasn't looking at Duan Lingtian, but at Zhao Lin. What are you looking at? When Zhao Lin noticed that this new disciple dared to use this sort of gaze to look at him, his face sank and he, who was already incomparably furious in his heart, shouted coldly. When the robust young man saw this, he lowered his head in the end. Only now did he remember that this Zhao Lin was the outer court elder of Migres Peak. If he really offended Zhao Lin, then once Zhao Lin wanted to kill him, he only had to find a place with no one around. Lu Qiu. Zhao Lin looked at Lu Qiu, his gaze gradually becoming gloomy, and his voice was incomparably cold. Zhao Lin, he's the person that Lord Peak Master wants to see. Lu Qiu fearlessly met Zhao Lin's gaze. Very good. You very good. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at Lu Qiu, then turned around to glance at the 20 new disciples and said coldly, "Let's go." When he saw Zhao Lin leaving with his people, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lin's figure from behind, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. In this lifetime, the person that truly made Duan Lingtian arouse boundless killing intent in his heart, and wished for nothing more than to burn the bones and scatter the ashes, was the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Duan Lingxing from that time, undoubtedly the #1 person. Now, he'd aroused a similar killing intent towards Zhao Lin. This Zhao Lin's actions today had completely and utterly infuriated him. That suffocating feeling of his life hanging by a thread was something he wasn't willing to experience a second time in his entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian's chest was completely filled with flames of rage, and they were on the verge of bursting out. "Duan Lingtian, did you offend Zhao Lin in some way?" Lu Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bewildered expression. Earlier, Zhao Lin obviously had the intent to kill Duan Lingtian, and even made a heavy promise to him. If it wasn't for the Peak Master wanting to see Duan Lingtian this time, and he'd obtained the heavy reward of the Peak Master not long ago because of Duan Lingtian, perhaps he would really agree to Zhao Lin's promise and not interfere in this matter. Even though Zhao Lin was only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, Zhao Lin's background caused him to have no choice but to be fearful. He knew clearly in his heart that with Zhao Lin's attitude earlier, Zhao Lin obviously hated him to the core. Not only was the relationship between the two of them destroyed, Zhao Lin might even go against him everywhere in the future. "I hope my choice is correct." Lu Qiu looked at the young man with limitless potential before him and silently thought in his heart, "I don't know as well. Perhaps I inadvertently offended him." Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he didn't have the intention of speaking of the matter between him and Zhao Lin. If he denied the existence of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, then wouldn't it be admitting that he'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk? The 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to cause anyone to be tempted, including Lu Qiu who stood before him. Lu Qiu nodded. "Let's go." He naturally didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian had something that was difficult to say, so he didn't pursue the matter. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked side by side and continued to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. On the way, Duan Lingtian had a sincere expression as he said to Lu Qiu, "Elder Lu Qiu, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember the favor of saving my life today. I'll return this favor to you one day." Although it wasn't convenient for him to tell Lu Qiu the cause of the conflict between him and Zhao Lin. However, Lu Qiu had saved his life today, and he was deeply grateful. Lu Qiu smiled lightly and didn't refuse, because he knew how precious this promise of Duan Lingtian's was. Perhaps with the current Duan Lingtian's strength, he wouldn't be able to help him much. However, the future Duan Lingtian would instead be an existence that even he had to look up to. Duan Lingtian was able to possess an 8th-level origin core stage cultivation at such an age, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to soar into the sky in the future. Of course, the precondition was that Duan Lingtian was able to grow up safely and peacefully. Otherwise, once he died, it would be useless no matter how high his natural talent was. After the two of them arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian walked all the way up Dubhe Peak under Lu Qiu's guidance, and when they were near the peak, they saw a spacious platform halfway up the mountain. Needless to say, the cultivation environment here was extremely good, and even the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had a trace of pulsation. "Elder Lu Qiu, could it be that this is the spirit point of Dubhe Peak?" Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qiu as he asked curiously. "You even know about spirit points?" Lu Qiu was slightly surprised. "I heard Elder Bai mention it from Alcade Peak's Elder Bai." Duan Lingtian nodded. He still remembered what Elder Bai said to him that day. The spirit point on Dubhe Peak was the best place to cultivate in the 7-star sword sect, and it was filled with spirit energy. Chapter 322. Exactly, if we head up from here, it's the spirit point on Dubhe Peak. Lu Qiu nodded and lightly smiled. The spirit point on Dubhe Peak is divided into 9 great spirit points. The peak masters of the 6 great outer court sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect each occupy a spirit point, and the other 3 spirit points are respectively occupied by the sect leader and the 2 guardian elders. When he spoke of the seven-star sword sect leader, Lu Qiu's expression was relatively calm. But when he spoke of the two guardian elders, traces of reverence appeared on Lu Qiu's face. Guardian elders. Duan Lingtian deeply remembered this in his heart. A figure that was able to make Lu Qiu lose his composure was surely not simple. 9 great spirit points. There ought to be a spirit point here, right? As Duan Lingtian spoke, his gaze descended onto the vast platform halfway up the mountain. On this platform, a palace rose from the ground, and it had a vast aura. This palace is the Merak Hall, and it's also the cultivation place of the Merak Peak's master. Lu Qiu nodded and slowly spoke. Merak Hall? Merak Peak's master? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. He still remembered that during the outer court martial competition a few days ago, the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xueqi, who wanted to kill him, was the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master. The spirit point at the bottom of the 9 great spirit points is occupied by the Merak Hall. If we head up from here, it's where the Mizar Hall is located, and it occupies another spirit point. Lu Qiu brought Duan Lingtian to continue towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many 7-star sword sect disciples. Without exception, all these 7-star sword sect disciples had 7 stars around the sword-shaped symbol on their clothes that were silver in color. Obviously, these 7-star sword sect disciples were all inner court disciples. Elder Lu Qiu. Some inner court disciples that knew Lu Qiu lightly smiled as they bowed to Lu Qiu. As for Duan Lingtian, they only casually glanced past him, and they didn't even look him in the eye. Even though the current Duan Lingtian's name shook the 7-star sword sect's outer court, and he had some reputation in the inner court, however, not many people in the inner sect knew him. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed behind Lu Qiu and continued to walk up. Along the way, they could see many independent canyons. These places are the cultivation grounds of the inner court disciples. Although they're not on the spirit points, they're located in the spirit points formed by the 9 great spirit points. The cultivation environment there is pretty good. Lu Qiu explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the stalactite cave, it was undoubtedly much better than the other places in the 6 great outer court sword peaks. This is Mizar Hall. Not long after, Lu Qiu's voice sounded. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a vast platform appear in front of him. On the platform stood a magnificent palace. Mizar Hall. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that this Mizar Hall ought to be the cultivation grounds of the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, who presided over the outer court martial competition a few days ago. Right when Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu intended to continue walking up, a figure that was like the wind flashed out from the pavilion above Mizar Hall, and it wasn't long before he arrived before Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, please wait. This was a young man around the age of 27 or 28, with slanted brows, starry eyes, and an imposing appearance. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that this young man's forehead was actually slightly similar to the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. When he thought about how this person seemed to have walked out from Mizar Hall, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Could it be that he's related to Zhang Fan? Elder Lu. After the young man lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, he looked at Lu Qiu who was by Duan Lingtian's side and bowed. Lu Qiu replied with a smile. Elder Lu Qiu, my father wants to speak a few words with junior brother Duan Lingtian. I wonder if you can make it convenient? The young man looked at Lu Qiu and slowly asked. Lu Qiu's brows raised as a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes, and in the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian. I can't make the decision on this. I have to seek Duan Lingtian's own opinion. At the same time that Lu Qiu spoke to the young man, he sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, he's the son of the hall master of Mizar Hall, Zhang Fan, Zhang Song. The son of the hall master of Mizar Hall, Zhang Fan? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he felt that this Zhang Song was extremely similar to Zhang Fan, so it turned out that they were father and son. In this way everything could be explained. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. I'm Zhang Song. My father is the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. I was drinking tea with him in the pavilion earlier, and he just happened to see you and asked me to invite you and Elder Lu over. Zhang Song looked at Duanling Tian in a refined and courteous manner, and the smile on his face was like a spring breeze. Even if it was Duanling Tian, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Zhang Song was the son of the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, and was even an inner court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. In terms of identity, in terms of strength, they both far surpassed the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's master, Hu Xuefeng. But he didn't have the arrogance of looking down from above like Hu Xuefeng, and this was extremely rare. Although it was only the first time he'd met Zhang Song, Duanling Tian couldn't help but have a slightly good impression of him in his heart. I have no objections. Duanling Tian didn't refuse and nodded. Junior brother Duanling Tian, Elder Lu Qiu, please. Under Zhang Song's lead, Duanling Tian and Lu Qiu walked towards Mizar Hall, and when they approached Mizar Hall, Zhang Song brought Lu Qiu into Mizar Hall's audience hall. Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, a figure leaped down from the pavilion in Mizar Hall. Duanling Tian didn't even have the time to react when he felt a force that was difficult to resist pass through the hand of the person to grab onto his shoulder. Subsequently, Duanling Tian flew up. Accurately speaking, he was brought along to fly up by the person. This Peak Master of Mizar Peak ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. When my spiritual force probed him, I actually had a blurry feeling. Duanling Tian was secretly shocked in his heart. In next to no time, Duanling Tian was brought to the pavilion and stood on solid ground, and the thick and heavy hand that grabbed onto his shoulder was withdrawn now. Duanling Tian looked at the person before him and lightly smiled. Peak Master. The person that brought him from outside Mizar Hall to the pavilion was none other than the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan. Sit. A warm smile hung on Zhang Fan's face as he gestured to Duanling Tian to sit. Subsequently, he even personally brewed tea for Duanling Tian. This caused Duanling Tian to be slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Zhang Fan poured a cup of tea for Duanling Tian and called out, "This is Cloud Soar tea that I personally roasted. Try it." Duanling Tian nodded and picked up the teacup, but didn't drink it directly and instead placed it before his nose to smell it. The fragrance of the tea entered his nose, and the refreshing aura seemed to be able to enter into Duanling Tian's mind, causing Duanling Tian to feel that his consciousness was incomparably clear. Good tea. Although Duanling Tian didn't know much about tea, he was still able to realize that this tea wasn't simple. Try a sip. Zhang Fan lightly smiled as he spoke. Duanling Tian nodded, then placed the teacup before his mouth and lightly took a sip. The fragrant tea melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and the refreshing aura caused Duanling Tian to shudder. He couldn't help but close his eyes, and he felt slightly light, as if he was riding on the clouds. Whew! After a short moment, he seemed to have descended from the clouds and returned to the ground. Duanling Tian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and a bright light flashed within his eyes. How was it? Zhang Fan looked at Duanling Tian and asked. Duanling Tian sighed in admiration. Peak Master, this Cloud Soar tea of yours is really amazing. It's the first time I've drunk such fragrant tea. Just a sip of it allowed me to instantly have the feeling of riding on the clouds, and at that moment, I seemed to have forgotten everything. Haha. Zhang Fan laughed heartily and slowly said, "Speaking of which, the roasting method for this Cloud Soar tea was something that I perfected through an incomplete method in an ancient book. The incomplete roasting method is a roasting method for a fragrant tea called carefree tea. Unfortunately, half of it is incomplete." As he finished speaking, Zhang Fan sighed. In my life, my greatest regret is that I can't taste the real carefree tea. Although the Soaring Cloud tea was roasted by me according to the incomplete roasting method of the carefree tea, it is not the real carefree tea. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Peak Master, as the saying goes, those who are content will always be happy. There are some things that there is no need to be too forceful. Although the carefree tea is good, that is only your imagination. Or perhaps, the real carefree tea is actually not as good as the Cloud Soar tea that you added and roasted. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Fan seemed to have been enlightened and stood on the ground in a daze. At this moment, only Duanling Tian's words remained in his mind. Those who are content will always be happy. Perhaps, The real carefree tea was not as good as the current cloud-soar tea. Finally, Zhang Fan came back to his senses, and his eyes flickered with traces of a strange luster. Suddenly, Zhang Fan raised his hand, and a narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. Grade 6 Spirit Weapon. Seeing the narrow saber in Zhang Fan's hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up as he recognized the grade of this spirit weapon narrow saber. He saw Zhang Fan raise his hand. Wang. Origin energy coiled around the narrow saber, emitting a strange and terrifying aura. It lightly slashed through the air, and a clear white stream of light flashed and disappeared. And at this moment, the aura of the saber in Zhang Fan's hand seemed to have completely changed. This, through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian relied on his powerful spiritual force to faintly notice something. Whoosh! And at the instant that the aura of the narrow saber in Zhang Fan's hand suddenly changed, strands of origin energy appeared on the surface of Zhang Fan's body, and then it gradually converged and disappeared. Although it was only a short instant, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Zhang Fan had completely changed. Before Zhang Fan converged his aura after the transformation, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Congratulations, Peak Master. At this moment, the raging aura on Zhang Fan's body was gradually converged by him, and the narrow saber in his hand vanished as he put it away in his spatial ring. Ha ha! Chapter 323. Zhang Fan's laughter was unrestrained and carefree. Besides that, it also contained traces of excitement that was difficult to express with words. Duan Lingtian was naturally clear about why Zhang Fan was excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't congratulate Zhang Fan earlier. Duan Lingtian, were you able to discern what happened to me earlier? Finally, Zhang Fan suppressed the wild joy in his heart and looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, as if he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Congratulations, Peak Master, for comprehending saber concept and breaking through to the void initiation stage in one go. He was naturally able to discern what had happened to Zhang Fan earlier. His words caused Zhang Fan to be enlightened. Although it was only a small matter in life, it was a knot in Zhang Fan's heart. Perhaps, even Zhang Fan himself didn't realize that it was precisely because of this knot in his heart that had trapped him and caused him to be unable to comprehend saber concept and break through to the void initiation stage. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was clearly aware that if a void-prying stage martial artist wanted to break through to the void initiation stage, then besides having a cultivation at the 9th level of the void-prying stage, it also required sufficient comprehension ability. Only a 9th level void-prying stage expert that transformed force into concept would be able to break through to the void initiation stage. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. So, this was also the main reason why void initiation stage experts couldn't be directly fostered using treasures of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian denied that the mysterious yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xueqi, was a void initiation stage expert that day. In his eyes, in the eyes of the former Samsara Emperor Wu, no matter how high or heaven-defying her comprehension ability was, it was still impossible for her to comprehend concept. Duan Lingtian, I've still underestimated you. Zhang Fan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and his wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. You're from a small kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, yet you actually know of concept? Looks like you're really not that simple. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. Peak Master, you know me quite well. Zhang Fan didn't find it strange that he knew he was from a kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Half a year ago, when he'd just arrived at the 7-Star Sword Sect, he'd spoken of this matter before Lu Qiu and the group of new disciples. So now, there were surely many people in the 7-Star Sword Sect that knew of his origins. Duan Lingtian, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to successfully break through the bottleneck I've been stuck in for so many years. I, Zhang Fan, owe you a favor. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression and made a promise. He knew very well that if Duan Lingtian hadn't enlightened him today, he wouldn't have been able to break through. This was a huge favor. As heavy as Mount Tai. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Then I'll thank you in advance, Peak Master. From today onwards, the person before him wasn't just the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Moreover, he was a formidable Void Initiation Stage expert. Void Initiation Stage expert. Even in the entire 7-star sword sect, there were only a handful of them, and they were the absolute pillars of the 7-star sword sect. The promise of a Void Initiation Stage expert couldn't be measured with money. Zhang Fan's promise was undoubtedly a great trump card to Duan Lingtian. Zhang Fan nodded, and his eyes sized Duan Lingtian up with interest as he asked. Duan Lingtian, if I intend to take you as my disciple, are you willing to respect me as your master? As soon as Zhang Fan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was stunned. No matter what, he never imagined that Zhang Fan would suddenly say this. Ask me to take him as my master? When he saw Duan Lingtian being stunned, Zhang Fan thought that Duan Lingtian was hesitating, and continued. If you respect me as your master, I'm willing to give you my tearless knight as a gift for our first meeting. As he spoke, a narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared in Zhang Fan's hand. The narrow saber was dark violet in color, like a specter in the night, and it flickered with strands of frightening cold lights. It was precisely the grade 6 spirit saber that Zhang Fan carried with him. A grade 6 spirit weapon was an extremely precious thing in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. There were many grade 6 alchemists in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but grade 6 weapons craftsmen could be counted on one hand. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock. Grade 6 spirit weapon? Truthfully speaking, he really wasn't interested in this grade 6 spirit saber. He was already a 7th level origin core stage martial artist now, and was able to condense a grade 7 weapon flame. He was a grade 7 weapons craftsman. Once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he would even be able to condense a grade 6 weapon flame. Become a grade 6 weapons craftsman. At that time, he would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon himself. Peak Master, everyone in the 7-star sword sect uses swords. I never imagined that you would instead use a saber. Duan Lingtian glanced at the grade 6 spirit saber, Tearless Knight, in Zhang Fan's hand, and lightly smiled. Zhang Fan lightly stroked the blade of Tearless Knight, and his gaze was slightly blurred. After a long time he sighed. This grade 6 spirit saber was discovered by me and my wife in the depths of the primeval forest all those years ago. At that time, I still wasn't the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. All those years ago, this grade 6 spirit saber was within the lair of a formidable nascent soul stage fierce beast. I originally intended to give it up, but for the sake of allowing me to pass the test and become the successor to the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, she instead persisted in obtaining this grade 6 spirit saber. In the end, for the sake of this grade 6 spirit saber, she was killed by that fierce beast. Although Zhang Fan spoke calmly, Duan Lingtian was still able to sense traces of a sorrowful aura from Zhang Fan's tone. She was one of the top disciples of Alcade Peak at that time, and her natural talent wasn't inferior to me. In my entire lifetime, the thing I regret the most was that I didn't stop her that day and instead accompanied her to go crazy. As he finished speaking, Zhang Fan's body lightly trembled, and he was slightly lost. Later on, that nascent soul stage fierce beast was killed by me with this grade 6 spirit saber. Before she died, she gave this grade 6 spirit saber a name. Tearless Knight. Tearless Knight is the name of the saber. As for Tearless, I knew clearly in my heart that she wanted me and Song to not shed tears for her. Later on, relying on this grade 6 spirit saber that could provide a 40% amplification of strength, I easily passed the Peak Master successor test of Mizar Peak, and was fostered by the previous Peak Master of Mizar Peak. Later on, I took over Mizar Peak. It can be said that everything I have now was given to me by her. As Zhang Fan spoke, his eyes became slightly moist. A grade 6 spirit saber that provided a 40% amplification? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Although when he broke through to the nascent soul stage and became a grade 6 weapons craftsman, he would be able to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon that provided a 40% amplification. But that was because he'd inherited all the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could imagine that the weapons craftsman that refined this grade 6 spirit saber wasn't simple. However, at the same time that he was shocked in his heart, Duan Lingtian was able to deeply feel the love the wife of Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, had for Zhang Fan. For the sake of her husband's future, she would stop at nothing. Even her own life. The cord in the depths of his heart was plucked. Zhang Fan's wife was worthy of respect. Later on, for the sake of this tearless knight, I started to abandon the sword to practice the saber, and switched to saber skills. Zhang Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. If you're willing to become my disciple, I presume that my wife will approve of me giving this tearless knight that has extraordinary meaning to you. Peak Master. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have the intention of taking you as my master now. As for this tearless knight, it has extraordinary meaning to you, so you should properly keep it. Zhang Fan didn't speak, and he looked seriously at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian met Zhang Fan's gaze, and his gaze was firm and unchanging. He'd inherited the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and it was equivalent to inheriting the pride of Samsara Emperor Wu. The pride of Samsara Emperor Wu caused him to be bound to not take a person that was weaker than Samsara Emperor Wu as his master. After a long time, Zhang Fan seemed to have realized Duan Lingtian's firmness, and he nodded. Never mind, everyone has their own aspirations. Even if you really take me as your master, I'm afraid I have nothing to teach you. As he finished speaking, Zhang Fan didn't force Duan Lingtian any further. Peak Master, then I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhang Fan, then his figure flashed as he leaped down the pavilion and steadily descended onto the ground. Zhang Fan stood before the pavilion and gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure with a complicated gaze. What sort of person is he actually? He's able to display such composure when facing a super top grade 6 spirit saber that's capable of providing an amplification of 40%. This kid will surely be extraordinary in the future. It's truly the fortune of my 7-star sword sect. Meanwhile, Lu Qiu, who was waiting for Duan Lingtian, noticed Duan Lingtian's appearance, and he greeted the nearby Zhang Song before walking towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu walked side by side, and they continued to head towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Target. Migres Hall. Zhang Fan returned to his senses when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish at the other end of the mountain path, and he sighed. He and Duan Lingtian were bound to not have the fate of being master and disciple. Father. Meanwhile, Zhang Song arrived at the pavilion and asked. Did he agree? Obviously, Zhang Song knew of Zhang Fan's plans as well. Zhang Fan shook his head. No. No. Zhang Song was stunned. That Duan Lingtian is really so arrogant? Even father, the peak master of Mizar Peak, condescended to take him as a personal disciple, and he refused? Not only that. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth curled into a bitter smile. I even took out the tearless knight your mother left me. But he seemed to be utterly disdainful of it. Tearless knight. Veng Song's pupils constricted. He never imagined that for the sake of that Duan Lingtian, his father would even take out that grade 6 spirit saber with extraordinary significance. What he never imagined even more was that when faced with the temptation of that grade 6 spirit saber, Duan Lingtian actually remained unmoved. Such composure was shocking. After all, in the entire 7-star sword sect, only the grade 5 spirit sword in the sect leader's possession could compare to the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession. The grade 6 spirit swords in the possession of the other peak masters and guardian elders. In terms of amplification ability, it was far inferior to the grade 6 spirit saber in his father's possession, Tearless Knight. Father, I heard your laughter earlier. Why did you laugh? Chapter 324. Zhang Fan smiled mysteriously when he heard his son's question. What do you think is still worthy of me laughing heartily now? Father, just speak frankly. Zhang Song laughed bitterly. How could he have guessed? I've broken through. Zhang Fan spoke slowly with a calm tone. However, it caused Zhang Song to be stunned on the spot, and he only recovered from his shock after a short while, then stared blankly. Father, you said you've broken through? Zhang Song looked at Zhang Fan with an expression of pleasant surprise and disbelief. Yes. Zhang Fan lightly smiled as he nodded. It's all thanks to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Zhang Song was slightly bewildered. He's an outer court disciple. What can he do to help Father? Father, are you mistaken? This isn't related to whether he's an outer court disciple or not. Zhang Fan shook his head. Today, even if the sect leader arrived personally, he might not be able to help me break through. All in all, if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid I would still need a very long time to break through. I owe him a great favor. Zhang Song gasped. It was truly difficult for him to imagine how an outer court disciple actually helped his father break through. In next to no time, under his pursuit, Zhang Fan spoke of the sequence of events. Zhang Song came to a sudden understanding. Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Song was filled with gratitude towards Duan Ling Tian in his heart. He was extremely clear about how many years his father had stayed at the 9th level of the void prying stage. Today, if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian enlightening his father, even after a few more years, his father might not be able to smoothly break through to the void initiation stage. This was indeed a great favor. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Qiu continued to walk along the main peak, Dubhe Peak, up the mountain path. Migres Hall was above. Elder Lu Qiu, when is the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple test usually held? On the way, Duan Ling Tian recalled the reason he left the stalactite cave today, and he asked Lu Qiu who was by his side. The inner court disciple test is held once every half a year, and it's usually 1 month after the outer court disciple test. Today just happens to be the day of the outer court disciple test. Therefore, there is only 1 month left until the inner disciple examination. Lu Qiu said slowly. Now Lu Qiu, who'd seen Duan Ling Tian's cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage, wasn't surprised that Duan Ling Tian asked about the inner court disciple test. In his opinion, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, passing the inner disciple trial would be a piece of cake. Once an outer court disciple broke through to the 8th level of the origin core stage, passing the inner court disciple test would be a cinch. A month later? Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then asked, Elder Lu Qiu, is there a need to register for the inner court disciple test? Lu Qiu shook his head. There's no need. On the day of the inner court disciple test, you can directly head to the Dubhe Peak's test platform. Examination platform? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He wasn't familiar with the main peak, Dubhe Peak. The assessment platform is the vast platform where you participated in the outer sect disciple assessment half a year ago. Lu Qiu patiently explained without the slightest impatience. In his eyes, the current Duan Ling Tian had a boundless future. In the future, if he were to stay in the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a pillar of the 7-star sword sect, and becoming the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect wasn't impossible. If he were to leave the 7-star sword sect, he would surely be a great figure whose name shook the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to his knowledge, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there seemed to have never been a figure that could compare with Duan Ling Tian in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. He believed that once Duan Ling Tian matured, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to accommodate Duan Ling Tian. So that's the examination platform. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. He clearly remembered that vast platform. After all, it was the place he participated in the outer court disciple tests that day. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Qiu finally arrived at the location of the Migres Hall. The Migres Hall was similarly situated on a vast platform halfway up Dubhe Peak, and it had a vast aura. Duan Ling Tian and Lu Qiu walked forward in large strides to stand side by side outside the Migres Hall. Hallmaster, Lu Qiu has brought along Duan Ling Tian to seek an audience. Lu Qiu stood before the Migres Hall and spoke in a loud voice, and his voice contained origin energy that extended and spread out to envelop the entire Migres Hall. In next to no time, a young man around the age of 26 or 27 with a thin figure and slight gloominess mixed between his brows walked out from within the Migres Hall. His pair of sharp eyes squinted as he looked at Lu Qiu and Duan Ling Tian who were outside. Master asked the two of you to go in. This young man's voice was hoarse and low, causing others to feel extremely uncomfortable when they heard it. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but frown. He's the foster son of our Migres Peak's master, Wu Yongqian. Lu Qiu's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then walked forward shoulder to shoulder with Lu Qiu, and under Wu Yongqian's lead, they walked into the Migres Hall. As soon as they entered the Migres Hall, Duan Ling Tian saw the middle-aged man standing within. This middle-aged man's age was similar to the Mizar Peak's master, Zhang Fan, and his appearance was extremely ordinary, and belonged to the type of person that couldn't be found in a crowd. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to vaguely detect that this middle-aged man's cultivation ought to be comparable to Zhang Fan before he broke through. 9th level of the void prying stage. He ought to be the peak master of Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Although he hadn't seen the peak master of Migres Peak, but as a disciple of Migres Peak, he'd still heard of him. The peak master of Migres Peak was called Wu Dao. Foster father, they've come. As expected, after Wu Yongqian brought Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu in, he bowed and reported to the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao, and his hoarse and low voice was filled with reverence. Subsequently, Wu Yongqian stood behind Wu Dao. Peak master. Lu Qiu respectfully bowed to Wu Dao. Peak master. Duan Lingtian nodded to Wu Dao as well. If it was an ordinary time, Duan Lingtian acting like this by himself, perhaps no one would pay attention to it. But now, Duan Lingtian's attitude towards Wu Dao was a clear contrast when compared to Lu Qiu. Wu Dao's brows slightly frowned, and he was slightly displeased. Presumptuous. Wu Yongqian, who stood behind Wu Dao, had a pair of fierce eyes that were suffused with a frightening sheen as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly. However, Duan Lingtian instead paid no attention to Wu Yongqian, and instead looked at Wu Dao with a carefree expression, as if his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Wu Yongqian's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian actually dare to disregard him, and his eyes flickered with gloomy cold lights that were waiting to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Lu Qiu stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and now he broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian as well. You're Duan Lingtian? Wu Dao's brows eased up, and his eyes were instantly suffused with a wisp of coldness as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a formidable imposing aura gushed out from Wu Dao's body, and it pressed down onto Duan Lingtian. The imposing aura of a 9th-level void-prying stage expert. But when faced with Wu Dao's formidable imposing aura, Duan Lingtian instead seemed to not feel anything, and he stood on the spot with an unchanged expression, not moving like a mountain. The imposing aura on Wu Dao's body ceaselessly rose. Duan Lingtian's expression still didn't change, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a wisp of a smile. It was a composed smile. What a Duan Lingtian! Finally, Wu Dao's imposing aura was completely restrained by him, and he laughed loudly, and the displeasure from before vanished without a trace. As expected of an existence that's able to kill the #1 disciple in the outer court, sure how. Duan Lingtian, now, you fully deserve the title of #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Duan Lingtian didn't mind Wu Dao's sudden change in attitude, and he nodded. Thank you for your praise, Peak Master. Wu Yongqian, who was behind Wu Dao, had an additional sheen of jealousy and viciousness appear in his cold eyes when he heard Wu Dao praise Duan Lingtian. He was Wu Dao's foster son. But since he was young, he'd never heard Wu Dao praise him like this. Neither servile nor overbearing, he's a rare talent. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with satisfaction, then said, Duan Lingtian, you killed Shihao this time and seized the first place in the outer court martial competition, bringing honor to our Migres Peak. You said you want a reward? Reward? Duan Lingtian frowned. Wu Dao's words were filled with a condescending tone, as if a person in a higher position was speaking to a person in a lower position. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Peak Master, I'm a member of Migres Peak as well. Before leaving Migres Peak, doing some things for Migres Peak is something I ought to do. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and was slightly dispirited. Leave Migres Peak? Wu Dao was first stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he recovered from his shock and nodded. I almost forgot, you obtained the first place in the outer court martial competition this time and obtained a profound origin fruit. If nothing unexpected happens, you ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage now. 7th level of the origin core stage? The corners of the mouth of the nearby Lu Qiu twitched. He felt that Wu Dao had truly underestimated Duan Lingtian too much. With your ability, stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage and wanting to pass the inner court disciple test isn't difficult. Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and pondered for a short moment, Then his eyes were suffused with a burning flowing light as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you know why I asked Lu Qiu to get you here? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Peak Master, please tell me. Duan Lingtian, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be frank. At the same time that Wu Dao spoke, not only Duan Lingtian and Lu Qiu, even Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao looked at Wu Dao together. Finally, Wu Dao caught his breath and said with a clear voice. I Wu Dao, the Peak Master of Migres Peak, desire to take you, Duan Lingtian, as my personal disciple. Whoosh! As soon as Wu Dao said this, the three people including Duan Lingtian were stunned for a moment. Duan Lingtian was speechless. When did he become so popular? Duan Lingtian reacted to Wu Dao's words and shook his head. Peak Master, I'm sorry. I temporarily don't have any plans to take you as my master. He'd even refused Zheng Fan who'd broken through to the void initiation stage now, let alone this Wu Dao. Presumptuous. When Wu Yongqian who was behind Wu Dao heard that his foster father wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, the flames of jealousy that filled his heart almost caused his chest to explode. Chapter 325. Duan Lingtian continued to choose to disregard Wu Yongqian who was about to go berserk, as if he utterly didn't take Wu Yongqian seriously. He indeed didn't take Wu Yongqian seriously. Duan Lingtian's disregard caused Wu Yongqian's rage to practically burn to the limit. As the peak disciple of Migres Peak and an inner court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, when had he ever been disregarded like this? The face of Wu Dao who was refused by Duan Lingtian sank slightly, and his eyes were suffused with a bright light as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're refusing me so straightforwardly? As the peak master of Migres Peak, Wu Dao had his own pride. Now, Duan Lingtian actually openly refused his good intentions, and it caused a ball of flames to arise within his heart. Peak Master, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with Wu Dao who had a displeased expression, and he spoke indifferently. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the face of Lu Qiu who stood beside Duan Lingtian, and he sighed in his heart. This little fellow, it's his fortune that the Peak Master wants to take him as a disciple. He actually refused. Lu Qiu never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually refuse to become Wu Dao's personal disciple. Although Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao could be said to be heaven-defying, he hadn't matured after all, and finding a good master in the Seven-Star Sword sect would undoubtedly be of great help to him. On the other hand, he could also have one more backer, and cause those people who wanted to harm him to be somewhat fearful. Now, Duan Lingtian's decision had completely exceeded his expectations. Wu Dao, the peak master of Migres Peak, an expert whose strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the Seven-Star Sword sect, intended to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian had refused so straightforwardly and without the slightest consideration. It caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Lingtian. Wu Dao's gaze gradually calmed down, but the expression he looked at Duan Lingtian with didn't have the full smile from before, and his tone was slightly low. Looks like you're extremely confident of your strength. Do you think that with your natural talent, I, Wu Dao, the peak master of Migres Peak, don't have the qualifications to be your master? Duan Lingtian frowned. He shook his head and said, Peak Master, I've never thought of that. I just don't have any plans to become your disciple. Apprenticeship? Ever since he had absorbed the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian had gained another master. A master who would not hold back from him. That teacher was none other than Samsara Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was once an expert who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. Now, Duan Lingtian's rejection was considered tactful. If he really had to speak his mind, he would say to Wu Dao, You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Are you worthy? Duan Lingtian's tactful rejection was undoubtedly an excuse in Wu Dao's ears, and it caused Wu Dao's expression to become even gloomier. Duan Lingtian, you're extremely confident. But, a person can be confident, but once one is overconfident, then it's arrogance. Today, since I, Wu Dao, have opened my mouth to take you as my personal disciple, then I naturally won't easily take it back. Wu Dao's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his words were filled with an unquestionable domineering tone. Peak Master, a forced melon isn't sweet. Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly, as he never imagined that Wu Dao would be so difficult to deal with. At this moment, he only felt that the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, was so amiable when compared to this Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao. This Wu Dao still wants to force me to take him as my master? Lu Qiu's brows slightly frowned, and he felt that Wu Dao was going slightly too far. But Wu Dao was the Peak Master of Migres Peak, whereas he was only an outer court elder of Migres Peak, and the disparity between their statuses was too great. So, even if he couldn't stand it, he didn't dare say anything. Duan Lingtian, since I've already spoken, then there's naturally no room for me to take it back. Wu Dao's tone was terrifyingly calm. Duan Lingtian's brows knit together. Is this Wu Dao a madman? If I'm not willing to take him as my master, can he still force me? Of course. Suddenly, Wu Dao spoke out once more, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. I can give you a chance. You battle my foster son. If you're able to defeat my foster son, then I can take it as I've never said anything before. But if you lose at his hands, then you must obediently become the personal disciple of I Wu Dao. You can give up this chance. But, after giving it up, no matter if you're willing or not, you, Duan Lingtian, are the personal disciple of I Wu Dao. If you dare gossip outside and deny that you're my Wu Dao's disciple, then you're going against me, Wu Dao. In the future, there won't be a place for you to stay in the 7-Star Sword sect. As he finished speaking, Wu Dao's words were filled with tyrannical and overbearing. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This Wu Dao is so overbearing. There won't be a place for me to stay in the 7-Star Sword sect? Does this Wu Dao really think he's the sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect? If it was said who was the happiest at this moment, then it was undoubtedly Wu Yongqian who stood behind Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian, do you dare battle me? Wu Yongqian looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flickered with a fierce light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold and indifferent smile. As far as he was concerned, this was an opportunity. If he defeated this Duan Lingtian, then his foster father would surely be extremely satisfied. His status in his foster father's heart would rise with the tide. Peak Master, do you keep your word? Duan Lingtian still didn't pay attention to Wu Yongqian, and when Wu Yongqian's expression became exceedingly savage, he looked at Wu Dao and asked indifferently. His tone didn't contain any feelings. I Wu Dao am the Peak Master of Migres Peak. Would I deceive a little kid like you? Wu Dao sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of bright light. He knew that Duan Lingtian had taken the bait. Even though he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Shi Hao with a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, and knew that Duan Lingtian had the ability to surmount a cultivation to kill an enemy. But as far as he was concerned, even if the current Duan Lingtian broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, it would be impossible for the current Duan Lingtian to be a match for his foster son. Although his foster son's natural talent couldn't be considered to be high, he was a 9th level origin core stage inner court disciple at any rate. Even if Duan Lingtian broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, it was because he'd just broken through, and his foundation was unstable. Moreover, Chen. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Wu Dao's mouth, and he suddenly spoke out. Foster father. Wu Yongqian withdrew his vicious gaze that descended onto Duan Lingtian, and looked respectfully at Wu Dao. In his heart, his foster father was the heavens. The heavens that couldn't be defied. Duan Lingtian frowned. What does this Wu Dao want to do? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw a 3-foot-long blade appear out of thin air in Wu Dao's hand. Chen, use Father's Autumn Water and properly experience the ability of the number 1 disciple in our 7-Star Sword sect's outer court. Wu Dao passed the 3-foot-long blade that he'd just withdrawn from his spatial ring to Wu Yongqian. This 3-foot-long blade had a glossy blade that flickered with translucent light, and it was like an expanse of autumn water that swayed. Grade 6 Spirit Sword. Lu Qiu, who stood beside Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but go grim when he saw the 3-foot-long blade in Wu Dao's hand, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Autumn Water. Wasn't it the Grade 6 Spirit Sword in the possession of their Migres Peak's master, Wu Dao? He never imagined. For the sake of allowing his foster son, Wu Yongqian, to defeat Duanling Tian, Wu Dao actually even withdrew the grade 6 spirit sword he carried with him. Wu Dao's actions caused Lu Qiu to feel slightly uncomfortable in his heart. As far as he was concerned, in this way, even if Wu Yongqian won, it would be an unfair victory. Yes, foster father. Wu Yongqian's eyes shone as he solemnly received the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, and his body lightly trembled as he was slightly excited. Grade 6 spirit sword. Although as far as Wu Yongqian was concerned, even if he didn't have a grade 6 spirit sword, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to be a match for him. But now that he had the chance to use his foster father's grade 6 spirit sword, it still caused him to feel a wave of delight. Don't disappoint me, Wu Dao said indifferently to Wu Yongqian. Don't worry, foster father. Wu Yongqian nodded solemnly as he held the grade 6 spirit sword, Autumn Water, and his pair of fierce eyes descended onto Duanling Tian as if choosing to swallow him up. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's expression eased up slightly. But the gaze he looked at Wu Dao with had instead become unfamiliar and icy cold. For the sake of making him become his personal disciple, this Wu Dao actually debased himself to such an extent that he even withdrew his grade 6 spirit sword and gave it to Wu Yongqian. All for the sake of allowing Wu Yongqian to defeat him. If it was said that he was only displeased with Wu Dao before, then now he looked down upon Wu Dao from the bottom of his heart. As far as he was concerned, this was a person that couldn't afford to lose. Allowing an inner court disciple to deal with an outer court disciple like him was already an unfair victory. But now, he actually even withdrew his grade 6 spirit sword. What difference was this from cheating? A person like this wants to become my master? Duanling Tian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, and his gaze calmly stared at Wu Yongqian, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He saw the confidence on Wu Yongqian's face. Does this Wu Yongqian really think that he can defeat me just because he possesses a grade 6 spirit sword? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of imperceptible disdain. Meanwhile, Wu Dao took a few steps back, and under his gaze, Lu Qiu moved to the side as well and stopped to watch from the sidelines. For a time, an empty space appeared in the spacious audience hall. Duanling Tian and Wu Yongqian stood facing each other. Whoosh! In Duanling Tian's hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and it was precisely the grade 7 spirit sword he'd withdrawn from his spatial ring. Even though Duanling Tian was a grade 7 weapons craftsman now, and was even able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 31%, but he hadn't refined it yet. This grade 7 spirit sword was the spoils of the battle he'd obtained in the past. Its amplification ability was ordinary. Duanling Tian, my foster father wants to take you as his personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. Not only do you not feel deeply grateful, you actually dare to refuse. Today I, Wu Yongqian, will properly teach you a lesson on behalf of my foster father, and let you know that there's always someone stronger. At the same time that Wu Yongqian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out, the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand, Autumn Water, was suffused with traces of a pulsating sheen of origin energy. His origin energy skyrocketed and raged. Whoosh! Instantly, numerous lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Wu Yongqian. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.